Hey guys, what's up everybody? It's me, That One Weeb here, with part 1 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Parts 2 and 3 will come out if this video is well received, and I just want to thank you guys so much for showing so much support on the setup video for this, and commenting. That was really great, and I hope you guys continue to do that in the future. Keep critiquing what I'm doing, giving your own ideas. It's just going to make the videos overall better, and really build the community together, and I just thank you guys so much for everything. We're almost at 400 subscribers. And once we get that, then that'll be great. And also, make sure that if you guys want to talk or stuff, or just hang out with me and ask advice and things, my Discord link is actually on my channel links, and also in my YouTube, on my YouTube channel art page. You can click the Discord icon for computers and Macs and stuff. But if you're on your phone, you can go to my About section, and my Discord link's in there. So feel free to join. We have a few people in there, so if you guys want to join, if everyone wanted to hang on there, it's cool. I got all the channels set up, but let's get right into the story for what you're here for. Make sure to like, comment, share this video, and subscribe. So yeah, and if this does well, then yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. Let's get right into the story. Long ago, there was a clan who existed known as the God Race. They ruled over all the dimensions and had an overwhelmingly high chakra pool. Sometime after, these great gods are born of chakra, an energy that had created the entire universe. A god known only as Prometheus created his own clan, known as the Akatsuki. Their chakra was almost to the degree of some of the weaker gods, and their appearance seemed strange to the perfectly shaped gods, with them having white, pale skin and dark, pale eyes, as well as strange markings across their faces and bodies. Their chakra was almost equal to some of the gods, which made them a threat. The Akatsuki went off to create their own worlds and absorb the residual chakra of the gods' birth. The energy that the gods had created when they were born into the universe was known as chakra. They created a plant made from Prometheus known as the Chakra World Tree. Our story takes place thousands of years later after this event. After many generations of the immortal gods had risen and fallen, as they had been long forgotten and brand new made, a god known as Zeus, the son of Kronos, the god of time, became the king of the gods. He had become the king of the skies, as well as the clouds, air, wind, and thunderstorms, and he'd become the king of the gods. The gods had now long forgotten the Akatsuki, who had flown out into the stars in search of purpose. This god named Zeus had been keeping an eye on Lady Amaterasu Shinto, the goddess of the sun, who had taken to the planet known as Earth, where she had made her sun there as a star to keep it warm as well as grow life there. When he had last seen her, rumors were going around about a creature known as Kaguya that had been sealed away along with her. Zeus then spent the next century of his life on his way to Earth. He then changed his form into a baby. Once he'd gotten there, he found a village in the land known as the Land of Fire that had the last remaining immortal chakra residual left there by her before she'd been transformed or taken. He then changed into a form of a baby at a very large house at the doorstep of two people called the Namikaze clan. He was named Minato Namikaze and began his stages through life. That's when he finally met her, Kushina Uzumaki, the reincarnation of Lady Amaterasu Shinto. He could only trace the smallest amounts of her immortal chakra, as well as something animalistic inside of her. He protected her for a long time, even through the ninja wars that had plagued Earth, and they eventually fell in love. Minato would be called the Thunder Flash due to his high-scale lightning, wind, and speed attacks. One day, he grew to become the fourth Hokage of the village in the Leaves. His wife was, pregnant after a while, and he promised to protect their family as well as the Leaf Village from any harm with his strength. He'd grown so attached to it, and he loved the people there as well as the planet. He was happy. Unfortunately, this couldn't last, and tragedy struck on the day his son was born. The day his son was born, a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha attacked the Leaf Village. He stole the nine-tailed Kyuubi its chakra from Kushina, and then battled with Minato. Minato, with his rage, saved his wife and son and battled the masked man. He summoned lightning and defeated him with his signature attack, the Flying Thunder God, combined with his own created move, the Ion Sphere. He then had to stop the Kyuubi. He knew that his time being a human was over, and utilizing all the immortal chakra he had would burn and destroy this body that he created for himself as a human vessel. He burned his own son, the Prince of the Skies, who he in turn named Naruto, with the entire Kyuubi. He then was summoned back to the realm of the gods, watching over his son. Naruto grew up. He was alone and treated terribly by the villagers. Naruto never felt completely alone, though, and when he was alone, his eyes were always on the sky. His eyes were, in fact, a sky blue, and he had wavy blonde hair that echoed the clouds of the sky. At nighttime, he would lay on his bed and look out the window towards the starry night. The sky always seemed kind to him, and he watched the other children with despair from him being alone and having no parents to care for him. Birds would be nice to Naruto and land on his shoulders, as well as stay relatively near him. They were drawn to him. In fact, they defended him from the villagers' rage. If anyone tried to hit him or hurt him, they'd peck at them and try and pull their hand away from him. Naruto is 6 years old, and he was accepting this fate from other people, but that's when he learned that the Hokage, the fourth Hokage, had actually saved the village from the Nine Tails, and he wanted to be just like him. Naruto, at 6 years old, is finally accepted into the academy, and Naruto is very determined to become the next Hokage, so that one day he'll be respected by everyone. And at the academy, Naruto and Sasuke have a very strong rivalry, as both Sasuke and Naruto are quite handsome, with skills to match. Naruto doesn't know it, but his chakra pool at this point is akin to that of Hashirama Senju if he were to transvert his half normal chakra plus his immortal chakra. He naturally is adept at jutsu even with the Kyuubi trying to intervene. Naruto and Sasuke eventually grow to become friends through their battles, and they are pretty much tied in battle to battle sometimes, as Naruto still doesn't know quite how to control his strength or how to utilize it. Naruto's finally happy, but everything changes again as tragedy strikes the village one more time. Sasuke's clan, the Uchiha, is massacred by his older brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke stops talking and journeying with Naruto altogether. After Naruto loses his only friend, it rained in the Leaf Village for an entire month. Naruto then grows to accept this new reality and weather returns to the Leaf Village. Naruto continues to work hard in his classes until he's 12 years old. Naruto is about to take the graduation exam when he finds a strange package at his doorstep. Naruto bends over and picks up the wrapped package that seems strange. It's quite heavy, and as he opens it, he then pulls out a very oddly shaped blade. As he pulls it out, it seems to be... It's a oddly curved scythe. As it says, there's a tag on it that is written in a language and he can somehow read. It says, "From Grandpa." At this point, Naruto picks up the staff and it grows to his size, and he holds it. He realizes that's a strange scythe with some sort of bronze on the end of it. Naruto doesn't know this yet, but his grandfather Kronos had mustered enough power of his own to send Naruto one last gift before he goes off to become a ninja. As Kronos and Minato are actually, Zeus, are watching over Naruto the entire time. Naruto walks out of the house to go take the graduation exam, and he sees a chart. He can transform the scythe back into its smaller form. He transforms the scythe, and it transforms back into a folded state, so it's about as long as a kitchen knife. He then folds it up so that's a straight bar like a staff at that length and puts it in his pocket. He walks to the academy and casually opens the door, walking in to see the rest of his class waiting. All the girls are fawning over Naruto and Sasuke, but they are kind of afraid of Naruto as well, as he's super strong, but their parents told them to avoid him. Naruto takes his seat and continues to watch Sasuke, as he's been worried about him all these years, wondering if there's anything he could do to help him. Iruka then smiles as he sees Naruto and Sasuke, and knows that they'll be great ninja. Iruka asks them all to come into her room, and they all take their turn doing the transformation jutsu. Naruto aces it in the first try and successfully makes 3 clones without using much effort. Iruka passes him, and Mitsuki doesn't have the chance to steal the scroll of sealing. Naruto then, with Sasuke, is assigned to their teams. Naruto and Sasuke actually are assigned on the same team, as Sasuke's grades had been going down, and Sasuke was actually at the lower end of the class. Sakura, Haruno, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha would be placed on Team 7. Sasuke at this point had been focusing strictly on training and getting more powerful, especially after how strong he knew that Naruto was, and that if he could get that strong, he could definitely beat his brother Itachi and avenge his clan. When they're assigned Team 7, they all wait until their teacher to show up. When Kakashi shows up, Naruto's eyes widen, and he thinks that he's seen this man before. He then shakes his head and forgets about it. Kakashi then tells them that he's there and he'll be their Jonin leader for this team. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura then head up to the roof, and Kakashi asks them about their ambitions. So, what do you guys want to do? Why are you being a ninja? What does this mean to you? Sakura looks at Naruto and Sasuke and then blushes for a while. And then Sasuke says that even though he hadn't had time to focus on school, he's been training for a long time, and he's going to beat his brother Itachi no matter what. And he doesn't say this, but instead he says that he's been training for a long time and that there's a certain someone who he wishes to kill and avenge him because he is an avenger. Naruto actually is the first time that he's heard of this and looks at Sasuke interested. Then Sasuke tells him to shut up, nerd, and tells him to answer the question. Naruto then humps and then tells Kakashi that he wants to become a Hokage. Kakashi's eyes widen as he remembers that Naruto's father was the Hokage, the fourth one in fact. Naruto doesn't know this though, and Kakashi just thinks it's coincidental. Naruto then tells Kakashi how he knows that he's strong and that if he can grow to become the Hokage and get everyone to respect him and listen to him, that he can defend them, and that if that time ever came, it would make him very happy. Kakashi tells them all that those are some really good ideals, and then that they should all meet him tomorrow at the field so they can train and do an exercise. He tells them to not eat breakfast the next day, and they all agree. Naruto, who doesn't necessarily eat that much food actually, as is pretty self-sustaining naturally. This is unknown to him. This is due to him half being a god, and the gods actually don't necessarily need to eat anything except ambrosia, which is the food of the gods, which can heal them, and it's basically like senzu beans from Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, back to the story. Naruto lays down that night and looks at the sky again and thanks whoever had given that staff and whoever calls them his grandpa. He's curious about this and then decides that he's going to do his best on that exam Kakashi was talking about tomorrow. He wakes up and then is the first one there, waking early. When Naruto gets there, Kakashi's already waiting, strangely enough, and he's been doing some research on this Naruto kid. It turns out that Minato's son is super strong, and he has a lot of jutsu already. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all arrive, and Kakashi's there instead of being late. Kakashi tells them that he's ready they better take these bells from him. He explains to them that if they don't take these 2 bells from him, then they're going to fail the graduation exam and never become Genin. Once Naruto hears this, he becomes even more determined, and he tells Kakashi he's definitely going to take one of those bells from him. Kakashi then notices Naruto's determination and nods. They all get into a position, and Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura basically all dive into the woods. Well, they think that Naruto dived into the woods. Kakashi's trying to look into the forest to see if he can sense them, when Naruto comes diving down from above. Kakashi's eyes widen as he thinks above, and Naruto had jumped straight into the air, basically hovering there for a small instant, though he didn't think it was that strange. He dive bombs at Kakashi, and then he crosses his arms together and folds them into a hand seal. He performs the lightning release, and then using a lightning release, he puts his hand down and says, "Lightning stream." At this point, a stream of lightning comes erupting out of his hand, making a thundering clap sound, and it's about to strike Kakashi. Kakashi then, at last minute, activates his Chidori and slams it into the lightning stream. They cancel each other out, and then Kakashi backs off, as he can sense that Naruto is extremely strong. Now, at this point, Naruto is getting serious, and he asks Kakashi if it's okay if they use weapons. Naruto, who hasn't tried out his new staff yet, is curious to use this. At this point, Kakashi nods and says that it's fine, that he should try to kill him. He says this with some caution, and Sasuke comes diving out of the woods at this point and activates the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. At this point in the series, Sasuke is actually about as strong as he is during the Force of Death, which is a big jump, but like I said, his grades went down. He actually was more like Naruto and skipping school and training more. At that point, Sakura is just waiting in the woods for her chance to do something useful. Naruto takes the advantage as Sasuke's Fireball Jutsu and Phoenix Flower Jutsu. This interrupts Kakashi just long enough for Naruto to get that distraction in and get an attack. After this, Naruto actually gets in a good strike. He rushes at Kakashi and then pulls a small bar of bronze, it appears, and pulls it out of his left pocket. He then swings it around and spins it, and as it grows, it begins to grow in length, as it turns into a deadly long golden and bronze scythe. He slashes at Kakashi, and Kakashi's eyes widen as he barely dodges under it. As Kakashi turns to see what happened, a slow-moving burst of air comes slashing out of the scythe, and the tree that was directly behind Kakashi 15 meters away is slashed directly in half cleanly and falls to the ground. Kakashi tells Naruto to put that thing away and that's dangerous. He's wondering if this is some kind of jutsu that he must have learned, a forbidden one. Naruto then folds his scythe back up and puts it in his pocket and says he can just stick to jutsu. Sasuke and Naruto actually team combine against Kakashi, and Naruto gets a finishing blow, and when he uses his wind style, he uses a wind style burst, and then he pretends to throw at Kakashi. Kakashi dodges this, and just as he does that, Naruto then shoots the jutsu behind him, and then puts himself forward in a diving position. He launches at a fast speed, and Sasuke then kicks his feet with his own feet to push him forward as Sasuke gets pushed back. Naruto then dives at full speed and grabs the bell out of under Kakashi's belt. He stands up, dirt on him, and looks at Kakashi. He then holds the bell up and tells him that he passed. Kakashi, smiling and seeing the teamwork, just as Sakura comes out of nowhere trying to take that advantage to snag the other bell. Kakashi blocks this kunai attack and then tells her that was a good try. He tells them that they passed and that he was very proud, especially with Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork. He tells Sakura that she should have probably hopped in when they started working together against him, and they might have actually had a chance at winning. At that point, Sakura blushes and says she's sorry, and the team goes home for that day. Kakashi contemplates about what the heck that scythe was that Naruto used. It seemed oddly godlike. He had no idea what this meant, as it just didn't seem like a normal weapon. Naruto doesn't know it, but it's actually forged of something called celestial bronze, which is the metal of the gods. That was a gift to him as his own weapon from his grandfather Kronos, who was actually about to be sealed away into the higher realms and to join his son. At this point, Naruto goes down, and he goes back to his room in his house and goes down to lay down for bed. As he sleeps, he dreams about the missions to go on as he journeys to become the next Hokage. Hey everybody, it's me, The One Weeb here, back with another episode of one of my newest and also most popular what ifs on my channel, What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Part 1 came out a few hours ago, and I've been working pretty hard to make part 2, so I hope you guys enjoyed this one as well. And let's just get right into it, since the last video went up pretty recently, so we don't really need to have a review of what happened. And let's get right into the story. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more, and continue to support the videos and doing what you did on these past few videos. It's been doing great. Keep doing that, and we're doing great. We're almost at 400 subscribers, so let's get there, weebs. Alright, now let's get right into the video. Naruto, after he wakes up the next day from that exam with Kakashi and the rest of his team, is determining what he should continue doing on from here, as for the rest of that month, he feels like he's not getting anywhere, as the D-rank missions that Kakashi is vigorously putting them on is mostly just them catching cats and helping old ladies across the street. Naruto feels like his abilities are being wasted, and he voices his opinion to the Hokage and says calmly and it's very straightforwardly to the Hokage, Lord Third, these missions aren't up to my skill level. And Kakashi, who also hears this, basically agrees, as he can tell that Naruto's quite powerful, and Sasuke is the same. Lord Third of the village hidden in the leaves, Hiruzen, then tells the team that he'll give them a 1 rank higher mission, just because they asked so nicely. Naruto cheers, and then he smiles happily as Lord Third passes Kakashi the scroll for the Protecting of Tazuna mission. In this mission, they were tasked to protect the bridge builder named Tazuna and get him back to the land of waves. Tazuna comes into the room and sees all of them. He sees Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, and then asks if he seriously expected to be protected by these 3. Then Naruto blitzes forward at almost an instant pace and then staring him in the face and says, "What's that supposed to mean?" He then has a sweat drop down the side of his face and he says nothing. The rest of the Team 7, as well as everyone else in the room, laughs. Naruto laughs, and in his head he thinks that was almost close. He then, along with the rest of his team, walk out of the Hidden Leaf Village. As Naruto walks out of the Leaf Village, he thinks about how this is going to be his first time ever leaving the village, and how he's going to do his best to not be a burden to the rest of his team, and to help Sasuke, as well as Kakashi and Tazuna, to help make sure the mission is a success. At this point, two demon brothers come jumping out of the woods. Kakashi appears to have been killed, and Naruto and Sasuke leap into action. Naruto, before Sasuke even had the chance actually, creates the lightning release, and then with his power, sorry Animax, I love you, uses the lightning stream. He makes the hand seal for lightning release and then says, "Lightning stream." He slams his hand on the ground, and a big trail of lightning begins to spread across the ground, latching onto their feet and pulling them there as they begin to get electrocuted. They pass out from the electrocution and fall to the ground. Sasuke was just about to finish weaving the hand seals for his Phoenix Flower Jutsu before Naruto did that. Really, Naruto? Really have to interrupt me like that? Naruto looks up to Sasuke and says, "Sorry about that, but I didn't think you wanted to take them alone." Then Naruto and Sasuke tie up the demon brothers, and Kakashi comes back out of the woods, saying that they did an excellent job, and that if they continue working like that, then this mission will be nothing like a piece of cake. They all continue walking. Naruto's walking and looking up at the sky, pointing at different clouds, and playing a little game with the rest of his team. "Hey Sakura." "What, Naruto?" "Do you see that cloud right there? Doesn't it kind of look like a horse?" "Yeah, I guess so. If you put its head up in like a different position." Naruto at that point then stops playing the game, and he senses something odd. He then dives to the ground and tells everyone to dive. At this point, a sword comes flying out of overhead and latches into the tree above them. Naruto then looks up and sees the man standing there. It's Zabuza, the demon of the mist. Naruto doesn't know this, but Kakashi does. Kakashi tells Naruto that was a good instinct, and then says for him and everyone to protect Tsunade and get back. Kakashi leaps into battle, and as he and Zabuza get into the fight, and Zabuza uses the executioner blade, Naruto then pulls out his scythe. He pulls the strange cylinder bar out of his pants pocket, and then begins to spin it around and around until it grows into the length and expands into the mighty shining bronze scythe that he's wielded before. He then begins slashing towards Zabuza, and the slashes actually look like they're about to cut Kakashi, and Sasuke and Sakura look scared, and Naruto's eyes remain determined. He then blinks and squeezes the staff hard, and they disappear out of midair. Both of the slashes disappear as they're about to hit Kakashi, go through Kakashi's body, and resurface the slashes, slicing into Zabuza's side. Zabuza screams in pain as there's a deep cut into his left abdomen. Kakashi looks back and can see that Naruto just used that scythe that he has. Then, at that point, Kakashi takes advantage of the situation and begins fighting and using more of Jutsu. He uses a fireball jutsu which burns Zabuza, and then they fall back to the lake. Zabuza uses the water dragon jutsu and is trying to trap Kakashi in it. As soon as Zabuza gets a chance, he finally grabs Kakashi, and with all his strength, he holds him in place, putting him into a grip. He then locks Kakashi in using the water prison jutsu. Kakashi's sitting there, and he can only contemplate about how incompetent he is and how he has to rely on some kids to save him now. Naruto comes out of nowhere. As he comes out of the side, leaping out of the sky, he rushes downward at fast speed, and then he makes a mighty slash at Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widen, and as he does so, something strange happens. Zabuza's head falls off of his shoulders. Naruto actually kills Zabuza in this scenario. Zabuza falls over and dies. His blood passes through, and it falls into the water below. Kakashi falls out of the jutsu and tells Naruto that was amazing. Naruto then folds his scythe away and says he did what he had to save him, Kakashi. At that point, Haku, who's watching from the treetops, can only feel one emotion: rage, wrath, hatred, rage, wrath. And in this form, something strange happens to Haku. But let's get back to our heroes. The heroes of this story, Team 7, Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto all head back to Tasunade's house where Kakashi can rest and relax after that battle. They all have about a week before they head over to the bridge and everyone's fully recovered. At this point, Kakashi still hasn't used the Sharingan yet, and we don't get to see that until now. Out of somewhere, something dark, a shadow forms on the bridge, and Haku, as we know Haku, gets up out of the shadow. And the mask he is wearing isn't the same one as we see in the original. Instead, he has some sort of dark helmet on. As Haku pulls the helmet off of his head, His eyes are red, and Naruto's eyes widen as he senses something he's never sensed before, something similar to his own chakra. Haku, Zabuza. As his mortal body can't handle the wrath of Hades and the rage that Hades is channeling through his mortal form, he blitzes at Naruto, trying to kill his brother's son to piss him off and also to avenge his wife. At this point, Naruto dodges out of the way, uses the scythe and slashes at Haku. Haku turns around and slashes with his hand, causing an ice mirror to reflect the attack. Naruto gets slammed by the attack, and he barely weakens it with some of his wind energy and some of his wind nature. So Kakashi at this point pulls up his headband and activates the Sharingan, wondering what the heck this guy is, what's going on. Naruto and Kakashi help tag team against Haku. Haku's pretty much equal with both of them, and Naruto's about to go down as he has so many cuts, bruises, and wounds. That's when Hades says, "Yes, die! Die, you scum of a brat! Die for what you did!" Naruto has no idea what's going on. Sasuke and Sakura jump into battle to defend him. As Naruto falls to the ground, he wakes up in a cloudy mountain. As he looks around, he sees beautiful hills with people looking beautiful and everything looking happy and nice. As Naruto walks through Mount Olympus, he eventually comes up to the King of the Gods, and this is where he can hear his father. His father tells him, "Naruto, I know that you're on Earth for a reason. I'll always wait for you here, and you always have a place at my side. But you have to wake up now. Your time isn't end, as a shinobi isn't over. Go, save your friends." Naruto then erupts into an awakening. As he opens, his left eye opens, and he has red chakra surrounding his body. As Naruto's eyes open, his left eye is turned blue. He then says, with all of the might of the chakra he's pushed into that eye, the immortal chakra, "Eagle Eye." At that point, Naruto can see it. Naruto's left eye is turned a bright blue and has electricity flowing through it. At this point, Naruto's speed, strength, and pretty much his entire base form has gotten a small buff by 1.5 times. Naruto can't use very long though, and he starts to feel a sizzling in his face, as he can't use this much chakra all concentrated at one place. With his left eye opened and seemingly even way stronger than he was before, Naruto then rushes forward, and he can see it. He can see all of the main chakra hub points. He can't see all the chakra hub streams like the Byakugan, but he can see all of the points themselves. He then, with all of his strength, plus the QB powering him even further, activates it one more time. He pulls his hand back, and then he says, "Air Wind Burst." He slashes his hand forward, and a burst of air stronger than he'd ever seen before pulses forward with electricity mixed into it, slashing Haku as dark energy begins to pulse out of the wound. Hades screams, and he falls to the ground as Haku's beginning to die. He activates the Ice Demon Mirror's jutsu, and Naruto easily slashes out of it. At this point, Naruto begins to feel pain, and he grabs the left side of his face. The lightning in his eye begins to fade, and his eye turns back to normal. "No! Damn it!" Naruto is still in his QB form, but he doesn't have much time left. He can feel it. Naruto then powers up the rest of his chakra he can, and tells Kakashi to protect Sasuke and Sakura. He agrees, and then Naruto says, "Alright, here we go." Lightning Sphere. Naruto pushes both his hands and feet outward and creates a sphere of energy of electricity surrounding him. He then moves around as fast as he can, vibrating the sphere and rushing into all of the mirrors. The mirrors begin to crack and shake, and Haku inside is beginning to get electrocuted. The mirrors shatter, and Naruto rolls on top of Haku. Haku is beginning to get fried from the electricity. Naruto deactivates the jutsu and falls to the ground, his hand on top of Haku's face. He stares into the red eyes and the cold darkness of this non-humanoid form of this, and asks him what it is. All Hades says is that he's gonna get him next time. He then dies, and Haku dies with him, as Haku's body falls flat, and all of the dark energy and dark chakra pulsing out of him falls and goes with him. Naruto's exhausted at this point, and he falls backward to recover. He lays down on the ground for a bit and stares up to the clouds and wonders about that odd dream he had. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura rush over to Naruto to see if he's alright on the ground, and they pick him up and take him back. Tasuno thanks them for everything they did, and that's when Gato's gain arrives. Sasuke smiles and says, "It's finally my turn to do something useful." Sasuke rushes out from the group and then rushes at Gato's gain. He activates his Phoenix Flower Jutsu and burns the entire lot of them, and then throws Gato off the river bridge, telling him that he should stay out of this village forever. He then rushes back to the team and laughs and says that that was the most fun he's had in a long time. He then stops laughing and then thinks about how he has to avenge his clan, and he doesn't have time for fun and games. Naruto sees that his smile just ended, is sad again that Sasuke is hiding himself and doing something out of revenge. Sasuke and Naruto look at each other for a while before they get back to Tasuno's house and recover. Naruto lays down and he passes out for the next 3 days. During those 3 days, Sasuke and Sakura are being taught chakra control on the trees by Kakashi, since Kakashi really didn't do that in this time because they knew he was dead. Kakashi trains all Sasuke and Sakura in chakra control on the trees, and they do very well. Naruto, when he wakes up and learns that they got to learn this, is kind of ticked off and asks Kakashi-sensei why he didn't get the chance. Kakashi then hits him on the head and tells him that he was knocked out, remember? Naruto then says, "Oh yeah," and he says that he'll learn it in a bit, right? Kakashi says he'll teach them when they get back to the Leaf Village. Sasuke holds this over Naruto's head for a good long while and makes fun of him for not being able to walk on trees as he mockingly does so on their way back. Naruto is told by Tasuno and held back and tells him that thank you for protecting him and saving the Land of Waves. He tells him that the bridge will be named after him and honored as the Bridge of Naruto. Naruto then thanks him and rushes off with the team, rushing into the sunset as the rest of Team 7 head back to the Leaf Village. On their way back, Naruto contemplates everything that's happened to this point. How he's gotten that strange package from the academy, how he's graduated the academy and become a genin, and all the missions he's gone on, and his first mission in order to become more of a ninja than he's ever felt before. Naruto, after this, knows that there's so much more waiting for him, and that if he can become the Hokage, then his dream will become true. That he's going to help Sasuke and all of his friends. He's going to make sure that the villagers realize who he is, and that they better believe in him, knowing that he's going to do great things. Once Naruto gets back to the Leaf Village, he walks through the great gates and stretches his arms over his head, yawning loudly and saying that was a good mission. Once they get back to the Hokage's office, Naruto asks if he can come with Kakashi to report what happened in the mission. Kakashi says sure and doesn't see any harm in it. Naruto then walks with Kakashi off towards the Hokage's mansion, while Sasuke goes back over to his house that's been designated for him, and Sakura rushes home to go talk to her parents, who she hasn't seen in a while. Naruto and Kakashi are basically explaining what happened to Lord Third, and about with Demon Zabuza of the Mist, especially what happened with the strange dark chakra from this kid claiming to be avenging Zabuza. Naruto then explains that it felt how it felt and how it felt strange to him. He then told the Lord Third that he was going to go home now and asked if Kakashi could handle the rest. Kakashi agreed and said that he'd see Naruto later. Naruto heads back to his house and lays down in his bed for a while, staring at the ceiling, the blank white ceiling of his, and thinking about how he's hungry. He decides to go get some ramen, and Naruto heads out of his house to go to Ichiraku Ramen. As Naruto heads to Ichiraku's, he then thinks about his strange sight that he has, and how it said from Grandpa on it. He wonders who this person could be, and if he'll ever meet them again, or at all, in fact. Naruto gets to Ichiraku Ramen and orders as usual. Ichiraku then says hey to Naruto and tells him that it's been a while since he's last seen him. Naruto tells him he's sorry and that he's been so busy doing missions and that it's been hard to get over here. He eats his ramen and goes home. The next day, Naruto is walking through the village along with Sasuke and Sakura, contemplating everything that happened and going to the forest to go train. When they're walking around, Konohamaru runs into them and Naruto recognizes the kid as he's never seen him before, but as being the third Hokage's grandson, he's definitely heard of him. As Naruto says hi to Konohamaru, Konohamaru rushes behind them and tells them to protect him. At this point, Kankuro comes charging around the corner and saying that brat ran into him and that he's going to take him. At that point, Naruto puts his hand forward and asks what's wrong. Kankuro then explains in a really hushed and pissed off tone that there was some brat who was while he was minding his own business that ran into him. Naruto then said it was probably meant no harm, and Kankuro said he said that if anyone dared run into them and Gaara, then they die. Naruto thought that this was a little extreme, but continued onward. Naruto walked and Konohamaru hid between them, and Gaara saw them. Naruto looks over and sees Gaara, and he can feel something almost deja vu-like. Naruto is excited to see who this person is, and they go over to try and talk to them. Naruto asks Gaara who he is and why is he doing in the Leaf Village, even though he's a sand shinobi. At this point, Gaara says that they're there for the Chunin exams, and they can tell that he's strong. He then tells them that they'll meet in the Chunin exams, and he can't wait to fight him and kill him. Then, the rest of the sand trio walk away, and Naruto's sitting there standing, wondering what the heck the Chunin exams are. Hello everybody, it's me, that one weeb here, back with another episode for episode 3 of What If Naruto Was a Demigod. You guys have been so receptive to this What If, and if this video is either coming out today when I'm recording it because of the support and getting 100 likes on the last video in a day, which is amazing and it's never happened before. So that's really cool, and my channel just like had a big burst of people come in. So for everyone new here, welcome. People watching who are new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. I think I'm a pretty chill person, and all the subs, everybody's pretty cool. And I just wanted to say, because these videos are super popular, and I've been trying to promote it more, and I really want everyone to see it. I have a Discord server, actually, that is my official Discord server for the channel. There's a link in my About section on my YouTube page if you want to click that, if you have a Discord account, or you can make one. And we basically talk about anime there. There's not too many people there now. I have like 10 people, like 10 of you guys who have clicked that. But if like we got everyone on the channel to like join, it'd be pretty fun, because I'm planning on doing some like live stream and community like recording sessions where I play with you guys, and like we like play video like games like shit like Naruto games, or like we do like Mafia on Discord's chat, or we do like karaoke nights or something. It'd be kind of fun, but I really want us to like have like a cool community together, because the whole reason I started this channel was so I could hang out with other people who are weebs. So yeah, but sorry, just that's my promo for the channel. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video if you want more of these, and let's just get right back into the story. I think you guys really like this one. Naruto is walking away from Gaara and the Sand Trio when something comes out of the corner of his eye. He sees a younger child, someone who looks to be about the age of 8 or 9, running around the corner with dark red hair and blood red eyes. He rushes around the corner and runs right into the back of Gaara and says, "Brother, you can't leave me back there. Come on. Dad said that you should watch over me when we're in this village so I don't get hurt." Naruto turns around and sees that Gaara is looking annoyed. The three siblings then turn around at their younger sibling who was dragged with them, and they sigh annoyingly. Gaara complains about how their dad always forces them to take him everywhere, and how he's such a burden, and that you just kill him now if he didn't get so mad at him. He then drags the brat along a hand and continues to walk. He then continues walking down the opposite path. Naruto thinks about this and then walks away with his team, wondering why he didn't mention about his other younger brother before. Naruto gets to a field where him and the rest sit down and they have lunch. When they're sitting down, they think about the Chunin exams, is what he said, and as if right on cue, Kakashi-sensei comes bursting out of a tree while he's reading his Makeout Paradise and says, "Hey there guys, you ready for something called the Chunin exams that I might have forgotten to tell you about?" Both Sasuke and Naruto say "what?" in a kind of excited and also dull tone, if you can imagine that. Kakashi is basically late and forgot to mention it since they were so busy with the last mission and everything that happened. Kakashi explains to them what the Chunin exams are and how he explains the rank system, that right now they're Genin, which is the lowest rank in the ninja society, where you get paid the least and also you're generally weaker than everyone else. Chunin are the middle in all of ninja society, or they're pretty much the average. Most ninja are Chunin by the time that they're adults, and they stay that way for most of the time, unless you grow and gain more experience to the point where you can become a Jonin, the highest paid ninja rank, who get the highest missions and have the chance of becoming the Hokage one day. Naruto's excited about this and says that he wants to become a Jonin, and can you just skip the Chunin tests? Kakashi smiles and laughs and tells him that if it were only that easy. He then tells Naruto that as an entire team they have to agree if they want to do it or not. Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura all decide on doing it, since Sakura agrees, since both her crushes want to do it, so of course she would try and make them happy that she agrees to do it. They all decide to do the Chunin exams and begin training for the next day. Sasuke trains with Naruto by practicing Naruto's new jutsu, and Naruto helps Sasuke unlock his Sharingan. For the next few days before the Chunin exams start, Naruto helps by pushing his own chakra into Sasuke's eye, and Sasuke forcing his own chakra against Naruto's chakra. It's not even a fair contest, but by doing this, Naruto has helped Sasuke be used to expanding the chakra in his eyes, and by the last day before the Chunin exams, Sasuke has just unlocked his one-tomo Sharingan. At that point, Naruto then says that they can both use their dojutsu, as that's what Naruto calls his. Sasuke activates his Sharingan for a quick spar before the actual Chunin exams, and Naruto activates his Eagle Eye. Naruto says this, and then electricity begins to bubble from his chakra. He forms about half of his chakra into his left eye, which causes a severe strain on his face, but it looks kind of like his veins are popping. Anyway, his eye begins to turn light blue, and electricity begins to sizzle around as the electricity gets faster and the crackling starts to become like a popping noise. Naruto slows it down so the electricity is slower and flows over where the eye is. He practices fighting against Sasuke and what this eye can actually do. Sasuke then asks Naruto why he calls it the Eagle Eye. Naruto actually thinks this is a good question. He then tells Sasuke that he had an odd dream when he had first unlocked this ability back at the Land of Waves. And he was up in the sky, and it seemed as though he was a bird, and that seemed very fitting to this ability, so he decided to name it the Eagle Eye. As well as he explained to Sasuke that he can see these things that he likes to call chakra hubs. Sasuke is interested in this and actually is pretty much able to see them as well. He tells Naruto that their visual prowess must probably be on the same level as the Sharingan, at least at the one-tomo form. And he then explains and asks Naruto if there's perhaps a second or third form, like with the Sharingan having one tomoe, two tomoe, and three tomoe. Naruto doesn't know, but then decides that he could try putting more chakra in his eye. He can't seem to get any more than he already put in there and decides he doesn't want to push it too far or to hurt his vision. Naruto then tries to test how far he can see. He puts his hand over his right eye and then looks out as far as he can. 1 mile. He then asks Sasuke if that's normal for the Sharingan as well. Sasuke says it's not that far. The Sharingan isn't meant to be long range like the Byakugan. It's more like a short range visual jutsu that you can use to copy other jutsus. At that point, Naruto thinks that his jutsu must be similar to the Sharingan and Byakugan, but not quite. He then decides to stop for the day and says he'll work on his Eagle Eye later. Naruto then spends the rest of his time before the Chunin exams training and practicing the hand seals to make the lightning release, as well as the lightning stream and his lightning sphere. Naruto thinks that he's got this under control, and then he decides to do a little bit of studying up on throwing some shuriken, as well as talking to Sasuke and Sakura. The day finally comes, and Naruto heads over to the building that Kakashi had told him would be. Sasuke and Sakura meet up with Naruto, and Sakura's blushing and says that she'll do her best. Sasuke and Naruto just look at her for a minute. They then walk into the building while Sakura's embarrassed. They walk up to the 3rd floor, and then Sasuke and Naruto, as well as Sakura, realize this. Naruto's gained a lot of resistance to Genjutsu ever since opening his eye, the Eagle Eye. It has developed some sort of resistance to Genjutsu inside of him. And due to this, the Genjutsu doesn't affect him, and he basically can see right through it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura push past the Chunin who are trying to mess with them and walk into the room, before Rock Lee and Neji even get there. Once Rock Lee and Neji do get there, they also see through this and push through them into the room. Rock Lee sees Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, and then tells his team, Neji and Tenten, to keep going and that he has something that he wants to talk about. He walks in and then points at Naruto and Sasuke and says that he's going to fight for Sakura's love and that he wants to challenge both of them at the same time. Naruto tells him that's not a really good idea since they're going to an exam right now, and that seems pretty immature. Sasuke doesn't care and goes right into the attack. He throws a Phoenix Flower Jutsu right at Rock Lee's face, and Rock Lee uses his fist to block it. His bandages actually get a little burnt from this as Sasuke's gotten stronger. Naruto rushes in, and then he pulses a little bit of electricity into his hand, just enough to stun Rock Lee and not fry him to death. He then punches Rock Lee with this lightning lariat kind of makeup, mock lariat. He punches Rock Lee, and Rock Lee feels a shiver down his spine as he actually got connected by a hit. He then recovers from the stun and his muscles tightening up and continues fighting. He's contemplating actually opening the first gate because he's getting overwhelmed by Sasuke and Naruto as a tag team. He probably should have only challenged one of them. Guy Sensei comes flying out of nowhere and kicks both Rock Lee, Sasuke, and Naruto in the head with his leg. They all go flying against a wall, and Naruto and Sasuke get up while holding their heads with a little tear coming out of their eye. Rock Lee gets up and says he's sorry, Guy Sensei, and Guy Sensei nods and holds a finger up, and he gives a thumbs up to them and says that it's good because they have youthful energy and joy, but they should be putting that into the exam and not fighting each other. Rock Lee, Sasuke, and Naruto nod, and then they all head into the exam. Naruto sees what's going on inside the room, and he sees all of his fellow Genins sitting down at chairs, including people from his class that he remembers, like Hinata, as well as some other people. Naruto goes and takes his seat where he's designated to, which is conveniently right next to Hinata. When Hinata sees Naruto, she blushes immensely, and she just says, "Hi, Naruto-kun." Naruto pretty much ignores this and says hello to Hinata nicely. He then gets ready for the test. Naruto figures out pretty quickly, actually, that this test isn't about actually knowing the answers. In fact, it's about gathering information like most ninja have to do on missions. Naruto discreetly covers his left side of his face with his hand and activates his lightning release. He pushes the lightning release into his eye, and then his unlock happens. He whispers, "Eagle Eye," and his eagle eye awakens. Naruto internally thinks about how his eagle eye works, and he then uses this to find the chakra hub points in all of the people in that room's fingers while they're writing. He mimics the hand movements and gets the answers for all the questions. He then, finally, gets the last question. Him and the rest of Team 7 all are very confident in their scores, and they pass the exam. Anko comes into the room and says that it's time for all of this test stuff to be over, and it's time to test their real abilities, their combat in-fight ability. Naruto's excited for this and gets out of his chair. Naruto stands and then puts his test down and thanks everyone for coming with. He then tells Sakura and Sasuke and says that they're going to ace this next exam. Naruto walks out of the room and he thinks about this new test and something about the Forest of Death. When Naruto gets there to the forest, he can sense that there's some people with extremely high chakra levels near there. Nothing like similar to what that kid named Haku had, or he thinks that was his name before he died. Naruto then looks at Sasuke and Sakura, and they stand together as a team. Anko passes out the scrolls, and they get an Earth Scroll. The rest of the teams spread out and disapparate into the forest. Once Naruto and his team get to their spot, they rush into the forest, and Anko tells the entire teams to have their good luck and get to the tower. Naruto is rushing through the woods and tells Sasuke and Sakura that he's going to blitz ahead. Naruto activates lightning release around his body, and this boosts his chakra, and he pushes it into his legs. Naruto blitzes forward, and only a streak of blue energy is seen behind him as he continues rushing around. He is running around and runs into the same people who, in the original timeline, knocked out Naruto and took him out and then tied him up while he went to the bathroom. Naruto in this timeline finds them, and then with one strike, he uses a lightning stream and knocks all three of them out. And conveniently, they had a heaven scroll. He picks it up excitedly and rushes back to his group. He then, once he gets there, explains to Sasuke and Sakura what he found. Both of them are extremely excited, and they agree that they should just head to the main tower right away. They all start blitzing towards the main tower, when suddenly, a burst of air, trees, and despair hits Naruto and the rest of the group. Orochimaru, or what we know him to be as the Grass Ninja hiding. Orochimaru dives out of the forest with a giant snake, prepared to eat Naruto. Naruto in this timeline doesn't get eaten, however, and instead, with his quick reaction time, he reaches his hand to his pocket, pulls out his golden and celestial bronze scythe, and begins to spin it. The scythe grows and grows until it becomes the wickedly sharp blade. He slices the snake in two with one strike, and its body and blood corpse all go through the forest, causing blood to stain the trees and grass. Orochimaru looks at this kid, who seems strong, buff, and agile. He looks at Orochimaru, and Naruto and Orochimaru make eye contact for a second. Orochimaru then dives at Sasuke. Sasuke, who's not expecting this, activates his Sharingan at last second and dodges out of the way. Sakura gets hit by Orochimaru's attack, and she goes flying into a tree, knocked out. Sakura is basically falling to the ground when Naruto catches her and lays her down softly. Naruto then blitzes towards Sasuke and Orochimaru, who are fighting. Sasuke uses the fireball jutsu, and it basically bounces off of Orochimaru's attack. Then, Orochimaru wasn't expecting it. Sasuke is intercepted from this fireball attack, and it's reflected back as Naruto uses his wind style that he has and pushes it with an air blast. He slashes the wind in front of him, and a big pulse of air shoots the fireball, which had originally been deflected, back at Orochimaru. Orochimaru is engulfed in flames, and Naruto and Sasuke are victorious. Orochimaru comes from behind the tree as he used a wood block disappearing jutsu. Once he appears out from the substitution jutsu, then Orochimaru rushes at Sasuke, trying to give him the curse mark. At this point, Naruto sees his chance. Orochimaru's neck is extended, and Naruto, with his speed increased, jumps forward. He pulls his scythe back and slashes. Orochimaru's head topples from his shoulders and falls to the ground, blood spooling out of it as his body shakes around. The head grows back on Orochimaru, and he decides to take care of this kid first. He pushes Sasuke back a few hundred meters as Sasuke falls into a tree and then falls to the ground. He asks the kid, who seems to have a lot of lightning release abilities, asks what is his name. Naruto replies and tells him that his name is Naruto Uzumaki, and that he's going to become the Kage of the Village of the Leaves. He then walks towards Orochimaru with a scythe at hand. Orochimaru sees this weapon and wonders what it is, what it's made out of. Its glint and shine is never like anything he's seen before. Orochimaru rushes forward and uses his snake jutsu, going all out as this kid's been too much of a pain in his side ever since they met, and he has to kill him. At this point, Naruto slashes as fast as he can with his scythe, cutting up every single snake into tiny bits. As their bodies fall to the ground and they disappear as Orochimaru's chakra slowly is depleting. At this point, Naruto walks even more calmly forward. He then activates his eagle eye in his left eye. Orochimaru sees this as Naruto's electrical eye pulses into view, and he splits his forehead at Orochimaru, stabbing him in the chest with his scythe. He tells Orochimaru that if he ever attempts to hurt his team or him again, then he'll kill him. Orochimaru is then relieved of Naruto's blade as he pulls it out of his body, and Orochimaru, bleeding out of his chest cavity, falls to the ground, disappearing into the snakes and then falling into the dirt. He failed at getting Sasuke this time, but he'll get him next time when that strong kid isn't around. Naruto then rushes as fast as he can, putting his scythe away and deactivating his eagle eye. He rushes back towards where Sakura and Sasuke are and picks up both of them, not knowing what he's going to do now that both his teammates are knocked out. Naruto rushes into the woods to the same spot where Sakura hit both of her teammates before in the original timeline. This little grove of trees, Naruto places his two teammates in and protects them, waiting for a bit. As he's sitting there, he continues to think about what happened with that guy and how strong he was. That guy couldn't have been a Genin level for sure. Naruto continues to think about this, and he decides that must have been a spy or some sort of enemy ninja village trying to ruin the Chunin exams. But why? At this point, then he sees someone come into view, and wait a minute, what? He sees that kid from before, the one with the dark red hair and the bright red eyes that would claim to be Gaara's younger brother. At this point, Naruto's just confused, as he thought that this kid was 7 or 6 or younger. He didn't understand why someone that young would be in the Chunin exams at all. He then walks out of the grove and decides to save him. He rushes forward, and with his scythe that he just was about to put away, he then slashes at the 3 sound ninja, cutting them and making them pass out from the wounds. As they fall to the ground, he then ties them up to the tree, and this kid's still shaking from fear of him. He then bends over and bends his knee down to the child and asks who he is and how old he is and what's his name. He then explains to him that his name is my name is Blaze Realis. Naruto's confused and wonders if that's even Gaara's last name. He then asks him if he's related to Gaara and the 3 ninja, and that he called him brother before. He then says, oh, that. Well, you see, he then explains to Naruto that, well, Gaara's mother and his father were actually his aunt and uncle. See, the Kage's younger brother, well, had a wife, and she died, and so did his younger brother. He was their son, and he'd been adopted by them after his parents had died. When he was adopted, he became part of the family, and now he goes on missions with them. That doesn't explain to Naruto, however, why he's so young looking and why he's doing the Chunin exams. He tells Naruto that he's actually 12 years old, and just because he's short doesn't mean that he can't do stuff like a real ninja. He huffs and puffs and then tells Naruto he's gonna go and find his siblings and that he'll see him later, and thanks for saving him. He then runs off, and Naruto, not thinking about it at first, realizes after a few minutes that that kid had immortal chakra. He thinks about this and then realizes that it doesn't mean much right now, and that he's probably just off from all the fights he's been taking. As he wanders back to his camp and finds Sakura waking up and Sasuke waking up as well, he breathes a sigh of relief and he runs into another adult person there. As he gets there, he sees Kabuto, that same ninja from before with the long bluish, purplish, blondish hair, who wearing some sort of medical ninjutsu kind of clothes. As he walks in, he sees that he's there and he tells Naruto that he'd helped taking care of them while he'd taken care of those guys. He said that he was actually hoping to get to the middle tower himself and that he was willing to help him out. At that point, Naruto is just confused, but he says that if he agrees to help them and he doesn't betray them, then he won't hurt him. They all decide to band together and head towards the main tower. As Naruto heads towards the main tower, he then thinks about this kid Blaze, and if he's really that young, and what could be going on. From high up in the clouds into the realm of heaven, where Minato, his father, lay, and, well, Zeus, was watching down. Zeus laughs and then looks over to Hephaestus and says, "Hey, look, your son ran into my son down there. Isn't that strange?" Hephaestus laughs and chuckles and says that they would be some very interesting pair. As he turns to Zeus and they watch back into what's going on with the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, while his father above is watching on Naruto's fights, Naruto is busy being caught in genjutsu, as Kabuto had said that there would be traps laying around him. As Naruto picks his way through the grass, trees, and foliage of the forest, he runs into traps of all kinds and has to deactivate them by either slashing through them with his scythe, using his electric and lightning releases as well as his wind release, and just overall making a pain in his neck. Naruto's frustration is only growing and growing as he continues to get closer to the main tower. And then he gets into that genjutsu from the Rain Ninja, which infinitely puts him in the circle. Naruto is tired of this stuff, and he immediately activates his Eagle Eye. He slashes with his scythe, and then breaks through the genjutsu with sheer force of will. He then yells in a booming voice, "Get me out of this stupid genjutsu!" He then, using his power, breaks through the genjutsu by sheer will of force alone, and Kabuto's impressed. He says that Lord Orochimaru is right to have him keep tabs on this kid. He then decides that he'll have to wait for Sasuke to be alone before he and Orochimaru can intercept him. Naruto then sees the Rain Ninja, and then with one good speed, he blitzes forward with his lightning release, and he activates his lightning sphere, catching all of them in one attack and frying them to the point where they're crispy and all blackened from the soot. Naruto then steps back and relaxes, telling his entire team with a smile that they can continue and get to the main tower. Sakura's kind of terrified of this, as Naruto has never really gotten that angry before, except for when they were back in the Land of Waves. Naruto continues to walk forward, slashing any trees that are in his way down and walking on a straight path. He walks in, and just as the entire team arrives, they run into Gaara's group as well as his younger brother, Blaze. As he sees Blaze, he then waves to him and says hi, and Gaara turns to Blaze and asks if he knows who this guy is. Blaze says nothing and just is quiet and says nothing. They then walk away, and Blaze waves at Naruto. Naruto and the rest of his team then get back into the position as they climb the tower and meet Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei explains to them that now that everyone's been there and has made it to the Chunin exam at this stage into the tower, now they'd be doing battle with each other. Naruto's excited as he's been itching for a good fight after that guy with the grass ninja headband. He then is assigned with his attack who he'll be fighting, Kiba. Naruto sighs as he knows that Kiba's nowhere near his level. He'd been hoping to fight someone like Neji Hyuga or Rock Lee, or even Gaara. Then he just hops into the ring as it's his turn, and then he puts away his scythe as he doesn't need it for this guy. As Kiba rushes forward, he turns into his Fang over Fang attack and tells Naruto to not underestimate him. Naruto holds his hand out, and electricity bulges through it. He then pulses the electricity into the spinning torpedo that's going at him and grabs Kiba and his dog, Akamaru, and just pulses electricity through their bodies. They begin to frizzle out as the electricity watts just get higher and higher. They then fall to the ground knocked out, and Naruto calmly walks out of the ring, disappointed. Once he climbs up, he then talks to Kakashi about what he saw in the forest and how no one got hurt, but he explains about that ninja. At that point, Kakashi's eyes widen as they don't see Sasuke anywhere. or Kabuto. They then, Naruto with Kakashi, run downstairs, and into the dark room they see it. Sasuke being bitten on the neck by Orochimaru, as Orochimaru implants on him the heavenly curse mark. At this point, Naruto's eyes widen, as when he sees this marking, it's strange. It's almost like he's seen it before. Naruto shakes his head and then rushes forward and kicks Orochimaru away from Sasuke, telling him to get off and away from his friend. Kabuto, who hasn't been seen yet, rushes into the darkness, and Kakashi can see someone escaping. He knows that there's a spy somewhere in the Leaf Village now, and now that there's someone there, he's going to have some more higher security. He thinks that he and Naruto might actually stand a chance against Orochimaru, but before they have a chance to attack, Orochimaru escapes and says that he'll get them next time. Once he leaves, he then looks back to Naruto and thinks that he might be a good candidate for his body as well. Orochimaru leaves and Naruto picks up Sasuke, hoping that he's alright. Sasuke has this strange mark on his neck and he feels pain and is knocked out. Kakashi picks up Sasuke and says that they can fix him up before his turn. The next few fights turn out the same, with Sakura beating Ino in pretty much the same fashion, and Ino beating Sakura in the same. Them tying, as well as the rest of the matches turning out the same as well. Rock Lee and Gaara's fight's more interesting though, as with Rock Lee going even more all out after having that fight with Sasuke and Naruto, Gaara's getting completely infuriated that he's being touched by such weak, inferior beings, and that his meaning of killing people is nothing if he can't just do this one simple guy in. His brother Blaze is watching in horror as Naruto's insanity begins to show from him being the Jinchuriki of the One Tails. Naruto then is about to step in. At that point, when Guy Sensei is about to step in as well, Naruto sees this as the sand wraps around Rock Lee's leg. Naruto, all he can think in his head as he remembers what happened to Sasuke, and he thinks that he won't freeze up this time. He's not going to let his friend get hurt, even if he's just met him a few hours ago, and he knows that Rock Lee is a good guy. He rushes in at full speed, and a blitz of lightning flashes through the entire room. Naruto appears standing and is holding Rock Lee in his arms. He puts Rock Lee down and is holding his golden scythe in front of him. He looks his cold blue eyes into Gaara's red and tells him that if he tries to hurt against any of his friends, if he tries to hurt them, then he'll have to take him down. Guy Sensei jumps in as well and says that any student shouldn't be destroyed, even if they aren't possessing the power of youth. He then picks up Rock Lee and tells Naruto that to stand down. Gaara comes down from Temari, Conqueror, and Blaze's assistance, and everyone continues on as normal. Neji Hyuga passes against Hinata, and Naruto cheers Hinata on. However, when at this point, when Neji says that hard work will never be able to surpass destiny, and that destiny has its fate for everyone, Naruto slams his hand on the table and looks down at Neji. He tells Neji that even though he didn't have parents and that he didn't have anyone looking out for him, he worked his ass off every day in school. He worked his ass off for 7 years just so he could get strong enough to be better than Sasuke Uchiha, so he could be the best in his class, and he's not going to let someone like that disrespect everything he's worked for. He tells Neji that if they get to fight in the next exam, Naruto pounds his fists together and a big spark of electricity and thunderclap through the room. Then he's going to give him hell. He tells Neji that he'll see him at the battlefield, and that part of the Chunin exams is over. Naruto heads back into town and wraps his scythe away, thinking about everything that's occurred with Orochimaru as he knows now, and Kakashi thankfully sealed Sasuke's curse mark. He's never going to know what happened to him, but he's going to hope that his friend Sasuke is okay. Naruto then gets into a fighting position and begins training by himself with trees. This is when an old man comes out of the woods and appears to be drunk, is walking away, thinking and talking about girls. Naruto is pretty much doing the same training and ignores the old man when the old man comes behind him sober and asks what his name is. Naruto turns and says that his name was Naruto Uzumaki. Then Jiraiya the Toad Sage tells Naruto who he is and that he wants to train him. Naruto's shocked and surprised, and then he agrees as long as he can beat him in a fight. Naruto then challenges Jiraiya to a fight, and the Jiraiya Naruto training arc begins. Hey guys, what's up? It's me, the One Weeb here, back with another episode of What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 4. So, I just want to thank you guys so much for everything. We hit 500 subscribers, by the way, And if you hadn't noticed, which I'm super excited about, I'm so glad that you guys are liking what I'm doing. I'm liking these videos. I was talking with some of y'all in the Discord a little while ago. If anyone else wants to hop in on Discord, I'm always in the Discord in general chat while this is premiering, or while Discord, like while these videos are coming out. So if you have any questions, I have like 30 minutes afterwards where I am working on stuff for that. And if you all want to ask me anything about YouTube, about how I'm doing, you guys just tell me stuff, then feel free, because I'm here for each and every one of you all. And I want you all to feel like I'm your friend, and that's, like, we're all chill. So if anyone wants to, like, hang out, I'm down. But anyway, let's get into what you came here for. And thank you guys again so much for getting to 500 subscribers. Let's go for 1,000 subscribers next. Yeah, anyway, the next part of this, for part 5, probably won't be coming out for a solid minute, because unless, of course, this gets a whole ton of support, because these episodes take me a long time to write, especially because, like, I'm putting even more effort into making these as, like, in-depth, as well as the best videos that you guys will ever, like, can get on my channel, since this is what you guys are, this is like some of your guys' favorite What If series, and I want to keep that and make them the best that I can. So this episode is the last one that I have pre-scripted already, that is all ready. So part 5 I'm going to have to work on for like a day or two, but you can expect that to be coming out eventually as well. For now, I already started What If Naruto Was from Krypton, so feel free to check that out. I've got some cool stuff going on there, as well as I'm working on some other videos, like my other videos I'm working on scripting so that they sound better and more to like the style that I'm going for now. But anyway, thank you so much, and let's get right into the episode. Naruto comes flying into view as he slams his leg at max power with a blitz of lightning coming out from behind directly where Jiraiya's head was. Jiraiya dodges and uses an oil jutsu, causing oil to splurge towards Naruto. Naruto then, who has electricity still over his body, zaps himself and then gets mildly annoyed. He then rushes towards Jiraiya. They've been fighting for a solid hour now and neither one has given up. Jiraiya is laughing at Naruto, and Naruto's veins begin to pop in his forehead as he can't just seem to hit this old man. He told himself that if this guy could defeat him, then he'd let him train him, and he's beginning to think that that was a mistake. As Jiraiya is dodging and weaving through all of Naruto's strikes, then Naruto comes up with a plan. He then realizes he hasn't shown Jiraiya any of his jutsu. If he can just get Jiraiya into a place where he thinks he's won, that's when he'll strike, as he knows that if an enemy is at its weakest, that's when it's the best opportunity to attack. Naruto then lets him himself get hit by Jiraiya. Jiraiya then thrusts an ion sphere at Naruto. As Naruto sees this attack coming, he looks at it and his eyes open wide, and he activates his eagle eye last minute, dodging the attack, as Jiraiya had thought he would dodge it. As the attack goes spiraling past him along with Jiraiya, Jiraiya's hand collapses into the tree, and the entire tree begins to shake as it is sucked into the attack, and then bursts apart into bits. Naruto turns around and screams, "What was that jutsu?" Jiraiya tells him that it was the Ion Sphere, created by the 4th Hokage. Naruto then tells him they shouldn't use such strong attacks against the kid. Jiraiya then leaves himself open. Jiraiya puts his hand up and closes his eye and says he's just that much stronger than Naruto, he guesses. Naruto then takes his opportunity. With body flicker, he instantly teleports right next to Jiraiya and then says, "I got you, old man. You let your guard down, and that was your final mistake. Lightning Sphere!" At that point, he activates the lightning sphere, and then electricity charges around his body as he rises into the air, and the electrons push themselves into the ground and the surrounding area into a circle. Naruto then holds the Jiraiya as he slowly dies. Well, it seems to Naruto that he's dying from all the shaking and violence that the body of Jiraiya is going through. Jiraiya is spitting up blood and is telling him that he wins. Naruto then deactivates his thing and asks him if he had enough. Then Jiraiya disappears. Jiraiya poofs and Naruto realizes it was a shadow clone. He turns around and his eye, the one filled with his energy of the lightning release from the eagle eye, is then punched by Jiraiya as hard as Jiraiya can from his real self, realizing that Naruto actually could have hurt him. Jiraiya then punches Naruto and Naruto goes flying down the side of the hill that they were standing above. Flowers in the grass begin to pull out as the dawn of spring arrives. Naruto then comes crashing down through them as they get crushed before they get to grow all the way. Naruto leaves a trail of dirt and holes in the hill as he is on the very bottom of it, laying flat on his face. He then tells Jiraiya he wins and that he'll let him train him, since he seems to be strong actually. Jiraiya then smiles and asks if he really just doubted the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. When Naruto hears the word Sannin, he asks what the Sannin are. Then Jiraiya explains the three of them. Himself, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Miyaboku, Tsunade of the Slug and the Healing Ninjutsu, and Orochimaru. At this point, Naruto's eyes open and he asks if he's an associate of that damn guy who hurt his friend Sasuke. Then, Jiraiya is curious and asks what happened. He then tells Jiraiya about what happened with Orochimaru and how he bit his friend Sasuke in the neck. He then explains his fight with Orochimaru and how he'd used his weapon on him. Jiraiya is curious and then asks Naruto to see what he's talking about. Naruto then asked Jiraiya if he's sure and that he didn't want to use this on him since he seemed like a nice guy and he didn't want to kill him. Then, Naruto pulls the small golden bar out of his pocket. He begins to spin it, and as he spins it faster and faster, the bronze golden blade rises into its full form of the wickedly sharp scythe that his grandfather had apparently given to him. Naruto looks at Jiraiya and is expecting him to be impressed, and Jiraiya starts laughing. Jiraiya laughs and slaps himself silly, and then tells Naruto that that's funny. Naruto, who's confused, asks what he means, and then he tells him that he could be so much stronger if he tried using, actual jutsu with his chakra instead of just swinging a big sharp object around at people. This pisses Naruto off more and his face goes red and he stomps his foot on the ground. A thunder crash is heard in the distance from the clouds. He tells Jiraiya and points him that he's going to become the Hokage someday and he shouldn't disrespect him that way. Jiraiya stops laughing and smiling and asks what he means by that. He then tells Jiraiya about his dream of becoming the Hokage and how he's training this month so that way he can beat that damn upstart. He talks about Neji Hyuga and Gaara of the Sand. He explains him and these two rivals of his for now, and how Neji disrespects hard work at any chance he has, how he looks at it and spits in it as a face of disgust, thinking that destiny is the only thing that binds someone to their fate. Naruto's hand tightens around the grip of his scythe as he says this. And then there's Gaara. He treats his younger brother Blaze horribly, and there's something else too. He seems to think that only killing people is the only way to live. He looks at Jiraiya and asks if there's anything he can teach him that would benefit Naruto and help him win against these two. Jiraiya then thinks about it and decides that there is one way. Jiraiya tells Naruto to come with him, and Naruto obliges. Naruto follows Jiraiya as they walk further into the mountains away from the Leaf Village. Then, Jiraiya tells Naruto that he's going to teach him something. He pulls out a scroll and says that this is the summoning jutsu for his Toad summons. Naruto then, is excited about actually learning a new jutsu that he hasn't heard about before, tries to touch the scroll. As Naruto's hand reaches towards the Toad scroll, of which he's supposed to sign his handprint to claim, an electric shock strikes him in the scroll and pushes Naruto back. At that point, something falls out of the tree as a bird, a hawk to be precise, flies overhead from a mountain and drops a large blue scroll. As Jiraiya sees this, he grabs it out of the air, and then he recognizes it as Miyato's old summoning scroll. He then is concerned and realizes that something must be going on strange. He hands the scroll to Naruto and says he thinks this is for him. Naruto opens the scroll and he sees one handprint on it. He then sees underneath it Minato Namikaze, and then the next few empty boxes have no one claiming this scroll. Naruto then asks Jiraiya if he can use this scroll, and he thinks that it's meant for him. Jiraiya nods and tells him that they'll helpfully fix it and let him be the summon for the Toad Sages as well someday. Naruto then causes the signing jutsu to create the contract, and he slams his hand onto the scroll. As he does so, something strange happens. An electric charge begins to pulse through the entire scroll, and at that moment, something is coming. Naruto feels a ton of his chakra get drained out of him, and his eyes open wide as a summon begins to form. The smoke forming becomes ever so clearer and clearer until Naruto sees it, and Jiraiya and him hang their mouth open as they see a ginormous blue-scaled, dark-scaled dragon. The dragon roars in rage and electricity pulses across its body. He then turns down and sees Naruto, and he senses Naruto's immortal chakra and laughs, saying that this kid couldn't possibly be a god. Jiraiya is confused as well as Naruto, and they ask the summon what is his name. Me? Tell some puny mortal about my name? As if, I'll tell you my name and even let me be your summon if you can stay on me without dying for one whole day. He then looks down at Naruto, and Naruto accepts the challenge. Naruto activates his eagle eye, causing his strength to increase, and he jumps into the air, using air and pushing himself so he's floating above. He lands on top of the dragon's head and then sits down, telling the dragon to continue on with what he's doing. Then, the dragon flies up into the sky and Jiraiya looks up after the shining blue blitz that just roared into the air. Naruto is actually beginning to feel him lose his grip on the dragon's scales, as his chakra is he's very good at chakra control, but this dragon seems to have some strange ability of nullifying his chakra sticking ability. Naruto asks the dragon if he can use anything. The dragon says he will, and Naruto says he's sorry. He pulls his scythe out and stabs it into one of the dragon's scales. The dragon grunts and asks him if he's trying to hurt him. Then he tells him if he does that stuff again, then he's going to have to kick him off and not be his summon. Naruto apologizes and then puts his scythe away, telling him he was only trying to grab on. Then, the partially broken scale, which is still attached onto the dragon, Naruto uses a handhold and sticks his hand in the hole, holding himself there. For the next 24 hours, Naruto's life is a living hell. Naruto gets flapped back and forth and electrical storms charging all over his body. Naruto's eyes are closed the entire time, and he's basically relying on his own strength to not die. After the stormy night, Naruto returns to the Leaf Village on top of the dragon's head as he flows down. Then, he lands, and he asks Naruto and tells him that due to him summoning him, he just thinks that it should be he who gives him the name that he deserves. Once he gets down, he then looks at the dragon and says that his name will be forever on Tempest. The dragon looks it down and laughs and tells him that that's a very fitting name for him. Naruto smiles and says that he's glad he likes it. The dragon then tells Naruto that from now on, if he needs it to ever summon him, he must only do this. He explains to Naruto to use the lightning release as well as the summoning jutsu, and it will summon him in a great bolt of lightning, and that he shouldn't do this too often, as summoning a creature like him can heavily drain his chakra. Naruto nods and tells him he understands, and then he continues his training with Jiraiya for the Chunin exams. Naruto, after 1 month, comes back to the Leaf Village after training in the mountains with his master Jiraiya. Naruto has mastered a new technique and he's ready to show it. As Naruto walks confidently into the village, he then notices that he's actually gotten a little bit taller and stronger over the past month. He walks into the stadium, and it's his turn soon. Naruto walks into the stadium. As he walks through the great gate, the sunlight streaks through his hair and his eyes, causing them to glimmer like the snow. As Naruto climbs up the stadium, he sits next to his friends, the other Genin, and tells him that he's been training for this very hard, and tells him that he's going to win this whole thing and become a Chunin no matter what. This is only the first step for him to become the Hokage, after all. Naruto then watches the next fight. It comes to the fight between Shikamaru and Temari. Temari uses a wind style, and Shikamaru is using his shadow possession jutsu. Shikamaru tells Temari that using jutsu like that has one major flaw. He then gets her in the shadow possession jutsu and stops her in her tracks. He then walks up to her and then flicks her in the face, her doing the same to him. He then tells Temari that no matter what, even if he could win, it wouldn't be worth it. It would take too much energy. What a drag. He then deactivates the jutsu with the because he was just about to run out of all of his chakra, and Temari beats him with her fan, yelling that he's such an idiot and that he just did that in front of all these people. The Hokage laugh, as well as the third Hokage Hiruzen looks down and sees Naruto cheering and clapping for them. At that point, Gaara is there and Blaze is as well. Blaze is fighting Kabuto, as Kabuto hasn't been discovered yet from when the incident with Kakashi occurred with Sasuke. The next fight is Kabuto and Blaze. Blaze Realis. Naruto thinks in his head as he senses the immortal chakra again. This time he's certain. This kid is a son of someone like him. He's similar to him in some way. Blaze climbs down the side of the wall, and as he gets there, Kabuto feels a difference in the temperature. Blaze looks up and his eyes are even more crimson red than usual today. Heat begins to pulse off of his body, and all the sand in the arena and everywhere, all the dirt begins to become hot and muddy. Kabuto begins to sweat down his face as Blaze stares at him and tells him that he's going to defeat him in this battle and prove to Gaara that he is worth of his time. Then, Blaze rushes forward with full speed, and a trail of flames erupts behind him. Naruto's eyes open wide as he sees these golden red, hot red flames. He then pulls out of his pocket a small iron bar. He spins this just like Naruto does with his scythe, and immediately it begins to grow. Kabuto's eyes wide as he sees the dark silver turn into a mighty warhammer. Then Blaziken, who's holding a warhammer about twice his size, slams the hammer into Kabuto's head, causing him to fall backward and start bleeding out of his skull. He holds his head together and starts using medical ninjutsu. He tells Blaze that he's going to kill him if he does another attack like that. Blaze holds the hammer back and tells him to try his best. He then brings up the heat even higher. Kabuto begins to sweat as their clothes begin to burn. Blaze's clothes himself doesn't begin to burn at all, and he feels fine, in fact, refreshed. He blitzes forward again, and then in his left hand, he pulses a small, tiny flame. He then says, "Jet fuel," as he pulses his hand forward and pushes it at full strength, causing a blast of flame to shoot out of his palm at Kabuto, frying him and roasting him. Kabuto's coughing now and decides he has to go all out against this kid if he wants to not die, let alone win. He then activates his medical ninjutsu and starts cutting at Blaze. Blaze can feel his internal organs are beginning to weaken as he gets cut each time by Kabuto's chakra medical ninjutsu. At this point, he knows he has to go all out as well. He uses all of the fire he has inside of him and then opens his mouth wide. Kabuto has no idea what's going on as he then breathes in deeply. Dragon's roar! He bursts all of the flame he has left that he can muster, and a burst of flame comes roaring out of him and pulsing at Kabuto. As Kabuto sees the flame bursting and roaring as oxygen goes into the energy, he's then engulfed by it and falls to the ground from heat stroke and as well as exhaustion. Blaze raises his hand and warhammer to the air and begins spinning it until it shrinks back to its small form and puts it back in its pocket. Naruto feels for the side of his pocket and feels his own scythe there, and he knows that something strange is going on now. Especially strange. It's Naruto's turn to fight next. As Naruto hops down to the arena, he looks upward, and his eyes make eye contact with his opponent, Neji Hyuga. Naruto's fist tightens, and he tells Neji that, no matter what, he's never going to forgive him for what he said. Hard work will always win over any natural talent someone has. Naruto's own chakra control had been absolute shit since he'd ever started. He knew that he would never become a good ninja, much alone the Hokage, if he had to continue like that. He worked on his chakra control every day at the academy, training harder and harder to become who he is today. He then looks at Neji and tells him he's going to beat that lesson into him. Neji and him walk forward, and Neji says tough words from a short guy. Then Naruto looks down at Neji and says, "Who are you calling short?" Then Neji gets pissed off and tells him that he shouldn't talk to a Hyuga clan member that way, that filthy brat, no parent, not good for nothing. He then, as he activates his Byakugan, he loses. Neji Hyuga coughs blood and spit, as he has no idea what's going on. Nothing. He just sees nothing. All he sees is a blue blitz. Nothing is there. All he can see is a flash, and he gets hit every time. At that point, Naruto's body flicker plus his lightning release together have gotten so strong that Neji Hyuga's Byakugan is unable to track him. In the stands, Hiruzen is amazed as he sees this blue flash, similar to their own Thunder Flash from long ago. At this point, Naruto tells him it's time to finish him off. Neji's on the ground panting, telling him that this doesn't prove anything, and that he was gifted all along, and that destiny had chosen this fate, and that he wouldn't let him win. Neji then uses his full 360-degree defense, 64 palm rotation, and hits Naruto one time. As Neji hits Naruto, his hand burns from the electricity, and Naruto says he's going to pay him for that. Then, Naruto teleports. Then, Neji Hyuga's eyes look up at the last moment as he realizes that it's over. Naruto then shouts in the loudest booming voice he can, pushing every ounce of chakra he can into this attack to prove that he is the superior fighter and will become the Hokage one day. He tells him, "Neji Hyuga, when I become the Hokage, I'll change the way of the Hyuga clan. Ion Sphere!" Naruto then pulls out the Ion Sphere, electrical style. The Ion Sphere has electricity bulging around it, and he condenses the chakra even further, creating the black hole effect of what Jiraiya had shown him before. Jiraiya pushes this into Neji, and Neji's spine and ribs, as well as internal organs, begin to fold on themselves, crushing as he uses all of his chakra to push back against this force. Naruto then deactivates the Ion Sphere as fast as he started, so he doesn't kill him. Then Neji bursts out and is thrown across the arena as he spins and hits the dirt and then eventually crashes into the wall, causing a crack to form along the wall. Neji's knocked out instantly and medical teams are called down. Naruto stands there, electricity pulsing along his left eye with the eagle eye activated, as well as electricity pulsing along the rest of his entire body. Naruto then looks up to the stands and holds a thumbs up towards where he can see the third Hokage. He smiles and tells him that he is going to become the Hokage one day after all, so he might as well not lose this one. Hey guys, it's me, That One Weeb here, back with another episode of What If Naruto Was a Demigod. You guys have been waiting for this very patiently, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate each and every one of you for watching and liking the videos. Continue to do that, and I hope you support all my other videos as well. This part will now come out, so I hope you guys enjoy it, and thanks for giving me time to write it. The next part shouldn't be out for a while, as I have to script 6, 7, and 8, and after that, we'll keep going into the Naruto story, so make sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel for more content from me, and make sure to comment below, how's your day going? The like goal for this video is 100 likes, just like the last couple, and nothing will really happen, but it does encourage me to keep writing the scripts, so I'll keep making these videos. But let's get right into the video. Last time, Naruto had finished defeating Ninja Hyuga. As Naruto deactivates his eagle eye, he looks up to the third Hokage, and he's proud of himself, as well as hoping that the third Hokage is proud of him for seeing that he's strong. The third Hokage smiles and thinks of his father, the fourth Hokage, before he died, and that his flashing and speed reminded him so much of him. Now, the third Hokage is now even more anticipating for the next match, as Sasuke Uchiha, after many minutes, finally arrives with longer black and dark hair. Sasuke slides down the arena, and Naruto gives him a fist bump as he climbs back up. He tells Sasuke good luck against this guy and tells him to go all out if he wants to win. At that point, Sasuke then activates his Sharingan as he starts running down the wall as the match is started immediately. Sasuke then charges up inside of his hand the Chidori, and with his Chidori, Naruto's impressed and can see the lightning style in it. He thinks that Sasuke must have either learned this technique or have created this technique for the purpose of fighting him, since Naruto's known for his lightning style attacks. Then Naruto smiles and asks Kakashi Sensei if he could learn something like that. Then Kakashi, who actually has been wondering about Naruto's dojutsu, says they'll have to try it out sometime. Then, at that point, now Kakashi watches down as his student begins to battle. Sasuke dives in with his Chidori and launches it at Gaara. Gaara uses his sand and deflects the blow, but unknown to him, the Chidori sinks straight through the sand, cutting it like butter. At that point, the Chidori sinks into his sand shell and Gaara begins to get electrocuted. He growls and hisses at the pain, and this makes him even more enraged. He then pulls himself away from the sand and uses it to attack against his opponent, Sasuke. Sasuke then dives back to avoid this critical blow that might have actually killed him, as he keeps getting more blows and throwing kunai at Gaara. As Gaara gets more and more infuriated and angry from the cost of his blood spilling, then he gains even more rage. He then slowly begins to transform into the Sand Beast, known as the One-Tails. As the One-Tailed form begins to grow on Gaara, Naruto activates his eagle eye and can see through it that inside of it there lies Gaara, trapped inside of some animalistic chakra. Naruto then tells Sasuke to get out of there, and as so, a Genjutsu begins to fall in the stadium. Naruto, who easily defends against this Genjutsu, uses his own eagle eye, which is resistant to Genjutsu like the Sharingan, and blocks it out. As Naruto puts even more lightning release into his attack, so that way he doesn't get Genjutsu'd to fall asleep. Sasuke runs after Gaara as Gaara runs and terrorizes through the village on his way into the forest. Naruto says that he'll be right behind Sasuke, but he needs to wake up the rest of the people so that they can help fight and defend the village. He then wakes up the rest of, or if not the most of, the Genin, as well as a few Chunin and Jonin. At that point, Naruto then tells them what's going on with the situation and rushes out of the village. As Naruto's going through the forest, he senses some sand shinobi and can see them through the trees. He dives upward and activates a lightning stream, hitting each and every one of them in one attack. At that point, the attack flows through all of them and they get knocked down and fall to the floor. Then, he rushes forward. Naruto blitzes through the forest at top speed and he makes it to see Sasuke and Gaara battling it out. Sasuke has blood dripping down the left side of his face as Gaara continues to slash at him. Now, immediately, he senses something different emanating off of Sasuke as well as Gaara. He senses a heat beginning to emanate through the forest as well as pulse across the entire land. He turns around and sees Blaze. Blaze had followed him out of the village, and he rushes towards Gaara and Sasuke and tries to knock Gaara out of it. He tells him this isn't him and that they need to stop this now. At that point, Blaze, who had known all about the Konoha Crush plan, hadn't been thinking that his older brother Gaara would have to be forced to be turned into that awful monster that terrorizes him. Blaze uses his heat and tries to melt off Gaara's arm. Gaara sees him and gets even more enraged and tells him that if he doesn't move, he's going to kill him, along with the rest. All he can think about is blood and murder. Naruto charges in, grabs Blaze, and throws him back, telling him that he shouldn't be involved in this. Blaze looks at him and tells him that he knows what he can do, and that he's strong, probably stronger than him. Naruto looks back, and this actually annoys him a little bit, and tells him to prove it. Naruto then pulls his scythe out, and it grows to its full length, as Naruto holds the grip of it. He then, without a missing beat, then pulls out his own hammer, and Blaze and Naruto stare at each other down for a second. Sasuke gets pissed off at this and tells him to help him fight this guy, or unless they're too busy fighting each other. Blaze and Naruto ignore him, and they say that whoever wins is going to get to fight against Gaara. Then, Blaze and Naruto dive into the action. Blaze activates a heat blast and shoots it towards Naruto. Naruto waits until the blast is an inch from his face, and then he disappears out of Blaze's vision. Suddenly, Blaze closes his eyes and listens. All he can hear is the soft trickling of electricity in the background, like a broken light, as the electricity and the electrons can't get it all the way through the generator. At that point, he then hears a sharp zap sound, and he turns around to swing his hammer, when all he sees is an afterimage. Behind him, Naruto's pulling a punch back. He turns around, and just as he is about to see the attack, he phases through it. Naruto teleports back again and slashes his hand in the air 5 times. At that point, electricity charges through these blasts, and they all launch towards Blaze, Realis. Blaze then creates a heat ball that surrounds him and tries to block the electricity. The electricity and flame hit each other, and they can start canceling each other out, causing a burning, smoky scent to go through the entire forest. Blaze activates his natural body heat even to a higher degree, and Naruto can begin to feel the heat emanating from him. His eyes have gotten even more red, and Naruto's eagle eye just gets more bluer and bluer. Naruto then uses a technique that he hadn't thought he needed to use in this battle. He rushes at Blaze, and then just as Blaze and him are about to make contact, he then grabs his scythe, slashes into the ground, and falls underground. He then continues to move underground at fast speed and continues to confuse Blaze as he can't sense him. Naruto did this to avoid the heat that he knew Blaze had, as well as that if he uses this technique, he can take Blaze out of the fight without hurting him. Naruto pops up right behind Blaze, and he immediately feels the burn of his flames. Blaze then turns around with a punch and a swing of his hammer. The hammer smashes into Naruto's arm, and it cracks, and Naruto screams in pain. He then flies backward, and he uses his own scythe to defend against another swing. He cuts with his scythe, and the slash actually pushes Blaze and his hammer back. If he hadn't used his hammer to block, he probably would have lost a head. Then, Blaze charges up the heat even more, and you can begin to see heat waves emanating off his body. Gaara and Sasuke are now fighting at full speed in the background. Sasuke activates his last and final third Chidori for that day, and launches at Gaara, stabbing him in the chest. Gaara begins to bleed out, and as he screams, more sand piles on top of him as he loses consciousness and begins to grow into his final, if not the last final, for the tailed beast form. Naruto tells Blaze that he has to finish this quickly, and activates the lightning release around his eye, and he decides he has to risk it. He pushes lightning release again around his entire body, causing a form of an armor of lightning to surround his body. At this point, his speed and everything has been amped by 2 times, another 0.5 above his normal, just having his eye amplified. He blitzes forward, and Blaze doesn't see anything. All he feels is a sharp jab in his stomach, and he's knocked out. The heat goes down as Naruto deactivates his lightning armor. He then turns around and looks down at Blaze Realis, whose hair and eyes have receded from becoming almost flame-like. He tells him he's sorry, and that the next time they fight, then they'll play fair and square, and he won't use any dirty abilities. He then looks towards the Gaara and Sasuke, Sasuke is pretty much out of his tricks. He tells Naruto that he could use some help right now, and Naruto obliges. Naruto then charges the lightning release again into his entire body, as his muscles tense up in complete agony and pain from coursing the 2,000 joules of energy through them. He then grits his teeth and screams as blood begins to pull out of some of the wounds that he already has. He tells Sasuke he can only use this a few times for a few minutes each, and every time he does it, it hurts him more. He tells Sasuke that he needs to work on this ability, but he thinks it might be enough for now. He then tells him that he has one other trick, and if he has enough chakra left, he might be able to do it. He then bites his finger, and Sasuke sees him using some kind of jutsu. He slams his hand to the ground and says, "Summoning jutsu! Tempest! Dragon of the sky!" At that point, Sasuke's eyes widen as his Sharingan deactivates from chakra loss. And in the place right next to the humongous, already tailed beast form of Gaara, the smoke begins to clear, and on top of its head, there stands Naruto, and directly beneath him, the dark blue scaled dragon with electricity coursing across his body. Naruto tells him that he's almost out of chakra, so he can't keep him here long, and then tells him that in order for them to win this battle, he needed his help. Tempest nods and tells him that he's going to put all of his strength into this attack to try and finish him in one blow. Naruto tells him to not kill the human named Gaara above him, and then tells him that he'll take him out himself. The dragon Tempest then tells him to hurry. Naruto pulls his scythe out from behind him, grabs it, and then rushes at full speed with his lightning armor off and jumps off of his dragon's head. As the summon waits patiently, he flies around, avoiding the blows from the tailed beast. Naruto then comes and falls on top of the head of Gaara in his beast form. He then takes his scythe and slashes at the base of the head, cutting Gaara out of and jumping with him on top of the head of Tempest. As the Jinchuriki of the sand is passed out, the tailed beast Shukaku still remains. He then tells Tempest to do it now. Tempest then charges all of his chakra into this attack. He then says, with everything in a loud bursting roar that across thunderclouds across the entire nation could hear, he screams, "Sky Dragon, Lightning Roar!" At that point, an electric roar of power as well as chakra comes flowing out of his throat and exploding out into the air. As the electricity is a higher degree than Naruto has ever felt before, his hair and every cloth in the vicinity gets completely filled with electricity and electrons. Naruto's hair is standing at spiky on edge, and as the lightning hits into Shukaku is beginning to get fried as the electricity begins to knock him out from the pain. He's completely stunned, and the Shukaku form begins to fall to the ground and turn back into sand. At that point, Naruto says congratulations to Tempest on his first win and tells him he did a great job. Tempest then says that Naruto's about to fall out of chakra and he needs to prepare to hit the ground. Naruto says, "What?" And just as he does so, Tempest disappears into a cloud of smoke, and he falls to the ground with Gaara. As Gaara's passed out, Naruto thinks about how much alike they are, with having strange abilities and being some of the strongest in their village, needing to find a purpose in life. He looks at Sasuke, and Sasuke looks back with absolute amazement, as Sakura and the rest of the Genin had arrived at that point, watching the finale of Naruto's great battle. As Naruto falls to the ground, he sees a blaze Realis laying against the tree, looking ticked off as he's ever seen him before, his eyes flaming and smoldering. He looks at Naruto and tells him that the next time they meet again, he's going to fight him and beat him. He tells him this, and that's for certain. He also tells Naruto that if he had hurt his brother Gaara, then he would have had to kill him himself. Naruto smiled at this idea, and then Blaze looks at him and tells him he's serious. Naruto says, "Oh," and then they all head back to the Leaf Village. As Naruto heads back to the Leaf Village, he then sees and can sense some chakra slowly fading as the third Kage uses the Reaper Death Seal to seal away Orochimaru's arms. At that point, Naruto, who's made it back, almost passes out as he walks into the village, Sakura and Sasuke holding him up. As they walk in, they see that the battle between the Sand Shinobi as well as the Leaf are still going on, and they lay Naruto down in his house and tell him that they'll be back after the battle's over. Naruto passes out, and he remembers before he passes out seeing a strange man with blonde hair looking down at him and telling him he did an amazing job, and that he'll continue to watch him in the future. The man smiled as he grasped Naruto's face, and Naruto could only feel a light touch of air. He then completely passes out, and Naruto sleeps for a long time. Naruto wakes up and the village is quiet, and there's many dead people in the streets, and the Jonin and Chunin that have survived the attack of Konoha Crush are currently cleaning up everything as well as helping everyone who's been affected. The Sand Shinobi were then kicked back to to their own village in the land of Wind, where Naruto then says that he'll see Blaze again someday. Again, far off, we pan out of the Leaf Village. Standing atop the third Hokage's head, there stands... who is it? No one but Hades himself. The dark-haired man stands there and thinks that if only his son Madara Uchiha had been there to see this great destruction of the leaf. Hades laughs as he looks down and can sense Naruto's weak chakra. He then tells him that he wouldn't want to kill such a weak fly himself before he's at full strength to battle him. He then jumps down into the leaf and strolls through, taking all the souls with him, unable for the mortals to see him as Hades, with his immortal chakra wearing the helmet of darkness again, is completely invisible. Hades then walks out of the Leaf Village, and as he does so, he then smiles, telling Naruto that they'll meet again soon. At that point, a dark curtain falls over the Leaf Village, and now they have to rebuild, again searching for the new Hokage. Last time Naruto had gotten back to the village hidden in the leaves after his fight with Gaara using Tempest, as he was basically knocked out, and now he's awakened a few days later, passed out in the hospital bed. As the entire village has basically been cleaned up, there were a lot of casualties, and the village has severely been weakened in power, causing everyone to be having more missions, so there was a lot less people in the village than usual. At this point, Jiraiya comes into the room as he had just sensed Naruto awakening, and asks him if he's ready to go on their mission. Naruto's curious about this and asks what's up. Jiraiya then tells him that their mission is to find the next Hokage. Naruto leaps out of bed and asks Jiraiya if he's serious. Jiraiya nods and tells him the entire story. As Jiraiya was talking to the elders, they had asked if he would like to become the next Hokage. Jiraiya, who has his own social intelligence, has to make sure to continue to be a spy as well as to keep an eye on the other nations for the Leaf. So he declined this, and he said that he would find Tsunade and that she would be the perfect Hokage, as her grandfather was the Hokage at some point anyway. So this would be the perfect chance for her to take her mantle. At this point, Jiraiya then finds Naruto and walks into the room where he explained all of this. Naruto, who's just gotten to the end of the story, then tells Jiraiya he's excited to go and that he's ready right now. He then jumps up and down and twists, showing that to Jiraiya that his wounds are completely healed. He then walks with Jiraiya as they run out of the building. Naruto feels even more invigorated than usual, especially today. And as he leaves the village, as they walk out the front gate, Jiraiya smiles and tells him that he has some other practice of a jutsu that he wants to teach Naruto while they're gone. As they're walking along the road, Naruto asks Jiraiya, his master, what this jutsu might be. Jiraiya explains to Naruto that he's already taught him the last month how to do the summoning jutsu, which he had used to summon that blue dragon of his, as well as to use the Ion Sphere. Naruto recalls this and then tells Jiraiya the three properties of the Ion Sphere: rotation, gravitation, and shape modeling. With chakra, this is pretty much impossible for someone unless they have either intense chakra control or a large amount of chakra. This technique was created by the fourth Hokage, unknown to Naruto, his father, and was basically made for people with immortal chakra like him. Jiraiya is able to use it due to his high chakra levels, but even then he can only use about one per day. He then tells Naruto that there's another version of the Ion Sphere, which is not using the nature release of electricity and lightning release. Naruto then asks what it's called, and Jiraiya smiles, telling him that this version is a little bit simpler for him to understand, but he thinks that this technique he'll use a lot more as it takes a lot less of his chakra. He shows it to him and he forms the Rasengan. He then tells Naruto that before the fourth Hokage passed away during the Kyuubi attack, he created these two techniques and frequently combined and used both of them. He then explains how the Ion Sphere, as Naruto already knows, suctions using gravitational by condensing high chakra into one single point at the center of a sphere. This then sucks up anything with mass into it and pulls it tightly, very much similar to what the fourth Hokage called a black hole. At this point, it then, after the energy of the chakra runs out, it then reverberates the energy that put into it, which would cause a large rubber bending effect, creating the energy and making it stronger. The Rasengan, on the other hand, was created to be using chakra on a smaller level. In the Rasengan, it uses the rotation aspect, the shaping aspect, and the power aspect. However, it doesn't have gravitational, which causes a lot less chakra strain, as well as making it easier to use. He then shows Naruto the Rasengan and tells him that he's going to learn this jutsu. Naruto's ecstatic about this, and he decides that he's going to work hard to master this jutsu. On the first day of walking, he then forms the Ion Sphere and asks Jiraiya how he should change it. Jiraiya then explains to him that the Ion Sphere, how it works is it actually, well, compared to the Rasengan, the Ion Sphere has a gravitational pull effect. The Rasengan doesn't have such an ability, which means that you just have to take the ability of the Ion Sphere, remove the gravitational effect, and then replace that with more spherical power, as well as put more chakra into it. Naruto listens to this closely for a while, and then he puts some thought into it. Then, in about 20 or 30 minutes, Naruto closes his eyes and focuses on his inside of his chakra pool. He then opens his eyes suddenly, and a Rasengan forms in his right hand. Jiraiya is amazed that he mastered it so quickly, after it took the 4th Hokage years to master this technique. At that point, Naruto shows Jiraiya this and asks if this is the Rasengan, correctly made. Jiraiya nods and tells him he did an excellent job, and that they're actually almost where they might suspect Tsunade to be. As they continue to walk on the road towards the village, where the gambling town, Jiraiya and Naruto we pan out from as we zoom in towards Tsunade. There stands Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who has failed at this point at a few things, is now looking for Tsunade to fix his arms for him. He's finally got into a meeting with her, and Kabuto's there, and he demands and says that if she fixes his arms for him, then he'll revive her younger brother and her lover for her. Tsunade grits her teeth as she looks at Orochimaru and his scarred, purple, rotting flesh. She turns away and thinks about the blood and what happened to her fallen comrades in battle during the war, as well as the two people closest to her that were held most dear to her heart. Tsunade tells Orochimaru she'll need time to think about it, and Orochimaru nods. He and Kabuto then leave, and Tsunade walks back to the village. There, when she gets back, she sees, well, she sees a person with a red cloak and another person wearing an orange jumpsuit. As they walk in there, she sees the older man and the child, and she instantly recognizes Jiraiya. She walks into the bar where they were and sits down. She then begins to drink, and Jiraiya eventually comes over. From Jiraiya's point of view, we then pan back into them as they walk towards Tsunade. Jiraiya sits down and orders a fresh sake from the bar on double, and the faster they can, the higher their tip. Naruto then asks if he can have a sake too. As Naruto's taller and again looks more like an adult in this timeline, similar to like how Itachi looked, like in the original Naruto, not Shippuden. They actually were about to get it, and then Jiraiya slaps his arm and tells him that he's too young to drink yet. Then she laughs, and the waitress goes away to go and get their drinks. Naruto kicks his feet up and makes a bit of a pouting sound. Tsunade is kind of annoyed at this and then asks Jiraiya what he wants. Jiraiya tells her that the third Kage is dead. Her eyes open wide as he explains to her what happened with Orochimaru and how the third Kage, their teacher, he sacrificed everything to take those arms away from him. Tsunade says nothing about what Orochimaru had offered her, and then continues on with what she was going to keep doing. She just drinks and drinks and drinks, and she continues to insult the Hokage position, making fun of how the Hokage, including the 4th and 3rd, were nothing but failures, and how they wasted their entire life working on nothing that would ever succeed. She continues drolling on and on about this until Naruto gets fed up and he stands up calmly with electricity flowing through his eyes. He looks at her with his eagle eye activated in his left eye from just annoyance and rage of this woman who dares to insult the Hokage position. He then tells her that his name is Naruto Uzumaki and that he's going to become the Hokage of the village when he leaves one day, and she shouldn't disrespect the position of the Hokage so much. The Hokage protects everyone, and he's the first one to take a step forward so that their comrades don't have to worry about them. They're the strongest shinobi. He then challenges her and tells her that if he wins, then she has to come back to the village and take that seat of Hokage. She then laughs as Tsunade walks out and tells him that if he can even land one hit on her, then she'll give him this necklace. She opens up a bit of her shirt and pulls up the necklace from her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. She then shows it to him and tells him that this is the first Hokage's necklace, and if the position means so much to him, then she guesses she'll let him have this if she can even land a hit on her. Tsunade then starts this, taking it seriously as she doesn't want anyone to die from the cursed necklace again. As Naruto gets in position, she's then surprised to see that he actually deactivates his evil eye. He then tells her that she can make the first move. At that point, Tsunade rushes forward, telling him that was a pretty cocky thing to say, and as her fist at full strength is about to fly into Naruto's face, immediately a zapping sound is heard and he disappears, teleporting. First instinct is to duck to the ground, as Naruto comes in with a sweeping kick. He then screams, "Cloud Rush!" and behind him, he pulls with his hand and uses chakra. He extends his chakra up as high as he can, grabs the last wisp of a cloud, and pulls the entire cloud to the ground, causing a foggy sort of mimicry of the hidden mist jutsu that he had seen Zabuza use back in the Land of Waves. Once Tsunade is completely engulfed in the cloud, he then begins to activate his lightning release over his body, creating the lightning armor that he had used against Gaara. The pain in his muscles begins to build up, just like it did before, and he grunts in pain, which alerts Tsunade to where his position is. She dives at him and, with her kick sweeping, hits the ground, causing the earth to crack. At that point, Naruto, who's doing his best to not scream from the amount of pain that the lightning is coursing through his body, blitzes forward with the lightning release and charges lightning into his left hand. Ion Sphere. He activates the Ion Sphere and thrusts it forward with the lightning release all around it. As it's about to hit Tsunade, Tsunade then pushes herself forward so she can avoid this attack, as the Ion Sphere clashes into the ground, causing it to absorb the ground and force it back, creating a miniature explosion and crater. Naruto looks up as electricity is pulsing across his body. She looks at him and then realizes who he is. She looks at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is sitting there watching with a stone-cold face. This is the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto. She then dives out of the way as another lightning-fast attack blitzes at her. He tells her that there's one move that she definitely won't be able to block. Then, as he does this, he then pushes his hand into the ground, and as he does so, he then says, lightning release, lightning stream, as he pushes the electricity all through his body outwards into a large river of lightning, as it courses towards her as fast as a dragon arcs through the sky. Tsunade blocks with her hands up as the lightning begins to arch across her body. She begins to feel the sizzling of the lightning release as it begins to try and push its way into her skin as well as to attack her and damage her as much as possible. To her surprise, however, Naruto deactivates this jutsu, and immediately he appears behind her with, what? What is that? She just sees electricity coursing through a mimicked shape of Naruto. Naruto has his hands up in the sign similar to trying to imitate a lightning bolt with his fingers. He then smiles and tells her about his new jutsu. Lightning clone style, Rasengan. As the lightning clone, who has electricity pulses through its body, forms a Rasengan in its hand that, with the chakra that Naruto gave it then thrusts the Rasengan into Tsunade, causing her to gag a bit as the pain of the spinning, rotating ball of power hits her. Tsunade goes flying back and hits the ground hard. She gets up and has blood trickling down the side of her head. As Naruto gets back into a fighting position, Tsunade stops and throws the necklace at him, telling him that it's no point in fighting anymore. She then looks at Jiraiya and tells him that he shouldn't have taught him these kind of jutsus. Jiraiya then smiles and laughs and tells her that most of those he hadn't actually taught him. The Ion Sphere and Rasengan were the only jutsu that he used in that fight that he actually had learned from him. She's shocked that this brat, this genin, is so skilled already. He's probably on the level of Jonin or higher. At that point, Naruto then leaves with the necklace and tells her that she should become the Hokage, as being the Hokage is an honor of none like any can be. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become something greater than yourself. He walks with Jiraiya as they walk away, and then Jiraiya says that they'll be waiting for her outside the village tomorrow. At that point, then, Tsunade thinks about her decision with Orochimaru, and the next day she heads over to meet Kabuto and Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Naruto, who Naruto sends a lightning clone as well, spy on several different sides, with the lightning clone watching and preparing to dive in if it needs to attack or defend. Suddenly, Tsunade then slaps Orochimaru across the face, and Orochimaru and Kabuto prepare to fight. She tells him that she will never do that, even if it was possible that she could have her brother as well as her lover back. There's no way that that's even a kind of jutsu exists. She then summons, at that point, her slug. At this point, she summons her using her summoning jutsu, and Jiraiya and Naruto hop in. Naruto's lightning clone blitzes in and self-destructs, causing a burst of lightning to explode over Orochimaru and Kabuto, shaking them and stunning them for a second. Naruto hops in and begins to pull out the small bar of iron, silver, and gold that shimmers in the light, made of celestial steel. He begins to spin it harder and faster, and the bronze silver scythe begins to grow into its full strength. As he pulls his scythe out, he has both hands in it, holding it in the style. He's using the wind style now, and begins to push this chakra over the entire scythe. He then swipes with his scythe, causing a large burst of a slash to explode across the arena where they're fighting. Immediately, Kabuto then rushes into the fight, trying to defend his master, Orochimaru. He begins to use medical ninjutsu against his opponent, Tsunade, while Naruto dives in with Jiraiya against Orochimaru. He then asks Jiraiya if he's ready, and Jiraiya nods. They then slam their hands into the ground and both say, "Summoning Jutsu!" At that point, Gamabunta is summoned, as well as Orochimaru, who summons his snake, Enya. And then Naruto summons his own. He puts his hands together to form chakra, and then he slams his hand to the ground and says, "Summon! Blue Dragon Summon!" At that point, the summoning jutsu activates, and above him, standing on his head, Jiraiya is standing on top of Gamabunta, while Naruto stands atop of his dragon, Tempest. As Tempest looks down at the other two summons, he then asks Naruto what he wants him to do. Take out both of them or just one? Naruto says to avoid the frog and to fight that snake. Then, if it's possible, we have to take out that guy on the ground. Then, Tempest agrees and nods. He then tells Naruto to help the other one fighting, and that he can handle taking care of the snake with the help of the toad. At that point, the dragon flies into the air and begins to prepare for its long-range attack, while Gamabunta is going in with his sword. Jiraiya nods and tells Naruto thanks for the assistance. Naruto jumps down, and as he's about to land, he activates Wind Release. At that point, with Wind Release, he pushes his hand into the ground, and a ball of energy of the Wind Chakra pushes him up to avoid him having any damage from the fall. He dives into the fight that Kabuto is almost about to win against Tsunade, and blocks a lightning release. At that point, he shoves his lightning stream against Kabuto, pushing him back into the dirt wall. At that point, Kabuto is in pain already, and then tells him that he's going to go all out. Kabuto goes all out against Naruto and begins fighting with Taijutsu, Naruto blocking and parrying every turn. At this point, Naruto's almost out of his entire mortal chakra supply from, his side of being a Uzumaki. He then activates his immortal chakra unknowingly, and a blue, almost golden light begins to emancipate around him. As the aura of this begins to show, Kabuto and the rest of the fighters there can't see it, but Minato up in the heavenly realms can sense this. He gazes down and sees Naruto with two eyes activated. Naruto has unlocked the two eagle eye form, and at this point, electricity is pulsing over his entire body. His pain has gone away as the immortal chakra continuously heals him as fast as he's taking damage. Naruto knows he can't use his power for long, and he only has about 30 seconds left. He then puts all of the immortal chakra he can into his right hand and forms the Ion Sphere, causing a giant Ion Sphere to form. He then rushes at Kabuto, using a lightning clone to distract him, and then as he teleports behind him with his immense speed, he slams the Ion Sphere into Kabuto and says, "Black Hole!" At that point, the entirety of Kabuto is sucked inside of the black hole, and you hear a loud crunching sound as Kabuto screams. The entire attack then releases, and an explosion can be heard across the entire valley. At that point, the entire area is filled with electricity as thunder claps over. Kabuto goes spiraling out of the attack as he rams into that same boulder where the Rasengan had hit him in the original. Naruto stands in front of Tsunade, and Tsunade sees in him the strength of both the people in her life that are most important to her. She tells Naruto that she earned this and begins to heal him. She then tells him that she'll come back to become the Hokage, at least until he can take over someday. Naruto smiles and then looks at her and tells him that Kabuto's out. Now we need to take care of Orochimaru. She nods and summons her, summoning the slug. At that point, she begins to activate her true power, and as she goes all out against Orochimaru is beginning to get pushed back. He then says it's time to leave, and he dives off his snakes, desummoning Enya, grabs Kabuto, and then using body flicker jutsu, he then leaves the area. As Naruto begins to pass out from the pain, he then falls into a deep sleep and has a flashback. He remembers this power that he just used from a few weeks ago, but he had blacked out afterwards, and now his memories have finally resurfaced. As Naruto is back in that same hotel room, he hears the knock on the door again, and as he walks over to open it, there stands Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame. Naruto is fighting for his life, and he's about to run out of all of his chakra when Sasuke comes. Naruto yells at Sasuke to get away, and these two are too strong. He can't handle them. Sasuke is then taken and in his throat by Itachi. Itachi's about to kill him. Naruto, with no choice left, falls into a rage. At that point, lightning fault covers his entire body as a crown of electricity forms over his head. At that point, his mind has gone blank, and all he can think about is one thing: destruction. He then, at this point, as he remembers, pushes his hand forward, and a big beam of electricity begins to form out of it. At that point, it launches forward at light speed, hitting Kisame and Itachi, causing them to have a hole in the left side of their intestines. At that point, Sasuke falls to the ground in horror as he sees Naruto in this lightning god state. As his lightning god mode isn't going to last much longer, he has 10 seconds. In that last point, he then charges both his hands together and forms them similar to the Vegeta's final flash from Dragon Ball. He then pushes all of the lightning release he can into this last attack and strikes. Then Itachi, with the last of his chakra, uses the Raven Jutsu and escapes along with Kisame. Kisame tries to block this as he's escaping with Samehara, and some of the chakra gets inside of Samehara. Samehara begins to get warm, and he then releases the electricity with a large explosion, as he didn't think that any chakra could overwhelm Samehara like that. Then Naruto calms down as the Nine-Tails chakra was just about to go through his body and give him even more power. Naruto falls to the ground and Jiraiya comes back to find the entire hotel in disarray. Sasuke is terrified from what just happened to Naruto, and as Sasuke is shaking Naruto and Jiraiya comes in, Naruto then remembers what happened and wakes up. He tells Jiraiya that he remembers what happened when he was fighting Itachi as well as Kisame. Jiraiya tells him that that's not important right now and that he can tell him later. As of right now, however, we have bigger problems to deal with. As they turn over, they see Kabuto's left arm gone, as above them, he sees his dragon Tempest, his summon. Tempest flies down and lands with a large burst of air and a small crater in the ground. He tells his master Naruto and explains to him that just as they are about to escape, he used his own jutsu and he disassembled the one named Kabuto's arm from his body. He doesn't think that they'll be able to do anything much useful with his medical and jutsu now. Then, Naruto nods and tells me that he did a great job. He then deactivates his summoning jutsu and Tempest returns to his mountain. At that point, Naruto lays back as Tsunade begins to work on healing him. Jiraiya and Tsunade take Naruto back to the village, and after a few days he recovers and they begin to head out of the village. Naruto explains to Jiraiya what happened with his battle against Kisame and Itachi, and how he thinks he has a lot more power that he can get onto. He just needs to work even harder than he ever has before. Jiraiya nods and smiles, and then takes his hand and puts it on Naruto's head, shaking his hair and ruffling it a little bit. He then says, You will get stronger, Naruto. What's up, everybody? It's me, That One Weep here, back with another episode of a Naruto What If that you guys seem to really enjoy and keep coming back to watch. So thank you guys for that. And that's What If Naruto Was a Demigod. This is part 7, and part 8 will be coming out as well. So just for your information. So there'll be 5 episodes airing today when I'm posting these, and I put a lot of work into making these, so I hope you guys enjoy them. I've been getting this ready for the 1,000 sub special. Thank you guys so much for staying with me all this time, and for those of you who have been here since the beginning, thank you as well. I just want to let you guys know now, since this is like the big thing, to make sure to definitely join my Discord server. I will be putting the Discord server link in all of the videos for these 5 for the special for 1,000 subscribers. Make sure to click on it and join so you can become part further into the Weeb subscriber squad and hop in. So we got lots of stuff going on. We got music channels. We got all these different teams and things. Please make sure to go and do that. I have a moderator. Who's really good. He's been working on that, so thanks to him, as well as my Discord manager. That's been going really well, as well as you guys for continuing to enjoy and support me. So thank you guys so much for 1,000 subscribers, and let's get right into part 7 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. As you guys remember last time, in the last part that I aired yesterday, Naruto at this point now is on his way back with Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as a few other things that occurred. As when Naruto summoned his dragon, Kabuto in this timeline lost one of his arms. We aren't sure yet of which arm he lost, or if it was his main arm or what, as we haven't really gotten into that. However, we do know that the next Hokage is going to be named soon. So let's get right back to that. As Tsunade, Naruto, and Jiraiya enter the village, Tsunade then is instructed to go to the hospital where she's going to hopefully be able to fix Kakashi and Sasuke after the incident with Itachi and Kisame returning to the village to intimidate Danzo and show him after being gone for so long. At that point, Naruto rushes into the hospital to see his friends, and he then is waiting for Tsunade impatiently. This is the most childish Naruto's almost ever acted, as he's been waiting for this for a long time now, and he doesn't want any of his friends to get hurt. He then is filled with joy as he sees Tsunade start to work on them. He leaves the room as instructed by the nurses and waits. After a few hours, Sasuke and Kakashi are awoken, and they then have Naruto come talk to them. Naruto asks if they're okay and asks his Kakashi sensei as well as Sasuke how they're doing. Sasuke smiles and puts a thumbs up, says that he's ready for anything. Naruto smiles and laughs and tells him that he's ready for anything too. He then turns to his other master, Kakashi, as well as Jiraiya, and then tells them that he's so glad that both of them are okay, especially after what's been happening and what's going on. At this point, Sasuke then gets up and says he's going to go train and see how his body's been doing after that long rest due to Itachi. Sasuke's been thinking about Itachi more and more recently and about what he did to the clan. At this point, Sasuke is working out, doing push-ups and sit-ups on the ground, when suddenly he can feel a presence. At this point, you may be thinking that this is the sound 4 from Orochimaru. As I mentioned, Kabuto's arm was sliced off, but as you may not have realized, if you listen to the previous parts all the way through, Hades is actually the father of Madara Uchiha, which is why Madara actually is a demigod in this timeline. At this point, he turns around as Sasuke senses a dark presence, and as he turns, he sees a man standing there with dark black hair falling down the sides of his face. As he looks down, his eyes are cold and fill Sasuke with a sense of winter and darkness. This man is Hades. Hades looks down at Sasuke as Sasuke looks to what he's holding. In the right hand of his, he's holding Blaze Realis. No, Sasuke realizes who this is and remembers him from the Chunin exams. As Sasuke asks what he's doing with Blaze, he can't get another word out. As soon as he asks that question, he's knocked out instantly by the fear that is used by the dark helmet from Hades. Hades then deactivates his helmet's ability and picks up Sasuke, throwing him into the bag along with Blaze. He now says 2 down, 1 to go. As Hades begins to collect all of the bloodlines needed in order to resurrect a certain someone or something. Hades begins to search for one of the last other few that he needs. He already has gathered the son of Hephaestus, the creator and work craftsman. He's captured a descendant of his own son, Sasuke, who has his own blood in him. And now he's searching for his brother's son, as well as he needs 2 more after that. At that point, Hades then senses Naruto, and his chakra has gone up tremendously. He decides that he'll have to take him out last and teleports away. Naruto feels the loss in chakra immediately as Sasuke disappears off the area, as well as the senses that something dark had just fallen over the Leaf Village and quickly disappeared. He tells Kakashi and Jiraiya that something happened to Sasuke, and they run outside to see that Sasuke is nowhere to be seen. At this point, unknown to Naruto, Hades is beginning a ritual from long ago to revive a certain important someone in his life. At this point, he then begins to travel northwest. As he heads there, he then sees the village in the Land of Lightning. Once he gets there, he sees the Cloud Village and Cloud Ninja walking around in the area. He then begins to surface of the area and survey where he should find the other demigod that he knows exists in this world, where he needs their immortal blood. He can't take it from their direct parentage, as well as if it has too much of the immortal chakra in it, as well as it would overpower the ritual and destroy it, causing it to fail. At this point, Hades then finds her. As he walks through the village, he then sees B and disappears quickly. B and the Kage are walking around, as well as his bro, as they're talking about what's going on at the Cloud Village, as well as just hanging out in general. He can sense some sort of animalistic energy in that one, but decides he's not his target. As he continues to walk, he then suddenly sees her. There she stands, Hara. There she is, Hara. the daughter of Poseidon, his third brother. At that point, he then sneaks up behind her with his shadow walk. As he has the two other demigods in his grasp, he then, firmly with his hand, grasps her around the face and shoves her into the bag, knocking her out instantly with the darkness of his helmet. At that point, he then teleports away, and the Kage senses a disturbance. He then thinks nothing of it and continues on with his day. At that point, the Hades is now searching for the last two. He already knows where Naruto is, the son of Zeus. He might be difficult to catch, and then he has to search for one more. As he continues to search across the land for this person, a certain someone is enlightening him to some facts. Zetsu appears relatively close to where Hades is and tells Hades that he knows who he is. Lord Hades, it's been so long since I've last laid eyes on you. It's been ages since you've been to the mortal world, hasn't it? At that point, Zetsu then tells Hades exactly what he needs to know. The last person that he needs in order to complete his entire summoning ritual that he knows he's working on. He then pulls out a picture and shows him. And there, standing in the picture, is Tsunade. Unknown to him, he had not known that Tsunade was actually the daughter of a relatively unknown goddess known as Hestia. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, the last healing goddess he had needed, and the most important, arguably, to the ritual. He then smiles and laughs as he thinks that he was so lucky to have 3 of the ninja required in order to actually complete the ritual, all in the Leaf Village. He then, using his darkness, teleports away, and Zetsu laughs as he crumples up the paper and puts it away, knowing that deep inside, this was actually going to benefit his plan even more to revive his mother, Kaguya. Zetsu then teleports away, informing Obito and telling Madara, aka Obito, about what's going on. Obito laughs and says this is going to get pretty interesting. Orochimaru at this point is about to send the sound 4 when Hades, his chakra just is appearing all over Orochimaru's base. Hades appears with Sasuke and the other 4 in his sack. He has, at this point, Sasuke, Realis, as well as Hara. Orochimaru sees these 3 ninja inside of Hades' dark prison. He then asks him what he's doing with all of those, especially Sasuke. He asks Hades if Sasuke can be his. Hades denies him and tells him that he actually is in need of this child for his own purposes, and tells Orochimaru he actually has a different need for him. He asks Orochimaru if he knows anything about Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes widen as he's then informed that Tsunade is going to be missing permanently. As Hades then heads back to the Leaf Village, unknowing that Tsunade actually was there, he then senses Tsunade as well as Naruto standing inside of the hospital. Suddenly, Naruto senses a quick burst of energy. He grabs Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi and pulls them out of the way with his lightning release, exploding out of the area and sitting in the forest. Hades appears and then looks at Naruto. Naruto sees him and he senses him and he realizes who he was. You're the same person who took over that kid named Haku back in the Land of Waves. Hades laughs and tells him he remembered that single sliver of his chakra fighting him. He tells Naruto he's pathetic that back then, and he hopes he's gotten stronger now. Naruto's fist begin to ball up, and he tells them that his friends are in there as he sees Sasuke and Realis, as well as some strange girl he's never met. He tells him to put Blaze and Sasuke down, or he's going to take them from him by force. Hades then laughs as he says he's better come get him from him. At that point, Naruto turns around just to see the shadow clone. Hades had created a shadow clone who'd use his helmet to teleport behind him and Tsunade. He attempts to grab Naruto and Tsunade barely is able to dodge. Naruto gets out of the way instantly of his teleportation of how fast he is, and then Tsunade is grabbed by the shadow clone and pulled back inside of the dark prison by Hades. Tsunade begins pounding on the side of it as the darkness begins to fill her eyes and she slowly passes out. Jiraiya and Kakashi are shocked at this and begin to try and fight with Naruto against Hades. Hades then laughs and says that if he really wants to save his friends, he'll have to come down and save them himself. Then, Hades steps on the ground and sinks into the earth, disappearing. At this point, Naruto rushes over to where he was and begins to dig with his hands and nails, screaming, "No, this can't be it." He then begins pounding the ground with his fists as fast as he can, blood beginning to grow on his knuckles as the wounds open in them. Jiraiya grabs his fist as he pulls it back and tells him to stop. The entire area is basically destroyed with trees and a large crater surrounding them. Naruto's crying at this point, and rain begins to fall over the village as he screams a lion's roar and he shouts. He then begins punching the earth again with his other fist, and Jiraiya and Kakashi stop him as he sits there crying. He then tells them that he has to save them, and he asks if Jiraiya might know anything about this Hades guy. Jiraiya has no idea. He tells Naruto that there was something off about him though. His chakra felt weird. At that point, something strange happened, and a bolt of lightning came crashing out of the sky. At this point, inside of Naruto's head, he can hear something. A man with blonde hair is talking to him. It's Zeus, as we know, and Naruto listens to what he's saying. He tells him to head towards the cave where the current Geto statue is being held by the Akatsuki. Underneath the statue, there lies the entrance to the underworld, where Hades has your friends in his dark palace. Naruto then fades from the vision and tells Jiraiya and Kakashi where they are. He tells them he's going to save them no matter what, and at that point he tells them and they agree. Jiraiya and Kakashi nod and say that they'll go with him. Naruto then says that they're going to need a bigger team in order to take that guy down, as he's way too strong. At that point, Naruto then stands up as he walks over back into the Leaf Village. He then begins to assess a team. The team for not the Sasuke retrieval mission, but the Sasuke, Blaze, Hara, and Tsunade retrieval mission from the underworld. We're all here, Naruto proclaims as he and the rest of his team get ready to go and reclaim their friends from Hades. Hey guys, welcome back. It's me, Don Weeb here, back with another part for, if you guys were just here in the last premiere, What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 8, and also the finale for the What If Naruto Was a Demigod series for this part. If you guys are ready for, you know, what's going to happen in this What If, I hope you guys enjoy, as well as there's going to be a part coming out right after this finale for What If Naruto, for all of since this is the end of part 1, for the end of the part 1 of Naruto where he's a kid, and I'll be having a special episode that'll cover the 3-year gap between Shippuden and Naruto, and what goes on in there is I have some custom stuff that I've written for that, which will be its own, like, series, like, in between Naruto, so I'm calling that, like, the middle of Naruto, kind of. So if you guys want to watch that, then I hope you guys enjoyed this series, and I'm going to continue making it. Shippuden's going to be crazy. There's going to be some really cool, interesting stuff that happens. I hope you guys support this What If with everything you've got. Make sure to join the Discord server, like, and comment, and I hope everyone's happy with me. We hit 1,000 subscribers yesterday, and it's just going great. So thank you guys so much, and let's get right into the What If. Naruto says we're ready, as he and his team stand tall. Him, Neji Hyuga, as well as Jiraiya, Kakashi, and everyone from the original Sasuke retrieval arc is there. As they were low on Jonin, they only have Jiraiya and Kakashi, but they think that'll cover it. As the rest of the Genin swallow their pride as well as their fear, they then follow Naruto, as Naruto believes he knows where this is talking about. Jiraiya understands as well and says that they have to head towards the Sand Village. At this point, for the next 3 days, Naruto then charges up with lightning release and activates it, causing him to run faster. The rest of the entire team try to keep up as best as they can and tell him to slow down. Naruto doesn't have time and says that if they won't speed up, then he'll have to bring them with him. He then uses wind release and falls behind for a bit. At this point, he makes 5 different lightning clones who all pick up all of their team. At this point, he then says that this is too slow. They have a day left. He asks Jiraiya if he thinks that he'll be able to recover his chakra on the way. Jiraiya doesn't understand what he's meaning until at that point Naruto forms a summoning jutsu. He summons the blue dragon Tempest and asks him if he can take them over to the Sand Village. There's somewhere they need to be in order to save their friends. Tempest agrees and tells everyone to hop on. The entire team jump on top of Naruto's dragon as they fly towards the Sand Village, way faster on pace than they ever would have made it before. At this point, we zoom down to the underworld. As the red and darkness begin to fill the entire screen, you can see that Hades is impatiently waiting in his throne for his last sacrifice before he can finally bring Persephone back to him. Demeter, that damn goddess, had stolen her and taken her back to the heavenly realms from him by breaking his deal. At that point, now he had to get his revenge, so he was going to permanently summon her down there and use his chakra in order to make her summon of his. But in order to do that, he needed the power of other gods, and he knew they wouldn't agree with his plan, as they were always antagonizing him and forcing him to be the bad guy. He's annoyed as he's waiting for his big older brother Zeus's son to come and try and save his friends, which he would inevitably be defeated by the god. At that point, Naruto on his dragon continues to fly towards the Sand Village. As they finally near the cave entrance, they all jump down and begin to walk through the desert. As they finally make it towards the entrance of the cave, the Akatsuki are in there actually. Obito as well as Zetsu sense this and quickly use Kamui to escape. At this point, Kakashi senses something weird when a weird disappearance of chakra and thinks it might be Hades. At this point, they run inside and they see that the Geto statue is there, which then slowly begins to warp and disappear. Kakashi thinks about this for a second, but then decides that it's no big deal. The rest of the team then jump in, as they see inside the middle, underneath the statue where the Geto statue had been waiting, there lied a dark portal. In this portal of inky black and murk, Sasuke is waiting for him. Naruto then steps forward and says that he'll go first. Everyone tells him no, and Jiraiya puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him it's his responsibility. Naruto looks back at his master, Jiraiya, as well as Kakashi, and tells him that his bond with Sasuke, he won't let it be broken by anyone, nor of Blaze, and he has to save his friends. And he has to save Granny too, so she can become the Hokage and keep through of her word, just like she said. At this point, Naruto takes a step into the darkness and begins to sink through. He then tells them that he'll come back through the portal if nothing goes wrong. At this point, he begins to sink through the portal and he activates his scythe, pulling it out and beginning to spin it longer and longer, flowing his chakra through to make it stronger. He sits with his scythe as he enters the dark portal, as his friends see him enter. A few minutes later, they're all waiting, sitting on the ground, sweating. At this point, they then see something rising from the pit. At this point, a golden scythe sticks out of the ground, and they all jump down. The entire team sinks through the floor, and they see Naruto standing there holding the scythe above his head. The scythe, he had actually thrown it through the portals, and it was sinking back down again. As it falls, he grabs it out of the air and tells them that they're going to need some help to get back up there with probably shadow clones or some clone of some kind. They all agree as they walk into the environment and take in what's going on. Souls are everywhere. As they walk around the area, they then can see shinobi from across the entire nations as they're slowly filing in line, as well as people from everywhere, people dying every day, just re-entering the line into the holy undead for their afterlives. As Naruto and his team push through, they then see the front gate, the dark obsidian abyss of the gate into Hades' kingdom. At this point, Naruto then says they don't have time to ring the doorbell. He pulls his scythe back into a mighty axe swing and slices his blade down with full strength. At this point, a thin slice of air begins to push out of his scythe, and the entire gate slices in half, opening. The souls who are there are disgusted as well as amazed at this power, and Naruto stands up in his full glory. Lightning begins to course across his body, unknown to Naruto. As Naruto walks through the gate, he seals his fate and what's going to happen to his friends. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the rest of his team continue to walk through. Choji and Shikamaru are distracted by what's going on, and Shikamaru says this is crazy. If there really is an underworld or an afterlife, then this is ridiculous. Shikamaru is analyzing everything, and his brain just can't handle what's going on. He thinks it's such a drag that this is what the actual afterlife looks like when you die. At this point, they finally get to him. As Naruto nears, he hears a growling sound. Naruto and Kakashi, and as well as the whole team, look up, and there stands Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Kakashi looks up and then realizes something. This is a dog. He summons his dog using his dog summoning jutsu, and his hounds appear. The ninja hounds appear, and they begin to play with Cerberus and distract him. Kakashi then decides that this would make an excellent summon, and begins to form the contract with Cerberus. He breaks the contract that Cerberus has with Hades, and then forms a contract of his own, using Naruto's scythe to cut out Hades, which for some reason works unknown to them. At this point, he then has Cerberus as his own summon, and Kakashi's impressed with this. He then desummons Cerberus as he goes back to where Cerberus came from, deep in Tartarus. At this point, Naruto continues to walk forward, along with his team. Kakashi's waiting behind, though, as he has to make sure that the summoning jutsu is working and everything's going right. Hades feels a sudden chain link inside of him break as Cerberus is gone. He thinks that Naruto must have killed his dog, and this pisses him off more as he grinds the top of his sea with his hand, crushing it. At this point, his eyes begin to turn red as souls of the dead begin to erupt around him. He calms down after his advisor instructs him, and they all go back into the ground. At this point, a loud crashing sound is heard through the entire hall. Boom, boom, boom. As Naruto walks, a loud booming sound that can be heard across the entire hallway. Naruto then kicks the door open, and with a loud squeaking and cracking sound, the old mahogany wood cracks open. Naruto walks in the front and center with Jiraiya at his side, as well as the rest of his team. Electricity begins to flow across the entirety of him, and his normal blue electricity begins to change as he sees Hades, causing his hand to grip around his scythe tighter than it ever had before. At this point, electricity unknown to him begins to form around his body. Golden light begins to form around Naruto as his hair begins to lift slightly, as well as his eyes become a more piercing, deeper blue. Unknown to him, he's just combined his mortal chakra and immortal chakra, as well as something else is beginning to emerge from deep within him. He then asks Hades where his friends are. Hades then laughs and points, and there, as the light begins to emerge from the ceiling, as the dark sun holding above the entire nether realm, he sees his friends laying in a pool of blood. Naruto then says, "What did you do to them?" "Hades!" as he rushes forward with his scythe and then slices at the man, who he knows now to be the man called Hades. And then at this point, he keeps slashing with his scythe faster and faster, blitzing towards Hades. Hades laughs and blocks with his own weapon. He pulls his helmet out and headbutts the scythe, causing it to vibrate, and Naruto's hands causing his teeth to jitter. At this point, Naruto then pushes all his chakra into his body. His body begins to have a golden glow emanating all around it. Jiraiya is shocked and begins to help Naruto in the battle. Naruto with his scythe pierced against Hades' hand, then tells Jiraiya to save his friends. Jiraiya and the rest of the team then rush towards Sasuke and their other sacrifices. They pick up them, and as they run away, Hades screams no, and the skeletons of the undead begin to rise. The entire team forms into formation, and just as they're beginning to get overwhelmed, Jiraiya then fights harder than he ever had before. Rasengan! He thrusts his Rasengan into the army of the undead, crushing almost 100 soldiers. Neji Hyuga begins to use his spinning techniques as well as the 32 strike palm, as well as Shikamaru using the shadow possession jutsu to make them fight each other. Everyone's doing marvelous, and Naruto's no exception. Naruto is head deep in a battle of Hades. Hades then headbutts Naruto with his helmet on, causing Naruto to feel fear coursing throughout his entire body of none he'd never felt before. At this point, as he's falling into the darkness, then he sees a hand. Outstretched toward him is Sasuke Uchiha, the one who had always been superior to him in his eyes, who he had to catch up to, his friend, Sasuke. He won't let him down. He won't let this bond of theirs. A string forms between their hands, and as it begins to shatter, Naruto uses his other hand and grasps it, forcing electricity through it to force them to become one again. At this point, Sasuke and his mind and Naruto become one and merge together. Now, at this point, Hades is getting overpowered, and the electricity begins to course through Naruto, turning more and more golden as blue and the golden light begin to mix. At this point, his scythe is beginning to become overloaded with chakra, and as it does so, it begins to turn even more gold and shining. Then, Naruto unlocks it. For the first time in his life, he's become so angry and full of rage. He hasn't had the power to save his friends. He doesn't have the power to do anything. He needs it. At that point, the Kyuubi, who's been sleeping this entire time, is finally awakened. Kurama awakens with his full might, and after not having to help for so long due to Naruto's competence, he decides he'll give Naruto more chakra than he thinks he probably needs. He gives chakra enough to Naruto to the point where he unlocks the two-tailed state. As Naruto begins to grow in chakra from the Kyuubi, he then realizes that his immortal chakra, which he now seems to realize is similar to Hades, and his mortal chakra are being mixed in again with a third chakra, the animalistic chakra of the tailed beast. Hades' eyes open wider as he sees what's going on, and he screams in pain as the Kyuubi begins to overflow all of Naruto. Naruto's hair begins to grow jet black spikes in between the gold and blue electricity flowing through him. He then pushes harder as his veins begin to pop out of his arms, as Naruto screams in an animalistic voice that he's never had before, a loud booming voice of thunder and crashing. He then summons, with all of his strength, a lightning bolt. He forces his scythe forward and pushes all the lightning release he can into it, causing that same power that he had formed against Itachi Uchiha and Kisame from the last battle a few weeks ago to form. He then screams, "Ion Sphere! Lightning Bolt!" He then shoots a lightning bolt forward at Hades. Hades takes the full impact of the blow, and as he shivers on the ground, jolting and shivering, he begins to scream in pain. Naruto then stands up, breathing in and out heavily. At this point, he then hears laughing. Hades begins to laugh vigorously, and he just keeps laughing and laughing. He stands up, looks at his nephew, and then says, "Is that all you've got, nephew?" Naruto's eyes open wide as Hades then socks Naruto across the face, causing him to fly into the wall. Jiraiya and the rest of the team scream Naruto, and Naruto falls into a dark sleep. At this point, he then sees the Kyuubi. He then asks, he needs more chakra from him. The Kyuubi says for this one time alone, he's going to work with him, but there's a deal he has to follow. The Kyuubi then says if he releases him from this cage, then he'll allow him to use his chakra fully and won't disturb him as he's proven that he's strong enough. Kurama in this timeline has seen all of the endeavors Naruto had done with his own power, and he understands that Naruto, if he had this ability, would definitely be able to win against Hades. He'll only give it to him this one time, however. Naruto, using his scythe that he still has in his dream, is able to cut through the seal of the fourth Hokage, his father, who had known that with an immortal weapon he would be able to. He slices through it, and as the cage opens, the Kyuubi smiles and tells Naruto that he thanks him for being there and for him taking such good care of his body, as well as knowing that he was always strong enough to protect both of them. Then, the Kyuubi fills Naruto, and in the background, Minato, or Zeus in this timeline, says he'll lend him some of his power as well. A lightning bolt of brighter and more maximum power than you could ever have seen before flows into the underworld and hits Naruto at the same time. At this point, Naruto is then in KCM 1 mode. As KCM 1 mode completely goes over Naruto, his skin and face turn golden, and he has the same markings on his chest as well. This time, a few lightning bolts are intertwined, and the Kyuubi chakra form begins to change. As the KCM form begins to change into a darker blue from the electricity coursing through all over his body, Naruto's muscles begin to scream in pain, as he's never had this much power in his body before. He then knows he can't keep up this power for long, and then he activates Eagle Eye in both of his eyes, raising his strength even higher. At this point, he then tells him, "Hades, I don't care what you do, I don't care where you go, but it's over now. I won't let you." He then teleports forward faster than Hades could even see. "Hurt my friends." At this point, Naruto summons the Ion Sphere, and as Hades summons the darkness in his right hand, creating a black hole, Naruto then uses the Ion Sphere and creates his own. Black hole! Lightning style! Hades slams his dark sphere into Naruto's attack, and as they clash, a bright light begins to fall over the entire underworld. Hades and Naruto stand side by side looking at each other, and Naruto tells him that it's been a long time and that he understands what's going on now. Hades looks at him and asks if his nephew truly knows what's happening. Naruto looks up and tells him that his dad is your brother, correct? Hades nods and says that his father's name is Zeus and that he's the god of the skies. Naruto smiles and looks at him and tells him that he'd always known, that somewhere deep inside of him, he'd always felt that the sky was the one place where he could be free. The birds were something that he would always look to, and just as he does so, he then, in the dream, begins to morph into a bird. As he flies away and Hades sinks into an ebb of darkness as it turns into light. Hades' complete corporeal form and entire energy is then forced out of the underworld, as Hades' dark form is then completely stripped of him. Hades' chakra and dark negative emotions are completely pulled out of him as his body falls to the ground. As Naruto can kill an actual god, he then suddenly knows that Hades is gone. Hades' actual mental state, as well as his form, has been sent to the heavenly realms, where he's now being judged by the other gods for his actions he's taken on Earth. At this point, Naruto stands over Hades' body and then deactivates his scythe, as the rest of the energy from the Kyuubi begins to wear down, and the Kyuubi goes back into its seal. Naruto then reseals it with the last of his strength as his godly power begins to flow and fade. All the skeletons of the rest of the team, including Jiraiya, we're facing now disappear and turn to dust. The entire underworld begins to change in some sort of way, and unknown to Naruto, Persephone would come back. After his team leaves and Sasuke as well as the rest of Blaze as well as the rest of the demigods are finally freed back to the real world. As they climb up and climb through the portal, they then wave as Naruto turns around and sees his mom. His mom Kushina, as well as the lady Amaterasu Shinso, are watching him with pride, and Kushina tells him that she's so proud of him, and that his father is watching over him every day. She then kisses Naruto on the forehead as Naruto sees her form disappear into light. Naruto climbs up through the dark portal into the real world, and as he gets there, he then looks to his friends and thanks them for everything they've done for him. Jiraiya smiles and laughs and tells him that that's what bonds are for, and that's what it means to be a ninja. Naruto then takes a break for a few weeks. Naruto goes and lays down in his bed, and he just relaxes and thinks about what happened in that battle. At that point, he then sees Sasuke come into the room, and he laughs as he looks at Naruto and asks what's going on. Naruto smiles and tells Sasuke that it all worked out, right? Sasuke smiles and nods, and then says that if he hadn't come to save him, he probably would have been killed. Sasuke then frowns and thinks about this. Sasuke then looks at Naruto and says that he wants to ask him something. Naruto walks off Sasuke, and Sasuke says that they need to leave the village for a little bit. Naruto asks why, and Sasuke says it's just important. Come with me. Later that night, both Sasuke and Naruto leave the village. As they walk for hours and hours, Kakashi notices that the two are gone, as well as Jiraiya, and he wonders where they're going. Knowing Naruto, though, they'll be back soon. At this point, Sasuke and Naruto begin to reach the final valley. As we know, at this point, Sasuke still has the curse mark from Orochimaru, and he has felt the desire to go to him. After Naruto saved him, though, and he'd seen the power that Naruto had gained, as well as the power that was just right next to them in their front door, he was considering if he should actually go with two Orochimarus or not. But this was the final test. He needed to know, was Naruto stronger than him? Could he have stopped Hades if he just tried a little harder? If he'd worked on his Sharingan, if he'd worked harder, would he have been able to beat Hades? Would he have been able to beat his brother Itachi? As Naruto then stands on top of Hashirama Senju's statue and Sasuke stands on Madara Uchiha's statue, they then look at each other across the final valley. Sasuke tells Naruto he knows what he's been through and that it's time for them to finish this at last. Sasuke then dives at Naruto and tells him, "If you can beat me, Naruto, I won't leave the village. If you can win, I will not go to the Sound Village to obtain power to defeat Itachi. However, if you lose," he looks at Naruto, "I won't see you again, and you can consider our bond permanently broken." Naruto then looks at him and his veins begin to pop. He then tells Sasuke as he blocks his attack that he thinks that he went through all the trouble of saving him from Hades just to let him be taken by Orochimaru. He doesn't think so. He then grabs Sasuke's arm and throws him into the pool of water down below. At this point, Sasuke begins to fall underneath the water, and he thinks about what happened during the Hades battle and how useless he was. Useless. 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 And a vision of Sakura pops into his head. Useless. Useless. Sasuke then activates his Sharingan at 3 Tomoe, and blood begins to actually pour inside of him. As he then recalls what Hades had told him, he was a descendant of Madara Uchiha, the son of Hades. At this point, Sasuke then gets out of the water, and he then lets the rage fuel him as it never had before. Hades, back in the underworld of his wife, Persephone, happy now that Demeter has finally returned what was mine to him, senses something happening in the mortal world, and can see Sasuke Uchiha summoning his power. He laughs and says, "Why not? I owe that kid, that damn Demi-God, a good beating anyway." Sasuke then receives it all at once. Naruto senses this and is worried. Is Hades causing trouble again? Then, remembering that he had been judged by the gods, no, he shouldn't think that this is some god intervening in the power of the mortal world. This is Sasuke. Sasuke's revolution against him and the Leaf Village to prove to himself that he's a strong shinobi. He dives at Sasuke and screams, "Sasuke!" Sasuke screams, "Naruto!" and activates his Chidori. At this point, then Naruto activates his Ion Sphere and they clash. The Chidori and Ion Sphere clash together as he enters his third curse mark state, combined with Hades' chakra against Naruto, who's severely weakened after the battle that took him a lot out of him. Naruto is in the one-tailed Kibi state at this point, relying on both Eagle Eyes as well. As he pushes forward with his Ion Sphere against this Sasuke, he pushes harder than he ever had before, and Sasuke and him both go flying back into the walls of the final valley. At this point, Sasuke is crying and is laying on the ground, pounding his fist into it. He looks up at Naruto, who's standing there with his eagle eye, that damn dojutsu. He looks down at Sasuke and reaches his hand to him. Sasuke reaches up and then slaps Naruto's hand out of his face. As he looks up, he then feels an intense rage that he had never felt before, as the godly chakra inside of him begins to reawaken a power that he and Itachi never thought he would have at such a young age. At this point, Sasuke looks up, and deep into Naruto's eyes, Naruto is shocked as there stands Sasuke Uchiha, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. As Sasuke wields the Mangekyo Sharingan, he then activates the Amaterasu, using his own type of power. He then activates against Naruto. As the Amaterasu is about to burn against Naruto alive, he feels something warm inside of him. He feels his mother's chakra. He then realizes that his mom, Kushina Uzumaki, might have actually been related to Lady Amaterasu herself. He deactivates the Amaterasu with ease, and then Sasuke and him get back into the fight. Now Sasuke is proving a far greater challenge to him, and he's considering using his scythe. As he pulls it out, Sasuke throws a kunai at his hand, pushing it out of his hand. Sasuke and Naruto begin to fight harder than they ever could before. Clash for clash, power for power, jutsu for jutsu. Sasuke then activates with all of his immortal chakra that Hades has lended him left. He activates the Susanoo against Naruto. Naruto then pulls all of his immortal chakra that he's recovered after the short amount of time that he has had time to rest, and pushes it into himself, forming the lightning armor around his body. Sasuke and Naruto form one last Rasengan for Naruto and one last Chidori in Sasuke's hand. As they fly towards each other, Naruto and Sasuke look each other in the eyes, and Naruto thinks about all that he's sacrificed for Sasuke, everything he's done for him, how close they were as friends, and how they were going to keep getting stronger together. Sasuke, who has the third curse mark, the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, is losing chakra fast. He's pushing more energy into the Chidori than he ever had before, and at this point, someone saves him. There he is, Orochimaru, who sensed the power coming out of the chakra of this field, then finally rushes in with all Sound 4 as well as Kimimaro. They see Naruto there and they have to take him out to retrieve Sasuke. He sees Sasuke has unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan and is even more excited. They then reach into battle as Orochimaru as well as all the Sound 4 ninja plus Kimimaro against Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto's shocked as he sees all of them fighting with Sasuke to push him away. At this point, Naruto screams no as the Chidori and Rasengan clash along with the power boosted to Sasuke from his future master. Orochimaru laughs and cackles with glee as Sasuke knows that this battle is over. As Naruto is enveloped in the entire attack, he's then blasted out of the final valley into the sky. Naruto is completely knocked out as he lands in a forest, and a few villagers find him and pick him up. There he lands in a certain unknown place where he doesn't know where he is compared to the Leaf Village anymore. Sasuke Uchiha then leaves with Orochimaru and the rest of the Sound Ninja as he looks back one last time and thanks Naruto for saving him, and that he's going to avenge him as well as defeat Itachi with this power that he's helped him given. Naruto wakes up a few minutes later, and as he looks there, he looks around to see... He sees other people in some strange sort of jungle. As he walks around, gets up, they then tell him to lay back down and that he just came out of the sky and that he was marvelously injured. There was a hole in his chest. It seems to have fixed itself, though, strangely. He then realizes that these people don't have chakra. As he looks around, he realizes that this is a normal village and they're not ninja. He then passes back out into sleep and thinks about his battle of Sasuke and Hades. He thinks about Jiraiya and all the people he just failed by not saving Sasuke. Damn it. Damn it. Naruto wakes up after a few days and finally gets back to the Leaf Village. Kakashi and Jiraiya are waiting, and when Sasuke isn't there, Naruto just cries. He tells them everything that happened with Hades' chakra fueling him, as well as Sasuke going with Orochimaru and being helped by him. We see Sasuke's point of view as Sasuke tells Naruto in his head that he's sorry, but he needs this power. He knows that Naruto would have beaten him without the strength of the others that had helped him. He then tightens his fists together as he realizes that, again, he couldn't sever the bonds that he needed in order to win. He couldn't win alone. He looks and he grits his teeth thinking, Naruto, next time we meet, Naruto and Sasuke both think this at the same time. I'll win, fair and square, for sure. Hey guys, it's me, the Unweeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 9. This will be the first episode of the mini-series I'll be doing between Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. So I hope you guys enjoy it. This will probably be 3 parts. 1 part for each of the 3-year gap between where Naruto is gone and where Naruto returns. So in today's video, we'll be covering the entire year of what takes place between after Naruto's battle of Sasuke and Orochimaru in the Sound 4 and what happens into the next episode. So I hope you guys enjoy these next 3 parts, and get ready for Shippuden as I build hype for some of the new abilities, as well as I take some time to explain all of Naruto's abilities, just as a quick refresher. So first, for a quick review, so that way people who are watching this video who haven't watched the other parts. Naruto is the son of a god. The god's name was Zeus, and Zeus came down to Earth and became the 4th Hokage. After the 4th Hokage, aka Zeus, had a son, that son was born as a demigod, and that's who Naruto is. Naruto went on many adventures with his team, as well as his friend Sasuke, discovering secrets about the land and slowly learning more about immortal chakra, until the point where he finally discovers who his true patronage is when he finally defeats Hades in the land of the undead, and then he finally returns to the land of the living and seems to understand what's going on now. His battle of Sasuke ended in a mighty explosion which blasted him off into a different land, where he finally returned to the Leaf Village and is now leaving with Jiraiya to go on his quest. As Naruto is leaving the village, he looks back and waves to Tsunade and Kakashi and tells them to hold down the fort here at the village while he's gone. He laughs and he then pulls his scythe out and uses it as a walking stick as he opens it up at its full point. As him and Jiraiya walk along, Jiraiya then asks Naruto, "So, what do you want to do?" Naruto says that he's going to train to become stronger, and that if he could only regain that power that he had used against Hades, if he could use that, he could definitely bring Sasuke back. He thinks he could probably take down the Akatsuki. At that point, Jiraiya agrees, and then says that this power of his is quite special, and I think we've gathered more intel about who Hades was. Allegedly, now from what I've learned and observed, you have 3 different types of chakra in your body. You have the normal chakra that all humans possess. You have the chakra of being a Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails, and then something else. We need to figure out what this is so we can properly get you to use this chakra and be able to have you utilize it at will instead of whenever you go on a rampage. If we can do that, then I think we might be able to fulfill all of your goals. At that point, Naruto laughs and then asks Jiraiya where they'll be heading. Jiraiya then says that he's actually hoping to head towards the mountains north of the Land of Fire. At that point, they then start their journey. As Naruto and Jiraiya are walking through, they walk through many villages, and Naruto says hello to everyone there as they get food and eat it on the way. Jiraiya and Naruto have been walking for over 3 days now, and Jiraiya decides that it's time to take a break. As Naruto and Jiraiya lay down in the grass near a temple that they've been to before, I think, on another one of their journeys, Jiraiya then looks over at Naruto and thinks about how far he's come. Naruto looks over at Jiraiya and then asks what he's looking at. Jiraiya smiles and says nothing. Naruto looks up towards the sky and thinks about his abilities. So he gets up on his hands and knees and talks to Jiraiya and says, "So my abilities right now." Jiraiya nods. "Currently I have the possession of Jutsu of the Lightning Stream, the Rasengan, the Lightning Sphere, which is my most long-range and most spherical as well as largest attack. I then have the Ion Sphere, and then I also have my Eagle Eye." Jiraiya nods and says that if we want to make you stronger, we might as well begin to work on refining those jutsus that you already possess, as well as don't forget your summoning jutsu, plus your transformation that you had gone through when you underwent the Kyuubi chakra, as well as your other special chakra, which may be a Kekkei Genkai from Minato that I'd never learned about. At that point, Naruto nods, and he then gets up holding his scythe. He then says that they've rested long enough and he's all ready to go. Jiraiya nods and pulls himself upward as puts his sandals back on. They walk down the road for another few weeks. It's been 3 weeks now since they left the Leaf Village, and Naruto has seen quite a small piece of the world at this point. He decides that this was some very much needed training for him, as well as for him to understand what's been going on in the world outside the Leaf Village and outside of just battling. At that point, we then zoom in on Naruto and Jiraiya as they come across a temple, a crumbling dirt hut of a temple. As Naruto and Jiraiya see the sun far off into the hillside, Naruto then senses something and picks up running. He tells Jiraiya to follow him, and then he dives into the temple. As he walks up the front steps, he then hears a clinking sound, and suddenly one of the statues that were there begins to move. Its golden interior and gears begin to finally stir after sensing some powerful chakra that it hadn't felt in a long time. At this point, it swings its stone axe at Naruto. Naruto easily blocks this and pulls his scythe up, slashing the entire automation in half, making it whiz out and fall to the ground. Jiraiya finally comes over at this point and then looks at Naruto and looks at the temple. He doesn't recall this ever existing before and has probably never come this way ever in the Land of Fire. He then asks Naruto if he wants to go inside and explore. Naruto nods and they start walking up the steps. At that point, the other machine, Automata, then jumps down from its pedestal up above and begins to swing its axe at Naruto and Jiraiya. Naruto then uses his axe and his own scythe and swipes at the statue, causing it to burst into bits, like very much similar to the first one. Jiraiya claps and says that he might as well be the master already. He kids. Then he makes his pose, telling him that he's still the sage of Mount Miyaboku, Jiraiya. At that point, Naruto rolls his eyes and they walk into the temple. As they walk inside the temple, they're walking over the floor and looking at carvings from a long ago civilization. As they continue to walk through, they then fall into a cavern. At that point, the floor crumbles open, and Naruto and Jiraiya fall in, barely being able to stop themselves with some of Naruto's air jutsu that he used. Naruto pushes forward and uses an air palm. At that point, wind flows from above and through the crack and lifts him and Jiraiya in a cushion. Naruto breathes out a sigh of relief and looks over to Jiraiya, who gives him a thumbs up. At this point, they look around to see where they are. And then Naruto senses something dark and something very similar to the chakra he felt from Hades. It's quite different, though. As they walk around, they then see some sort of ancient writing. As Naruto goes to read it, he realizes he can actually read this. He tells Jiraiya that this sign says that this is the labyrinth. Welcome to the labyrinth, it says, and may you forever, we souls, be able to escape. Naruto doesn't know what's going on at this point, and at that point, he then decides to head on forward. There's nothing they can do besides get out of this maze now. As Jiraiya and Naruto begin to embark throughout the labyrinth, they begin walking down a corridor, when suddenly a flame spirit comes flying around the corner, sensing the chakra that Naruto is sensing and pushing throughout the entire maze. At this point, Jiraiya jumps in and says he's got this one, forms a Rasengan and slams into the spirit, causing it to get pushed back and begin its flames to dwindle down a bit. Naruto then uses another air palm jutsu, completely extinguishing the fire spirit and making the tunnel go dark again. As Naruto and Jiraiya continue to walk through, the only thing that can be heard is their echoes of their footsteps. At this point, then, the tunnels begin to shift, and at that point, Naruto and Jiraiya have no idea what's happening. Then, suddenly, they can hear it. The entire labyrinth groans as the tunnels underneath the entire land of fire begin to grow again, as well as change where they are. It begins to switch and push its labyrinth corridors throughout the land, and it switches where they are. Naruto and Jiraiya don't know what's going on as they begin to fall on the ground from the earthquake occurring, and at that point in the Leaf Village, there is a loud earthquake that occurs underneath it. Naruto and Jiraiya are then stand back up and wonder what that was. Naruto says they could just bust out of here and activates his ion sphere. Jiraiya tells them to stop, and that if they do that, they might have a cave-in and it might crush them. Naruto agrees and says they should just keep going then. As Naruto and Jiraiya finally make their way completely through the labyrinth, unknown to them, time is beginning to change in the world above, as they don't know that the labyrinth actually has a dramatic increase in distance as well as time taken for when they walk and how much long they could be down there. At this point, as Jiraiya and Naruto explore through the system, Naruto smells fresh air. Naruto screams for Jiraiya and tells him that he can smell some fresh air. There's a breeze coming from this way. Jiraiya and Naruto run out of the dark tunnel into a sunlit grove. As they run out, they then look up to see the sun, and all they see is the roof of the labyrinth caving over them and creating a sort of peaceful glade. In the glade, there seem to be some sort of deer that have golden antlers as they walk around in their glory and reverence. Naruto and Jiraiya look around in awe as they see so many creatures living in this underground space that Jiraiya himself has never even seen in the world above. At this point, Naruto is kind of disappointed that they haven't escaped the labyrinth yet. At that point, he tells Jiraiya he thinks that they might be able to get out of here soon, though. Naruto and Jiraiya then agree, and they continue to head down the path that they were walking. They wave goodbye to the animals in the glade as they take some fresh water out of the pond there before they leave, refilling their equipment. Jiraiya and Naruto take long swigs of water and eat some of their rations before they head on out. As Naruto and Jiraiya continue to walk into the dark tunnel, they then, after a few hours to them and days above in the real world, they then finally see some light, some real light, and not the artificial crystals that were in the glaive. At this point, they then finally get out into that area, and as Jiraiya and Naruto walk out, they see a large tournament hall. They're inside of an arena, and above there stands millions of skeletons. It's sitting in celestial armor made out of the same material that Naruto's scythe is, from what he can see from the glimmer and the shine off of the material. As these undead creatures look down and clap as their hollow-dead eyes stare into Naruto and Jiraiya, Naruto feels on edge, and he looks up to see the Emperor himself. There he stands, the main antagonist for Naruto the Skip, Daedalus. Daedalus, there he stands, the creator of the labyrinth, as he gazes down upon Naruto and Jiraiya. The madman scientist who's been down in the labyrinth, feeding off of its dark energy and for power for hundreds of years, stares down at his new welcome guests. As Naruto and Jiraiya stand in the arena and ask what this is and why is he here and who are all these people, he laughs and says that they were competitors long ago, just like them. At that point, he then says, "Now, I hope that we can give this competition a good show. So, let's give them one." He then releases the gates as his skeleton guards open them, releasing monsters into the arena. At this point, Jiraiya and Naruto get into a fighting stance, and Naruto pulls his scythe out, full blaze, ready to attack. At that point, then, Daedalus then sees the celestial weapon, and he chuckles, knowing that he's trapped another demigod down here. Probably some weakling from one of the clans of either one of the different patronages. At that point, then, Naruto then slices. There they come. He and Jiraiya then get into a fighting position, and in comes the Minotaur. The Minotaur walks into the arena. Its whole body looks convulsing, as it's half bull, half human. Its red eyes pierce into Naruto and Jiraiya's souls as they stare at this monster. The monster then charges, making a loud moving sound mixed with a human scream. As the monster charges towards Naruto and Jiraiya and Naruto combine their Rasengan. They put both their hands back together, forming the regular Rasengan and pushing chakra into it. Naruto and Jiraiya then say at the same time, "Rasengan!" as they thrust their hands forward into the beast who's charging at them at full power. The Rasengan slams into its horns, and it begins to spin back into the wall as it makes a loud cracking sound into the stone. The labyrinth begins to immediately repair itself, and then the Minotaur stands up, staring at its two competitors. Naruto and Jiraiya get more serious, and Naruto is about to slash with his scythe. At that point, he slashes at the Minotaur, and the Minotaur goes down, with help from Jiraiya. Jiraiya using his flame jutsu, as well as summoning a toad for him to ride around on and slam into the Minotaur itself. Jiraiya then tells Naruto that if they need to really escape, they can use the reverse summoning jutsu, if necessary. Naruto nods, shakes his head, and tells Jiraiya that this is the perfect training he's been looking for. At that point, Daedalus then looks down at the two, and he walks back into the darkness of the tunnel that his Emperor's seat came from. Naruto and Jiraiya leap through the stands, and as they run, the entire crowd of skeletons try to stop them. Naruto then begins swinging his scythe, slicing through all of them with ease, like butter. Jiraiya continuously is using jutsu, flame jutsu, and burning them, as well as pushing them back with regular taijutsu skills. They push through the undead crowd and run into the dark corridor, running after the mad creator of the labyrinth. As Naruto and Jiraiya finally make it down the corner, they continue to run. They don't see him anywhere in sight. They then hear a ceiling entrance as the entire labyrinth uses its chakra that it has and makes a seal around the entrance where Daedalus gets inside of. Naruto slashes with his scythe at the seal, and as he does so, nothing happens. The scythe makes a loud clanging, vibrating sound as it hits the seal formed with immortal chakra. Naruto gets kind of pissed off and then says that they'll have to find him another way. They continue to run down. They have to decide now. Where should they go? The right or left passage? Jiraiya and Naruto both agree they should head to the right, and they start down that area. As they continue to run, they then notice that there's begins to appear pressure plates on the ground. If they step on the wrong brick, then an arrow shoots out of the wall, covered with poison or some other probably nasty type of chemical that could kill them with one hit. Naruto and Jiraiya put up their defenses, and as an arrow comes whizzing out of the air towards Jiraiya's head, he turns around, smashes the arrow out of the air as it shatters into splinters. Naruto says nice job, and then they continue to run. As they get through the shield of arrows, they then finally get into another area. As they finally open up into this other new area, they then see a sphere and some forges. This makes Naruto feel odd as he sees different shapes of metal and hunks of different contraptions pushed together. He rushes over to where he can see this and the forges and fires and flames, and he picks up one of the torches laying there and dips it in the fire, holding up the torch to the sky to see where it ends. It continues to go up, and Naruto and Jiraiya think they might have to climb up to get up to the next level. As Naruto and Jiraiya put the torch down, they then seeing some weapons and armor just laying there. Naruto tells Jiraiya to grab one of the swords and says that he might need one in case they run out of chakra down here and don't have time to rest. Jiraiya agrees with this and then takes one of his kunai out and respectfully leaves one in place for the sword, as he doesn't want to not leave pay for what's something that he's taking, even if the one's trapping them there is the owner. He decides to choose on what sword he would like, and as he bends down to pick one up, he finds a nice red one that's been hydro dipped, if you know what I mean, and it seems to fit his grip nice with a nice leather handle. As he picks up the sword, it seems to curve in a moon-shaped scar, and he puts it on his back and wraps it there, thinking that it looks a nice addition to his already beautiful sage outfit. Jiraiya and Naruto then begin to climb using chakra on their feet and run up the walls as they hop back and forth across to gain up a level. As they get up a level, they begin to see the sky, the real sky, and as they're about to rush out, Naruto pushes forward with his wind release, trying to pull him and Jiraiya out. At that point, a ceiling of dirt, as well as the labyrinth itself, seals them in, and they fall back into another level. At that point, Jiraiya and Naruto are pretty much exhausted, and they begin to walk down another lane. As they continue to walk down the corridor, they hear some monsters coming their way, and Naruto gets ready for his scythe. As a horde of undead monsters, as well as animals such as wolves, as well as some other nasty vampire-ish creatures, come around the corner, then Naruto slashes with his scythe, cutting through the entire horde, leaving nothing but bones and ash. Naruto and Jiraiya continue to run until finally they make it there. They make it to Daedalus' real workshop. As they enter into the area, they see Daedalus himself crying. As they walk over to see what's wrong, Daedalus turns around and he has a sad, dark look in his eyes. He looks at the two and tells Jiraiya and Naruto why they're there, and if they're there to come to laugh at him, then they should leave him alone. Naruto puts his hand on Daedalus' shoulder and he stops shivering. Naruto asks Daedalus what's wrong, and all he does is he's staring at a picture. There we see a picture of Daedalus and his son, Deidara of the Akatsuki. Yo, what's up everybody, it's me, That One Weeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 10. Thank you guys so much for supporting my videos, as well as supporting my channel. Let's get into the part. I hope you guys enjoy this. So tell me what you think of my videos. If you have anything you want to improve or suggest any what if ideas for the future, make sure to either comment that down below or join my Discord server. We're almost at 2,000 subscribers, so let's keep going. When we hit 2,000 subscribers, I'll be doing another 2,000 subscriber video drop, just like I did that one day where I post 3 videos. I might post more this time as well, like 4 or 5, and that should be fun. I'll post some new what ifs. There'll be a new what if coming out directly after this one in a few, so hope you guys enjoy that. Hope you guys like the gameplay that's happens. I got some Dragon Ball Z Kakarot gameplay in the background as requested, so I hope you guys enjoy. But let's get right into the video. Last time, we know that Naruto, Jiraiya had finally made it through the labyrinth. As they walk into his workshop, there he is, Daedalus, the creator of the dark labyrinth that they'd been traveling through for who knows how long, how many days or weeks. As Jiraiya and Naruto, who have finally crossed over this passageway into his workshop himself, they then had seen Daedalus crying over a picture of him and his son, Deidara. Deidara is from the Akatsuki, and if you don't know who Deidara is, he has blonde hair. He's the one who attacked the Kage, and he basically attacks the Sand Village. He has explosions and stuff, so I hope you guys know who he is, but anyway, let's continue. I digress. As Naruto and Jiraiya walk up, Daedalus turns around with tears in his eyes, and he wipes them away, quickly throwing the picture back into his work. As he turns around, they then notice that he has several attachments built onto his body, several metal attachments, as well as different other pieces of architecture and building. At that point, he then tells them to stay away, and Naruto and Jiraiya leap backwards as he pokes his hands out, and then a charge of electricity is shot through the metal wirings, all connected through him. A beam of natural electricity shoots out from this and is aiming towards Naruto and Jiraiya. Naruto then puts a shield forward and easily blocks with his own electricity, basically nullifying the attack. As Daedalus has no choice but to run, Daedalus turns around and begins to run deeper into his workshop. As Jiraiya and Naruto use their skills and censoring abilities of being ninja, they head deeper into the fortress of where they know he is to be. As Daedalus continues to run, he has to make it to the atrium. As he finally makes it into the atrium himself, Daedalus then, as he gets inside, opens up the machine and begins to power it on, using the chakra he has. He then powers the rest of his chakra that he has available to him into the device. He hops up and climbs the back of the manual ladder as he finally makes it into the cabin, where, as we reveal, he's inside of a giant mecha. The mecha is made of complete titanium steel, as well as has protections against chakra, as well as many chakra seals on it to store power and chakra. As he uses his own chakra to activate the device, its orange eyes activate as the Naruto and Jiraiya come running in. They see this tall, muscular man of metal, and Naruto and Jiraiya get into position. Daedalus screams into the microphone that he's going to take his son back using this device after he defeats them. Jiraiya and Naruto have no idea what he's talking about, and then continues to run at the machine. The machine pulls a metal sword out of its side, which has engravings in it with sealing jutsu, which has chakra on the edge. He activates one of the seals and presses a button in the cabin, causing wind style to surround the entire blade. He swings at this at Naruto and Jiraiya and Naruto get hit, causing them to have the wind get completely burst out of them as they fly backwards. As Naruto and Jiraiya slam into the wall, cracks begin to form in the labyrinth and heal almost as fast as they appear. Naruto and Jiraiya then contemplate how they can defeat this thing. Naruto and Jiraiya are looking around, and Jiraiya then notices something. He tells Naruto that at the core of that machine see that orange sphere? Naruto nods. In the center of this mechanical monster, there seems to be some sort of energy conduit, which is holding all the chakra that has been powered over it for who knows how many years. At that point, Daedalus says he's not going to let them leave here alive. He then powers the rest of the seals on in the sword and begins to take it and spin it in a whirling motion above his head as he charges the chakra in a spherical rotation. He then swings the sword down completely in one chop as he's about to hit Jiraiya, and Jiraiya and Naruto are almost in the way of the hit. Naruto quickly activates his lightning armor and pulls Jiraiya and him out of the way. At this point, Naruto, as he pushes Jiraiya out of the way, is slammed into by the sword as he goes flying down into the labyrinth. As Naruto is cut directly in through the labyrinth, his body is completely sore and shaking as he has a large gash across the back of his entire back and spine and ribs. He's screaming in pain and trying to cover his mouth so Daedalus and Jiraiya can fight without him roaring Jiraiya. Up above, Jiraiya is still fighting with Daedalus in his mecha form, and as Daedalus then powers up his other arm, he pushes it forward, and suddenly the metal gears on the side pop out, and rockets shoot out of the side towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly uses a fireball jutsu and hits all of the rockets, causing him to explode close to Daedalus. Daedalus then punches his way out, and as him and Jiraiya rise to the surface above the labyrinth, they're in the clean, fresh air on top of a mountainside. As Jiraiya and Daedalus continue to battle, Naruto down below deep in the labyrinth hears a rumbling, as the cave he's in crumbles from the battle going up above. As Naruto falls the deepest he's will ever be in the labyrinth, he falls into a darkness. As he wakes up, he can see that there's runes crumbling around, as well as some other odd, strange devices. As Naruto sees many pots, as well as different clay things, he seems to have not be in the labyrinth anymore, and he's in some sort of ancient ruins similar to the temple he was in before. As he walks around, he sees 2 jars, as he reads the same ancient script that he had looked at before. Thee who shall open thy jar, Pandora's box, thou shalt be filled in the devil's revenge. Choose wisely. Naruto looks at the 2 and smiles, thinking that why would he only open one? He walks in between both of the pots, which seem to be known as a Pandora's box, and releases both of them. Unknown to him, as one thing only comes out that he can see. A blue energy falls out of the one on his right hand, his dominant hand. And as he picks it up out of there, he can see that there's some sort of energy similar to his God chakra. At that point, as he holds the strange orb, it then, as he has his eagle eye activated from his lightning armor, shoots towards Naruto's skull, and Naruto is too shocked and also unexpecting to have anything occur. At this point, Naruto then achieves the second stage of the Eagle Eye, the Rasengan. The Rasengan is the second form of the Eagle Eye, known as the Thunder God Eye. And now that he's activated it, he can see it looks very similar to the Eagle Eye. However, it has lightning bolt etchings going around it like the Rinnegan. At that point, Naruto's visionary status just boosted up even higher, and he feels a stronger boost. His lightning armor plus his Eagle Eye now give him around a 4 times base boost at his strength. Naruto crunches his fists together and laughs as he jumps up and down, feeling his back healing from his chakra boost. Naruto quickly deactivates his new ability, the Rasengan, as well as his other Eagle Eye, since for the time being he only seems to possess one ability. He tries turning the Rasengan on and deactivating it and lowering it to the Eagle Eye. It seems to work, and the sphere he was holding is gone. Unknown to him, this essence of chakra had been sealed there by Zeus a long time ago, back when he was fighting during the Third Great Ninja War. At that point, Minato, aka Zeus, up above in the heavenly realms, feels one of his eyes, his actual god eyes, has been reawakened and set back to his son. He smiles and knows that Naruto has just gained a tremendous amount of boost in power, thinking that this new threat that he's fighting will be able to be defeated. Unknown to him, the other Pandora's box he had opened, had left long ago. He turns to see what's in the other one and sees nothing but an empty jar, thinking that opening both must have only activated one of the effects. As this dark energy falls out of the box and rolls out of Naruto's view before he can gain the Rasengan, it flies out from the labyrinth, zooming past Jiraiya and Daedalus. Daedalus senses this and looks toward it, trying to swipe off his sword so it can't escape, knowing what its true power is. Just as his sword misses, Jiraiya tells him that his fight was with him. This dark energy begins to fly at faster and faster speeds across the planet. As it begins to shoot into the actual domain itself, Sasuke Uchiha is training with Orochimaru, fighting sword to sword and teeth to teeth with jutsu. His Mangekyo Sharingan has been marvelously honed in the past few weeks since his new training regimen has begun. Just as he's been working on it, his Mangekyo Sharingan is activated, and as he continues to work with Orochimaru, suddenly the dark energy crashes into the base. Orochimaru falls back, and Sasuke does as well. At that exact moment, it goes flying towards Sasuke at faster speeds than he could ever comprehend, and as he does so, one of his left Sharingan is completely ripped out and replaced with this new one. His eye falls to the ground and is then completely destroyed, as he screams in pain as he holds his eye that has now just been ripped out, looking for enemies of his other Mangekyo Sharingan. At that point, he then slowly opens his eye and realizes he can see, and not even that, but he can see even better than before of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, as Sasuke had just received the 7 deadly sins. Not the 7 deadly sins from that show, but Naruto, unknown to Naruto, he had released the sins back into the world sealed from Pandora's box. And now, Sasuke Uchiha was the sole holder of all of them. Sasuke feels a traumatic increase in power and strength as he lowers his eye, and it's revealed that he possesses now his normal Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, we zoom back into the battle. At that point, Jiraiya and Daedalus are fighting harder than ever. Jiraiya is contemplating even summoning to his toads in order to be able to become a temporary sage. He then considers this and decides to summon Gamabunta. Gamabunta appears and begins to fight the giant mecha, who seems to be around the same size as he is. As they clash swords, suddenly a blue blitz mixed with a bit of yellow is shot out from the ground where the labyrinth had been collapsing. Naruto is there in his full glory, in his complete lightning armor set, and as he stands there with his eyes activated, he only has his Rasengan activated, showing his second form of the Eagle Eye. At that point, he then launches down from the sky at full speed and announces his new attack, Thunderbolt. At that point, he slams his body at max speed and power, directly spinning like a drill as he does so, leaving a flash and blur of light as he cuts directly through Daedalus' mechanism, causing him to fall to the ground. He slashes his arms with his blade, and as he then begins to fall with his scythe at his hand, he then lands on the ground, doing a spin and landing, and as the dirt begins to spin up around him. Daedalus falls, and as he falls out of the sky, about to hit the ground and die, he thinks of his last meeting with his son. There we see Daedara. Daedara is screaming at his dad and moving his hands back and forth, pointing at his art. His dad just doesn't understand him. Daedalus is crying, telling his son that he said he would always be there for him, but he can't support this kind of destructive creation. Creating things is supposed to help people. At that point, Deidara laughs, and then as he takes a knife holding on the side, he cuts across the headband of the original village that they come from. Daedalus tells him and screams that that's how disrespectful it is, and he begins to cry as Deidara runs out of his house and runs away as he leaves the village. Daedalus had come from a proud bloodline of artists, creators, and people in general who had always been in craftsman work. He then fled the ninja village, also becoming a rogue ninja, and found his ancestors building the labyrinth, which became directly tied to him as the next of kin to inherit it. At that point, as he dies, the labyrinth switches ownership again to a young man in the Akatsuki, known as Deidara. As the labyrinth seals back up, and Jiraiya and Naruto get up to see where it went, all that's left is a crater as the labyrinth disappears from view, along with all of the secrets that it holds. Yo guys, what's up? It's me, the Weeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod Part 11. I hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. I was reading through the comments and stuff, but I hope this episode can enlighten some things, as I didn't really get to explain much after what happens when Daedalus is taken out. So we're going to get into that today, as well as what's going to happen with the next year or two left, since the first year is almost over. So let's get into the new arc, as well as what's going to be going on in the future for the next two parts for What If Naruto the Skip, and then we're going to be getting to Shippuden. So I hope you guys are excited for that. Make sure to keep watching these videos, hitting the like button. And just for a quick update, I will be, my school has been shut down, but due to the coronavirus. And so because of that, I'll be making more videos. So I'll have 2 videos. They'll be edited more. I'm also going to hopefully be able to do more things in general and experiments since I have time now. I hope you guys are ready for some interesting videos. Make sure to go watch and check out my gaming channel after this, since I'll be posting a GTA 5 Funny Moments video, hopefully there. And yeah, so let's just get right into the part. As Naruto falls to the ground and is laying there breathing heavily after using that much chakra in his Thunderbolt attack against Daedalus's mecha, Daedalus falls to the ground. He can see the old man's body shatter into bones and bits and pieces of meat as it falls along with the giant machine. As Naruto, then glad that he won and also sad that their enemy had to die, as the way of the shinobi was, Naruto then begins to feel something. Naruto screams a blood-curdling cry as he grabs the side of his face where his Rasengan is. At this point, he can feel the actual eyes beginning to shake. As you remember, Sasuke Uchiha now is the sole possessor of the 7 deadly sins stored within the Pandora's box, which set evil out into the world many generations ago, which sparked the entire ninja wars and conflicts. That is why Zeus had sealed both of them away, in order for no one to ever find them again in the labyrinth that Daedalus's ancestors had built for him as he had requested. Well, not him himself, but we'll get into that in the future. Anyway, Naruto, who is feeling this pain in his eyes, screaming, at that point he has never felt this out of control of his power before. The entire side of his face with his Rasengan is beginning to pulse, and he can feel his muscles tightening. Jiraiya rushes over to see what's going on, when suddenly his eye suddenly loses the light in it, as it returns back to its eagle-eye form, and out comes the last spirit from the bottle that had been creating the Rasengan form inside of Naruto. At that point we see Hope. Hope was the last spirit in Pandora's box, as many of you may have recalled, and as that moment the spirit finally returns to the world, many shinobi, including every living person on the planet, feels that even in this dark world, something a little bit brighter has just come to them. Naruto's eyes are gone blank as he's completely blacked out. At that point, when Hope had left him, he had been in complete despair. All he could feel was despair. And at that point, as Naruto is knocked out, a red chakra begins to overflow him. And at that point, his immortal chakra is deactivated, giving the Kyuubi a chance to take over, finally. The Kyuubi activates all the way up to the 3-tailed state. Yes, the 3-tailed state, when it finally turns into the 4 tails. And suddenly, Jiraiya, who now knows what's going on with the Kyuubi and thinks that the Kyuubi must have taken over Naruto, sees that the chakra is beginning to overwhelm Naruto's body. As Naruto is taken over by the Kyuubi for the very first time in his life, all he can see is darkness and black, as his mind is completely blank. Jiraiya and Naruto begin fighting, as Jiraiya immediately realizes he's outclassed. The 4-tailed state Naruto in this timeline is completely too powerful for Jiraiya to handle. Jiraiya, who still has Gamabunta basically standing over, asks for him for his assistance. Gamabunta swings his sword at the Naruto Kyuubi, and as he does so, the Kyuubi form Naruto dives into the air on all fours and dodges out of the way. At this point, he begins to scratch and claw at Jiraiya, and as he does so, he gives Jiraiya a very terrible wound on his chest, just like the original. Jiraiya, who's almost dead, falls back to the ground and is bleeding out of his cardiac area. As he begins to fall, Gamabunta begins fighting Naruto even harder. Naruto is almost out of the Kyuubi chakra, and he's almost fallen out of his rage after hope has completely left him. At that point, Naruto in his own consciousness wakes up to see the Kyuubi rampaging inside of his consciousness. He begins to try and fight the Kyuubi, and quickly realizes that he's lost access to his immortal chakra. Naruto can only use the Rasengan currently, as well as his Lightning Stream and Lightning Sphere. His chakra ninjas are there, but he can't seem to access his Eagle Eye ability or his Lightning Armor. Nor can he seem to activate his Scythe in here for some reason. And the Kyuubi laughs, as he laughs even harder when Naruto tries to activate his Scythe to fight with him. Naruto grits his teeth and begins fighting the Kyuubi in hand-to-hand combat with his physical strength and his immortal chakra alone. As Naruto uses his Uzumaki chakra to try and form powerful Rasengans, he quickly realizes that he's outmatched by the Kyuubi right now. As the Kyuubi basically walks all over Naruto, whacking him as he bounces along the floor and walls of his own consciousness. Naruto, who barely gets out of there alive, suddenly awakens as his entire body is on fire. At that point, far away from Earth, we then hear something. As you guys recall, Zeus is Naruto's father. And unknown to Naruto, however, Zeus had a wife after Naruto had been born a while ago. Zeus is married to the queen of the gods, Hera. Hera had felt some sense of godly chakra, something extremely powerful, reminiscent of her husband, in fact. As Hera looks down onto the mortal world that it had come from through all the galaxies, there she sees Naruto Uzumaki. She snaps the staff in her hand and begins to feel rage course throughout her entire form. As she screams Zeus, and Minato, who's sitting there in his chair sleeping, wakes up and sees what she's looking at. Hera then, with all of her rage, looks at him and tells him he's going to kill this kid. He then tells her it was nothing and tries to defuse the situation, as we all know how gods are. Zeus and Hera have a small argument when Hera pretends to let it go. Zeus breathes a sigh of relief and heads to his room to go sleep. As soon as she believes that Zeus is completely knocked out, suddenly a godly energy begins to flow above the mortal world. As Hera comes down upon the two Jiraiya, as well as the son of Zeus, the cheater, and begins to explain what she's going to do to these cursed wretches. She sees the labyrinth completely move from its original location, as well as the mecha that had been destroyed. She laughs at how weak they are. Naruto is completely burned out from this and has no power left. As she walks up to his barely conscious body and slowly pushes her hand down onto his chest. I'll be taking this for a while. If you want it back, you're going to have to do a few things for me. She reaches into his pocket and pulls his scythe out. She pulls a small bar of celestial steel. Her eyes twinkle a little as she understands what this is. She laughs a slow chuckle as she looks down at this poor, weakless, defenseless demigod. She looks at him and then bends down slowly, as Jiraiya is still bleeding out. She then heals the poor old man who had nothing to do with this and had to be, unfortunately, with a curse of some kind near him. Naruto looks up as he croaks to give his scythe back to him. That was a gift from his grandpa. At that point, Hera laughs the harshest, highest-pitched laugh across the mountain as it echoes across and down the valley. She looks down at this puny demigod, and then it says that if he thinks that he can actually talk to her like that, the queen of the gods, then he has another thing coming to him. She then reaches down, and as she does so, Naruto feels something strange. As Hera uses her divine power to sever the connection between Naruto's demigod's form of his godly chakra, connected to the heavens, and his mortal form, Naruto feels a sharp pain inside of his stomach where the Kyuubi is being held, as his entire immortal body is pulled out. He sees a large blue energy as it leaves his form and goes into Hera's palm. She grabs it and holds it tightly as long as with his scythe begins to float away. She tells Naruto that if he wishes to find his lost power and reclaim it, then he'll have to cross the sea. At that point, she then flies into the air and re-enters through the clouds back into the heavenly realm, where she begins to hide her tasks and challenges to see if this son of Zeus is truly worth the name. Naruto lays there for a while as Jiraiya finally gets up after the pain and for some reason being healed from that strange lady who had been yelling at Naruto. He looks up and says that chick was pretty hot. He then looks over to Naruto and sees that he's basically dying on the ground. He quickly summons Ma and Pa Toad, and as he Ma and Pa Toad, as he then quickly uses the summoning jutsu and reverse summons him and Naruto back to Mount Miyaboku. Naruto and Jiraiya lay in Mount Miyaboku for the next week and a half, as Jiraiya recovers and begins trying to retrain himself in the Sage Arts, knowing that right now he's not strong enough for the enemies they face. As Jiraiya continues to work on his training, he continues to watch over Naruto. Naruto's been out for a long time. Thankfully, due to the jutsu of the toads on Mount Miyaboku, however, they've been able to pretty much fix him. Deep inside Naruto's mental consciousness, he feels weaker than he had ever felt before, like he was nothing. Naruto finally awakens, and he realizes that he can barely stand. As he does, he then falls to the ground tumbling. He then feels pain from falling. Naruto had never known such things before, and as he tries to summon his anything back, he tries to form an ion sphere to be completely out of luck. Naruto sighs a loud sigh, and as he looks over to where Jiraiya is training, he then can see him working on the sage oil. At that point, Naruto has an idea, and he basically is briefed on what happened to him by Jiraiya. The Kyuubi took you over. You had no control of it. And then some strange lady claiming to be the queen of the gods or something came out of the clouds and then ripped your soul or something out of your stomach. It was crazy. Naruto knows exactly what happened. He says that this person claimed to be the queen of the gods must have some sort of grudge with him for beating Hades or something. And she had taken his immortal chakra, which he didn't even know was possible to do, as well as somehow she'd taken away from him his scythe, which had been his only gift from family that he'd ever known. At that point, Jiraiya told him that there's only one way he'll ever be able to reclaim or be able to fight her without his powers of the Eagle Eye, or without his ability to use any of his lightning abilities. Naruto then explains that he might be able to reclaim that other power, the Rasengan that he had just used a while ago. At that point, Jiraiya shakes his head and tells him that power is too unpredictable, telling him what had happened directly after it had been ripped out of him. He says that a sort of spirit had flowed from him. Naruto, after being briefed on everything that had happened, and begins to train with Jiraiya. Jiraiya tells Naruto that as he's not being able to summon the toads, he has to go to his own summoning in order to learn the Sage of the Arts there. Naruto thanks Jiraiya and tells him to continue up with his training, as he summons out of his small blue scroll, a larger, relatively medium size, he summons Tempest. Tempest the dragon is summoned far away from Mount Miyaboku as to not scare the inhabitants there, as Naruto's standing there with new clothes on. Now Naruto, instead of being in his orange jumpsuit as well as having his scythe on him, is now wearing a black short-sleeve shirt with no sleeves on it. Just a black tank top with dark pants that are similar to dark blue you would see on a rainy night. And on him he has a white coat with a collar that sticks all the way up. On his white coat goes down to his knees, similar to the cloak Jiraiya has. At that point, he then looks up, and as he sees Tempest finally appearing after he called him, Naruto feels a sharp pain as he had used a majority of his chakra in order to summon him. At that point, Tempest then agrees, and after hearing Naruto out, Naruto asks if he can reverse summon himself over to wherever the land of the dragons may be in order to learn Dragon Sage Jutsu. He then is explained to Tempest all about the toads and how he had learned about Sage Jutsu. Now, Naruto reverse summons himself using Tempest's help and some of his chakra in order to do it. Finally awakens as he gets up and stands and feels the hotness on the ground. As Naruto stands up, he realizes that him and Tempest are in a volcano. As he looks around, this is the most massive volcano he's ever seen. Welcome, Naruto, to Mount Draconin. At Mount Draconin, it was a massive volcano, almost deep enough to the center of the earth, where the heat was immensely high. There you could see dragons of all types flying across the entire area as they flowed in and out of the mountainside. Naruto was amazed as he saw the many dragon children running around in their own village, kind of. Naruto then looks at Tempest, and Tempest nods, telling him that he'll take him to the Elder. As Naruto and Tempest walk to the Elder, Naruto explains who he was and how he had lost some of his chakra recently to someone claiming to be the Queen of the Gods, as well as how he needed to learn Seijutsu in order to become strong enough to be able to face her again without using any of the skills that he had been given. Naruto then begins to work on everything. It takes him many, many days to actually build up the courage enough to do it. Tempest then takes Naruto as they fly to the lowest point of the volcano. He tells Naruto, the lava here inside of Mount Dracon is immensely hot, but it also has another special ability. If your will is strong enough to withstand it, and you can completely submerge yourself inside the lava without fearing for it or having any neglect, then it will allow you to submerge within it, and as well as to help you learn Sage Jutsu faster. Naruto, after many, many days, as I have said, finally decides to do it, and with no fear in his heart, he steps forward saying it's do or die. As he begins to submerge himself in the very bottom pools of the lava emerging from Mount Dracon, he finally, as he submerges his eyes into the complete lava, all he can see is flames and red. His eyes completely covered in this burning substance. Naruto sits there for days at a time, as he floats around in the lava, thinking of how he has to focus. If he did not focus at all to support the chakra moving throughout his entire body, making a sort of chakra skin, which was surrounding him and burning consistently. Naruto then learned that the way that this training would work is that he had to continuously output his own chakra, while at the same time trying to regain chakra. As he learned this, he then spent time with Tempest when he was outside of the lava after that week. His skin felt so cool in the mountain air, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that point, his sigh is then stopped as Tempest asks what he felt. Naruto, confused by the training, then asks what he means. Tempest explains to him that this type of power is more gentle. It's not like that explosive lightning energy that you have, where you just push as much of chakra into one place until you can feel your face burning. This energy is softer. You need to absorb it naturally and become one of nature. Naruto then tries this method, and Tempest educates him on the draconian arts as well. Naruto, after another 2 months, finally is finished with his training. As Naruto stands out of the lava finally, after being submerged for an entire month, he eats food and then shows Tempest his work. Tempest, as we've already established that a few months ago I was able to access Semi-Sage Dragon Mode. He shows the Semi-Sage Dragon Mode, which he can access fairly easily. He then tells him that this is the new mode that he's found. He then sits on the ground and puts his fingers together in the same form that he had learned in the original timeline to access Sage Mode. As he does so, he breathes in and out slowly, and it takes him around a minute or two. At that point, scales begin to form around his eyes as well as on the sides of his face, as blue, dark scales form around his body. At that point, his eyes awaken, and he's in perfect Dragon Sage Mode. As Naruto stands up, he feels uneasy about this power, and he asks Tempest what he can do. Tempest, now smiling, tells him that there's many things that they can do as a dragon. For one, he tells Naruto, now that you have those scales which are harder than any iron or material imaginable, your entire body will now be, even the ones not covered by the scales, should now be enhanced with durability higher than you possibly could have had before. Naruto tests this as he then gets up and jumps from the top cliff as he lands at the bottom, practically taking no damage, which he thinks is pretty cool. After a while, though, he falls out of Sage Mode in about 10 minutes. As he falls out, he asks Tempest what this could mean, and Tempest explains how Sage Mode works and how you have to be completely one with your surroundings in order to actually access it fully. As Naruto had proved, he had actually become the only and the first ever Sage of the Dragons, as they'd never invited a human here before, as he could tell Naruto was special, and so that was why the Elder had gifted him the ability to try and learn their powerful Sage Jutsu. Before he went, then, Tempest taught him several Dragon Sage Mode arts. At that point, he taught him how to use the Rasengan with Dragon Mode. In Dragon Mode, you can basically boost your attacks with Sage Jutsu and Sage Energy by making them even stronger, as well as mixing different nature energies together with relative ease. For us dragons, while pure taijutsu strength would consider you would call us creatures, if you were to be calling us that, our main ability actually is mixing of ninjutsu. Although we mostly focus on the natures we're born with, us dragons have the unique capability of mixing nature's energies together. However, it's not a perfect art, and unless you're in perfect sage mode, you are not able to actually mix nature energies together. This doesn't mean that you'll have access to every jutsu. It only means you can mix, for example, your wind and lightning jutsu. That means you can technically make a wind lightning style Rasengan. For the next few weeks, Naruto finishes training up, and now he's accessed his own new jutsu that he's created. The Dragon Style Sage Art, Rasengan Lightning Wind Mode. Naruto finally desummons himself from Mount Dracon as he meets Jiraiya back at Mount Miyaboku. Jiraiya, in his meantime, had actually finished his Sage Mode training and had finally become a perfect Sage. As Naruto and Jiraiya head out, they then begin to head towards the side of the mountain they were on before, back when they were fighting Daedalus. Jiraiya then, as he heads over, sees that the mecha is beginning to grow moss in it after being gone for so many months and them being separated. Naruto's gotten taller now and is about as tall as he will be in Shippuden, as we've seen him. So Naruto's looking more like his adult form. As Naruto then, and well as Jiraiya, head out to the ocean, they then, as Jiraiya calls around to the harbor, to the town they were near, eventually ask Naruto if he's ready to go on a small journey for the place that Hera had told them they had to go. Naruto questions what he means, and then at that point, Jiraiya says that there's only one place across the ocean that we know of. As he says this, he looks at Naruto and says, "We have to head back to the land of waves." You guys like this part as well as what I'm doing, I try to take some of your suggestions in mind. I hope you guys enjoy the new arc. This new arc's title, after the Labyrinth arc, is known as the Queen of the Gods arc, where Naruto is going to have to reclaim his godly power, and he has to prove himself in order to earn it. We're also going to be covering more storyline. I hope you guys enjoy what's going to be going on. I know that you guys don't like when I sometimes give him power-ups unneedingly, but I think that he deserves this one, as I've kind of been building up to this for a while now. So Naruto's Dragon Sage Mode Sage Mode is going to be basically like his own mortal power up. So I'm hoping that it's not going to make you guys upset. I hope you guys enjoy what I'm doing with it. If you have any suggestions like yesterday's video, please make sure to tell me below. I really am trying to get better at this stuff, and I want my stories to sound more fluid, as well as to fulfill the original story and make the story beats feel similar, so that way you can enjoy the original Naruto while also giving my unique spin on it. Please make sure to hit the like button, comment, and subscribe to my channel. If you guys want to talk to me further, then make sure to join my Discord server. There will be a link in the description below. I'll talk to you guys later, and also part 2 for What If Naruto had One For All will be coming out today later as well. Thank you guys so much. I hope you appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you. And goodbye. What's up, everybody? It's me, Don Weeb, here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Last time we got into how Naruto had lost his immortal chakra from Hera, who had ripped it out of his body, as well as taken his immortal weapon, his scythe, along with it. He also lost the Rasengan, which Hope had returned to the world, along with Sasuke now having the 7 deadly sins, which Naruto still does not know about. But anyway, let's get right into this part of the episode. So let's get into part 12 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Naruto gets up after the battle that had occurred for him to attain Dragon Sage Mode, as well as everything that had occurred during the past 2 months with Era and everything. He'd begun to get used to his mortal chakra, and as he and Jiraiya set out from their respective training, both him and Jiraiya were now perfect sages. So let's get right into the story. As Jiraiya and Naruto are walking, Naruto now knows that they're heading towards first the land of waves. As they continue to head down this long, winding road down the mountain pass, they continue to walk until suddenly they see a kingdom. As they walk through into the great walls of the kingdom, they then see that many of the people there are standing in terror, as well as just seem generally terrified in general, as well as having fear in their eyes. Naruto and Jiraiya look around and can see that the people there are definitely not happy. As they look around more, they actually see a lot of them are actually inside their houses with the shutters closed, or peeking out to see if there's anything there. Naruto and Jiraiya confidently walk through the stone square as they begin to enter into the main heart of the kingdom. As they walk through the many villages spread out throughout the kingdom and houses, they suddenly see that one of the villages as they're walking through actually is completely burned down and missing. So Naruto and Jiraiya decide to go check this out, and as they walk around, they then see some strange objects laying on the ground. They see bits of fur as well as different sharp claw marks on wood, as well as a smell of burnt charcoal just emanating through the entire air. Naruto and Jiraiya then go back to the last village and ask what happened over at this other village. Naruto is then explained to by one of the villagers there that there's this creature had suddenly come out of nowhere and it made its home in the cave further north. They call it the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion has a fur stronger than any tool, knife, and it seems to be unaffected by any attacks that they try and use using any chakra of any kind. They even tried hiring ninja and none of it worked. The ninja from the grass village they hired had been killed and eaten, so now they have nothing left. So now they decided just to run away and escape from it. It can even breathe golden fire as well. There's no way to beat that thing. Naruto decides that this is probably one of the tests that Hera had set up for him so that way he could attain his power rightfully again. As Naruto then tells Jiraiya he's going to take down that lion, Jiraiya says that he'll go with him. Naruto nods, shakes his head, and tells him that he has to do this alone. And so Naruto begins to enter the cave. As Naruto heads north alone, he then walks into a dark cave entrance where all he can see and smell is the smell of musk and the scent of dandruff in the air, as well as blood and bones and death. As Naruto walks in, he hears a faint growling sound, and suddenly two golden orbs appear in front of him in the darkness. As suddenly a great flame arises in the cave, causing him to see hundreds of skeletons of humans all sitting around the cave, as well as a lion taller than any bear or any type of creature he's ever seen that had walked on land. As he sees this massive lion walking towards him, it has blood dripping down its maw as it looks towards its next meal. Naruto immediately activates his Dragon Sage mode, and when he goes into his Dragon Sage mode, the lion strikes. Its razor-sharp claws are about to pierce into Naruto's skin, it thinks, and as it swipes its great almighty paw at Naruto, suddenly all it can feel is a slight chink, as its claw hits right into Naruto's scales, and as it does so, Naruto moves slightly to the left a little and is pushed through the dirt, and its claw does nothing. Naruto smiles as he thinks that Tempest was right about this, and that his scales and his skin are way more tough and durable now than they ever were before, especially without Sage mode. Naruto then goes after the lion. He jumps at it and punches it in the face, along with his Sage mode on still, causing it to go flying back as it flies through the air and rams into the side of the cave, causing it to shake. It gets up and roars as it bursts a breath of fire at Naruto. Naruto quickly uses an air palm jutsu, which he forms in a matter of seconds, and launches the air palm directly at the flames. As the flames are then engulfed by the air as they cancel each other out, Naruto then rushes up behind, blitzing using his newfound speed and power as he slams a Rasengan directly into the Nemean lion. As the lion goes down as it sprawls across the ground, Naruto knows what he's going to have to do. As he tries cutting it with his kunai, it's not going to work. He picks up the lion's paw itself and then rips out one of its claws. He can hear it's groaning from the pain. He then uses the claw and finishes off the beast. He then skins the lion thoroughly and creates a sort of cloak out of the lion's fur. He thanks the lion and says that he has completed his first challenge. As Naruto leaves the cave, he now has a lion fur cloak completely surrounding him as he walks down from the northern pass. As he gets back down to the kingdom where Jiraiya is, Jiraiya sees him wearing the lion's mane and cloak, and with the cloak around him, Naruto looks almost animalistic. Naruto waves towards Jiraiya and tells him that he beat and killed the lion. He then shows a few of the claws to Jiraiya, who says that these would make some excellent kunai if he could be forged into one. They pocket them and continue on with their way. The villagers thank them for their assistance, and Naruto and Jiraiya can continue to head out into their next challenge. As Naruto continues to head out, they finally make it to the boat. As they finally make it to the same village that Jiraiya had messaged with a crow a while back to where they were going to be getting on board and heading across to the land of waves, they suddenly hear a loud thunderclap. As thunderstorms begin to roll out across the island, Naruto sighs as he realizes that it actually hadn't rained for quite a few weeks now, so he decides to let it pass as he really can't do anything without his immortal chakra anyway. As Naruto, who basically has to wait through the rain now, Naruto looks up to see that the clouds have dispersed and the rain is gone. Naruto and Jiraiya hop on the boat as they begin to sail across the sea. As Naruto is looking out across the ocean, suddenly he notices something strange. Beneath the water, he can see several different necks of something moving around. As he looks down to peek at a closer view, suddenly a Hydra comes bursting out of the water and begins to spray acid at the boat. Naruto and Jiraiya jump into action as Naruto dives off the edge, forming a lightning clone quickly to hold him above the water. As he forms multiple lightning clones, he can feel his chakra being drained immensely. He then rushes across on top of them, using them like a kind of boat themselves. He jumps off towards the Hydra and attempts to use a lightning sphere. As he suspends himself in the air and creates the sphere of lightning around his entire body, the Hydra begins to get burned from the electricity as it begins to shake out as the water also contracts the electricity, making it even more effective. The Hydra appears to die as it sinks beneath the waves, when suddenly it bursts back up again, back to life as if nothing had happened. Naruto at this point attempts to sever one of its heads off with his kunai. As he does so, its two heads grow back from where it came from. Naruto and Jiraiya are kind of horrified by this, and as the ship captain continues to try and make it there, Jiraiya and Naruto have to fight this off. Naruto has an idea and tells Jiraiya to use his Toad Oil Jutsu along with his Fireball Jutsu at the same time. Jiraiya agrees, and then Naruto uses an a wind palm to cut all the heads off. Do it now! Jiraiya sends the Toad Oil directly at the severed heads where the necks should be before they regrow. He then immediately sends a fireball directly after it, causing all of the necks to be burned and severed so that way the heads can't regenerate. The Hydra falls beneath the sea as its poison begins to fill throughout the water, and it then disperses until it's dead. Moving on from there, Naruto and Jiraiya finally make it to the Land of Waves. At the Land of Waves, they realize they're on the opposite end of the actual island from where they were before, back to where they were. They could not see the Great Naruto Bridge anywhere. However, they did see another small pot of land as well. Naruto then decides that he's going to have to take this part himself. As Naruto and Jiraiya pay and then leave the ship turns around and begins to head back to where it came from. Naruto and Jiraiya begin to walk through the Land of Waves, and as they're walking around, they then notice that a lot of the people there seem to rather odd and very happy and pleased. It's as if though everything had changed from just a year or two ago, from when the terrible Gato had been attacking the actual Land of Waves himself. Naruto then, as he looks around, begins to investigate to see what they could be doing at the Land of Waves as Hera had instructed them. As he looks around, he notices the only main change that he's seen so far from this part of the Land of Waves compared to the other half is that this part seems to be much richer, and the fact that the houses seem nicer, the people seem to be wearing much more luxurious clothing, as well as the people in general just seem to have not a care in the world. Naruto, as he walks through, feels a bit out of place with his lion skin cloak and his clothes on as well, with his normal ninja gear. Him and Jiraiya walk through, and Jiraiya explains that the northern half of the Land of Waves is actually was much more better off from Gato's reign, as they were closer to the better, bountiful seas, which made them have higher fishing value, as well as making them just richer in general. Naruto understands, and as they continue onward, they then decide that they're going to head back to where the port was. There was that small crop of land far away from the mainland of the Land of Waves, and Naruto and Jiraiya have to get over there. Naruto thinks if there's any jutsu he can use, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any abilities that he thinks will help them get there faster. Jiraiya quickly summons a toad, and then him and Naruto hop on as they swim over to the new crop land. As they get over there, it's actually a little bit bigger. You can pretty much see the entire island, however, with your own eye view. And as they climb up onto the sand, they look up, and on top of the Acropolis of the Stone Valley and Mountain, there stands a glorious tree. In the tree, there's several different apples. One of them seems to be golden and shining from here. Sitting around the tree is a ginormous dragon that has red scales and blue scales. Naruto smiles and thinks he has an idea. Jiraiya then tells him to hold back and that they should wait to come up with a plan to fight it. Naruto tells him that he's not going to fight it, and then he walks over to the dragon. As Naruto climbs up the mountain, the dragon sees him and is beginning to get really angry, and it's about to burn him to a crisp. Suddenly, Naruto activates his Dragon Sage mode. He activates his Dragon Sage mode and then explains to himself in the draconian tongue that his name is actually Naruto Uzumaki, and that he was trained under Tempest from the Dragon Clan, and that he's there actually to retrieve that golden apple. At that point, the dragon then talks back to Naruto and explains that he's been put here by Hera to guard this tree, and unfortunately, though, he'll still have to fight him, even though he's proven to be kind to his brethren. Naruto sighs, and then he says, "Alright then, but I guess I won't be the one fighting you." Naruto then quickly makes a summoning jutsu as he summons Tempest. Tempest is then summoned as Naruto feels a lot of his chakras pushed out of him. As Tempest and this other dragon begin to fight, they then grapple in the sky, biting at each other and ripping through. Naruto quickly activates his Dragon Sage mode and bursts over at top speed towards the tree. The dragon tries and spits fire towards the tree to try and burn Naruto and catches some of its leaves on fire. Naruto's halfway up the tree now, and as the dragons begin to push and fight across, some of the people far away in the Land of Waves notice the two blips in the sky fighting. Naruto grabs the golden apple as he falls out of the tree, just as it gets burned to a crisp from the electricity of Tempest's own dragon roar. Naruto then says that's enough, and he desummons Tempest. The dragon turns to Naruto and is about to attack him. Naruto says, "Uh-oh." He then jumps off the side of the cliff with Dragon Sage mode on, crashing into the bottom and feeling pretty much no damage. He and Jiraiya then rush back, and he tells Jiraiya to get on the toad and run. As him and Jiraiya swim across, they finally make it and escape the toad. As they get off the toad and get back to the Land of Waves, they then begin to head towards the center of the Land of Waves, where the Queen of the Gods awaits him. Now, moving away from Naruto, let's move towards what was going on with Sasuke. A little bit back in time, a few months before, when Naruto and Jiraiya have just started their Sage Mode training, Sasuke is now perfecting his new abilities. Sasuke has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated now, which means that he can use Mangekyo Sharingan without any side effects. He's laughing, as well as understanding that he has a few new abilities as well. Orochimaru and Sasuke spar, and this is when Sasuke begins to uncover his first ever ability from the 7 deadly sins. Sasuke realizes that there's a presence inside of his body that's been feeding him chakra, even that's far greater than his own. He then began to hear voices in his head directing him to do things. It was his own voice, his own desires. He hears, at first, his own greed. Greed explains to him that his ability, Sasuke, is to help him, that he can steal chakra from others just simply by touching them. Using his sin power, he can take chakra from anyone or anything. Sasuke begins to practice this with Orochimaru, who finds this immensely interesting. Sasuke and Naruto have both been training, and after this part, we'll be getting back into the real story of Shippuden, as well as finishing up the skip. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, That One Weeb, here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 13. You guys have been waiting for this for a while. I'm pretty excited. The script has a lot of power. I hope you guys enjoy this series, as you guys have in the past so far. Hope you guys enjoy the script for this. Put a lot of effort into this one, especially this is going to be kind of the big fight, and also this is the last episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, the skip. Part 14 we'll be getting to Naruto Shippuden. So thank you guys so much for sticking with my own creative journey for the past few episodes of me working on Naruto and trying to expand the lore a little bit. But anyway, let's get into a quick recap. As Naruto and Jiraiya had traveled to the Land of Waves, they had found, and Naruto had sense of his Sage Jutsu and nature energy, the dragon across the way using his Dragon Sage mode. He found that there on the island there was a tree that held a single golden apple. If you guys know this myth from Greek mythology, this is part of the Hercules 12 trials. But anyway, as Naruto had picked the apple and escaped, see, the apple itself was a sort of key, similar to the chakra rods that Pain uses in Naruto Shippuden. When Hera herself then notices that chakra has made contact with the apple, Then she would come to the world carrying Naruto's divine energy to see if he can prove himself to her, that he deserves this power given to him by the gods, and to show her that his training, as well as his personality in general, was someone worth of a hero being praised from the old times. As Naruto picks this apple and returns to the mainland, then suddenly the apple begins to shine a bright golden, illuminating glow. Jiraiya and Naruto's faces, showered with this golden light, suddenly are shocked as the apple flies into the air and bursts into pieces. As the gold falls to the ground into nothing but melted gold on the solid ground of rock and stone, Hera herself then appears out of the sky, as she manifests about 25% of her full power there to fight with Naruto. As I've mentioned before, the gods can only manifest themselves on a physical realm planet if they have either a host from their bloodline, B, they reincarnate themselves into a human form with their memory still intact but far less of their power, or C, if they have some sort of relic that can allow them to travel there, like how Hades was able to take over Haku using his emotions as a sort of vessel. Anyway, let's get back into the part. As Hera and Naruto stare each other down, Naruto quickly activates Sage Mode while he still has time to stay still. As he perfectly stands still, he summons the nature energy around him and can sense that this goddess clearly has an immense amount of chakra as well as nature energy completely surrounding her form. As his body is filled to the brim with natural energy, the scales begin to grow around his body as he has the dark blue and mixed coloring of the thunder dragon. As he looks up at the goddess, he then pulls his hand into the air and says he's going to get his weapon and his power back. Hera laughs as she pulls out her own godly weapon. There she stands. Hera begins to pull out her own silver, bright white, almost shining to the point of a star metal, and she begins to spin it similar to how Naruto spins his own scythe. He can see the golden bar in her other pocket, basically shining from the sun's illumination on it. Naruto looks, and through his eyes he can see that the metal rod that she's been spinning begins to grow into an awesome and mighty powerful staff. As she stands there, he stares awe at the long, about 12 feet in height, metal pole of destruction that he can see. The chakra coming off of it is intense, and for some reason this feels different than whenever he uses his own scythe. Hera then explains to Naruto that this is the true power of a godly weapon, you filthy demigod, as she then takes up her own staff and is about to jab into the ground. At this point, Zeus up in the heavenly realms is finally awakened from his short nap and sees that his wife is missing. He begins to walk around the palace in heaven and is looking to see where she might have gone, when he senses a great disturbance below, as he can sense Naruto's chakra being manipulated, sort of. As he goes and looks down to see into the mortal realm, he can see that Hera is battling his son. This makes Zeus, or Minato, enraged, and he immediately tries to call Hera back to the realm of the gods. Hera ignores this and says that she's going to see if his son is truly worthy of carrying the title of Zeus' son. As Naruto gets into the fight, she then thrusts her staff at the ground, causing a tremendous earthquake to shake, as she reveals the true power of the immortal weapons. You see, Naruto, every immortal weapon that an immortal possesses has a special ability that's only ever given to that specific weapon. For you see my ability. At that point, she shoves the staff into the ground. The actual ground begins to warp as Naruto can feel that reality itself is beginning to shake and bend. It's called bend. See, in marriages as well as life in general, a lot of bends in the road take place, and so to manifest this part of my duties as a goddess, and as well as my duty as the queen of the gods, my weapon has the ability to bend fate or reality even at will. She then uses this while Naruto's off ground to speed at Naruto, and as she blitzes towards Naruto, her hair begins to expand as she uses an expansion jutsu. She doesn't even have to form a hand seal, as her own chakra is powerful enough to the point where Naruto feels overwhelmed. Naruto, luckily, is only facing 25% of Hera. If he had to face her entire full form, he could barely even move, much less dodge her. Using Sage Mode, he uses a quick lightning clone, a lightning release shadow clone, and pulls himself out of the way. As Naruto's clone gets hit, lightning begins to explode over the area and covers her. She sighs in pain as she has a small scratch along her left hand. She goes to the cut and then licks the blood coming out of it as it seeps a golden color. Naruto's horrified at this woman, and Jiraiya tells Naruto that he doesn't care. He's going to help in on this one and protect his student, no matter even if she is hot. Naruto then watches as his master Jiraiya-sensei activates his perfect sage mode. After Jiraiya had spent that time training on Mount Miyaboku, he had vowed that he would show Naruto what it truly meant to be a true Sannin of the Leaf Village. As Jiraiya dives into the battle, he quickly summons his summoning toad, Gamabunta. As Gamabunta and Naruto are watching as Jiraiya tells Gamabunta to help him with backup. Jiraiya then quickly uses his Toad Fire Sage jutsu. He quickly creates the oil jutsu and then makes a flame jutsu right after that. At that point, Jiraiya then maximizes the amount of firepower he can use, as the entire ground that's warping and moving from the staff's connection is then suddenly it combusts through Naruto's eyes, as Jiraiya just set aflame. Era's staff is then an inch off the ground, causing the ground to stop moving as it stands there perfectly still. Naruto takes this opportunity as he forms a large ladder of shadow clones heading towards Era. As he runs up the side of his shadow clones, he quickly forms a regular Rasengan in his right hand, using his chakra control. He then thrusts the Rasengan directly at Hera herself, who feels it coming from behind her. As she turns around, she has direct contact from both Jiraiya and Naruto's own Rasengans. One on her right side, one on her left. Era's body spins in a perfect tornado fashion as she goes flying to the ground, smashing into it, causing several craters as her body goes flying through it. She quickly picks up her staff as she looks upward, seeing a golden glow emancipating around her body. Filthy mortals. I had given you a chance to escape, but it appears that you're too stubborn or too stupid to avoid me. As Era then pulls out the other weapon that she holds inside of her pocket, she then quickly pulls out Naruto's scythe, and as she activates it, she then says, "Here, if you want it so bad, catch." She then takes the scythe and begins to spin it extremely fast while it's at its full power. She throws the scythe, and suddenly the sharp blade is about to cut Naruto's head off. As the blade goes flying at Naruto, Naruto can only gasp for air, and suddenly, before his very eyes, Jiraiya gets stabbed by his staff as Jiraiya rushes in front of the way to protect him. Jiraiya falls to the ground as the staff is embedded into his side, beginning to see blood pooling out of the wound in his side. Jiraiya looks up to Naruto and reaches his hand forward, telling him in his mind that this is the way it had to be, and he tells him that he can still win. Go. Naruto, who's in Sage Mode now, is beginning to get enraged as he begins to shake as he pulls the scythe out of Jiraiya's side and begins to try and heal the wound. He quickly summons Tempest and tells Tempest to take care of Jiraiya-sensei, while his current business is to deal with this rogue goddess. He then begins to wield his scythe as if he missed it for the past few months. He looks at Hera with his scythe now in hand and then says that he's going to make her disappear from this world. She smiles as she holds up Naruto's godly form and power in her other hand, completely filling the entire air with electricity, saying that if he wants his power so bad, then he should come and take it himself. Suddenly, Naruto blitzes and disappears, a trail of lightning appearing behind him, as he summons all of the lightning release he can to his body. At this point, he then charges lightning release into his staff, streaming the chakra lines. At this point, he then slices the scythe, and instead of having the typical wind nature energy that he always used, a slash of lightning comes blitzing out of the actual end, hitting into Era and cutting her in half. Suddenly, her form reappears as her golden blood then sips back together as if nothing had happened. He then grits his teeth, realizing that this battle is going to be much harder than he had thought, and he then puts his all into it. Using Sage Mode Jutsu, he can basically dodge all of her attacks, as he can predict where she's going to move as well as feel the nature energy before she can make them. Every attack he dodges, tries to block or almost move out of the way, but every time he seems to barely get hit. Naruto's actually getting worn down, and even though he has Sage Jutsu on his side, which is severely helping his durability, as well as make him far stronger than he would be in his regular form, he's still not strong enough. If only he had Eagle Eye. With Eagle Eye, he could slow down her movements, as well as perceive where she'd be going next. Naruto then realizes that as long as he can cut her hand off before it can reappear, he has about a 3-second interval before he can grab his own power and return it to himself. She can see that he's thinking in his own head and laughs, saying that plan will never work. Naruto then looks up, and with everything he has, he finally comes up with a plan. He smiles a wry, wicked smile that Hera herself knows from Zeus all those long years ago, back during a long battle with his father, Kronos, aka Naruto's grandfather. Naruto looks up as his eyes gleam a brilliant blue, and he says, "Oh yeah? Well, you have to catch me first." At that point, he then pulls smoke bombs out of his pocket and throws smoke bombs across the entire area. Unknown to Hera, Naruto begins to form shadow clones, and as they use the transformation jutsu to turn themselves into rubble around the battlefield, Naruto quickly pretends to move to the opposite side, so that way she believes that he has some sort of other plan worked up. He creates a chain distraction that he wraps on the ground using his shadow clones to build, and suddenly he has a very advanced form of a chain prison built underground that he can use to spring up and capture her. He put just a little bit of lightning release into the entire chain so that way it would continue to tase and stun her just long enough so she couldn't use her teleporting at her immense speed and strength to bust out. This would be long enough. This will be his chance. At that point, he then, as the dust and smoke clears, she swings her staff into the dust, causing it to completely fall to the ground using her reality warping. She looks down at Naruto and says that, "So, what was your plan? Just gonna move behind me?" Naruto, who has a Rasengan in both his right and left hands being formed by shadow clones, says this is going to go out with a bang. At that point, one of the shadow clones rushes forwards with a Rasengan in hand. Hera easily swipes this out of his hand as she smacks the Rasengan out with her staff, causing the chakra to explode, leaving her a blind spot. Immediately, Naruto rushes forward and says, "Do it now!" Suddenly, as Hera's eyes open wide, she can see that all the rubble below that wasn't there before is shadow clones. The shadow clones untransform themselves as they suddenly begin to pull the chain from underground. She looks up and is trying to escape, but it's too late. Naruto's other shadow clone pulled him up and threw him above her, and as he comes running down, he says, "You lose. It's time that I become the real me again and begin to get stronger so I can defeat the Akatsuki, save Sasuke," and also, as he smashes his Rasengan to the top of her skull, as she flattens her entire body into the chain prison below as she gets wrapped up by the chains, "Save the world." As the entire chains begin to wrap around her body, she can feel her immortal chakra beginning to be squeezed out of her by the lightning release. She grits her teeth as she gets pissed off that some mortal could actually damage her, or much less catch her in a trap like this. Her staff is wrapped in the chain as well, far away. She can't reach it to activate her ability. Naruto has won. As Naruto walks forward to her outstretched hand, he then takes his own hand and pushes it on top of hers, gripping out and grabbing his own immortal chakra. He then opens up his own clothing and shows where the seal was, where the QB was. He then gently places his hand over it, and then reseals his energy back inside of himself. Feeling some light return to his skin and color, Naruto finally takes a sigh of relief. As he looks up, and in his left eye, you can see the eagle eye activated. He looks down at Lady Hera, and then tells her that if this is enough proof to you that I deserve who I am, that I am my father's son, and whatever you call yourselves, gods, goddesses, placing yourself on some mighty pedestal ahead of others, that isn't my nindo, my ninja way. My ninja way is to protect everyone, to save everyone in my village, and also to defend the world from people like you who try and take things from other people because they don't think they're worthy of it, or because they think they can't handle it themselves. Naruto then takes his fist and puts it on the left side of his chest as the eagle eye deactivates slowly. He then looks down at her as he smiles and says, "Well, I've proven it to you now, right?" Hera smiles as she looks up at her stepson, you could say, and she smiles, saying that she'll see him again someday, and that he truly was strong. Golden light begins to form around her body as she dissipates her 25% of immortal chakra as it returns to the heavenly realms. The chains fall to the ground as all the shadow clones disappear, and then Naruto remembers that Jiraiya is still bleeding. He rushes over to try and save Jiraiya. Back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's laying on the ground, and he can feel blood pooling out of his left side. He doesn't know if there's much he can do. Naruto quickly tries to use his reverse summoning. Jiraiya doesn't know if this is able to work and tells him that the only place he knows that he could probably get some healing would perhaps be at Mount Miyaboku. Naruto desperately tries and sees if Gamabunta can reverse summon them. As Jiraiya and the entire team actually make it back to Mount Miyaboku, Naruto's sitting inside on the mountain's top while he desummoned Tempest. He sits there for the entire hours with his hands clasped together, closing his eyes, just praying to someone that his master, Jiraiya, wouldn't be hurt and wouldn't die. Several hours later, Naruto gets out of his small sitting area as he meets and walks around Mount Miyaboku. Although he doesn't have a summoning bond with any of the Toad people, he does get along with them quite well, as well as due to him having an amphibian summon of the reptilian dragons similar to them. They still respect Naruto, as well as for him being a kind person, as well as for him being strong and saving Jiraiya boy. Jiraiya was foretold to be the one to train the child of prophecy. And so, many of the Toads, especially Pa and Ma, believe that this Naruto boy might be the very one to do it, to truly be the one to bring peace to this shinobi world. If you guys want to see... Oh, what is up, everybody? It's me, Weeb, here, back with part 14 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. You guys have been looking forward to this, as well as part 15, 16, and 17 will be airing as well for the 2K special. I'll be airing those in several different hour time lapses, and I might be spacing them out just by a day because I'll be posting a ton of videos for the 2K sub special, and I'll also be trying to finish some of the older What Ifs in the next few weeks. So thank you guys so much. I've had these scripts finally written, so I hope you guys enjoy. Let's just get into it. And yeah, so thanks again for everything. We hit 2,000 subscribers. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Make sure to like, comment down below any more suggestions, and thanks again. So let's make it to 5K as our next goal, with the overall goal trying to hit 10K subs before July. So let's do it, weebs. I know we can do it. Let's get there, and let's get right into the part. Thank you guys so much. As Naruto, Jiraiya begin to head back towards the Leaf Village after their long 3 years journey across the countryside and running into many different adventures. Naruto has grown taller. He looks more mature now, and his power has risen equally. No one in the village would know after all he's gone through, after battling the Queen of the Gods, as well as traveling through the labyrinth and fighting Daedalus. Naruto, who's spent the last 3 years of his life training and learning Sage Mode, as well as new arts for his own eye technique, as well as for his powers in general, including his scythe, Naruto has finally returned to the Leaf Village. As Naruto and Jiraiya walk through the Great Gates, the two Chunin who are standing there look up and see Naruto, and a smile grows on their faces as they see their most powerful genin at the time, from what they might believe. As Naruto and Jiraiya walk into the town, Naruto stretches his arms out and then jumps to the top of one of the smokestacks of the Leaf Village. As he looks up, he then stretches his arms out as his wide, dark, black and blue billowing cloak goes around him. "Ah, it's good to be home," Naruto says. Naruto's voice has deepened over time, as well as his maturity in general. So his hair has grown out longer, and he looks to me more like Minato every day. As down below we can see, Sakura intercepts Jiraiya and is excited to see that Naruto has finally returned. As Naruto is returned to the Leaf Village, Naruto then hops back down as they head towards the Lady Hokage's office to report their training. As Naruto walks into the office, Tsunade is pleasantly surprised and also wondering who this person could be, as she looks into the strong jawline of Naruto, who looks down and says, hello Granny. Tsunade realizes who this is and then asks if he's Naruto. Naruto smiles and looks at him with his whiskers now going up on his cheeks. "Yep, that's me, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm gonna become the next Hokage of the Leaf Village, hopefully." Tsunade cracks a smile and then looks at Naruto as Jiraiya walks into the door. As Jiraiya walks in, Sakura as well comes in too, and Shikamaru is beginning to come around with his own errands and papers for the Hokage. As she then asks Jiraiya how the training went, and Jiraiya said that it had been pretty eventful, more than he had planned anyway, but Naruto's gotten far stronger, as well as learning some special jutsu that no one else in the village besides him could use. He was referring to his Sage Mode. As Naruto now gets ready to see what Lady Tsunade has in order for him, Kakashi starts coming by as she calls in Kakashi to be the one to fight Naruto and Sakura in order to retrain as well as see if they can pass the bell test. Naruto's excited and smiles as it's his second chance, and this time he's going to pass the bell test for sure. Kakashi has no idea what he's in for as Naruto and Sakura prepare for battle. Naruto pulls up his black hood and with light electric-like blue patterns and clouds moving over it. It seems to be completely different than what he had been wearing before, and Sakura is kind of impressed. She blushes and is feeling kind of mixed up about Naruto as he seems completely different than he had a few years ago. Naruto pulls his scythe out, and as he gets ready, he then begins to activate it. Sakura is surprised when she sees it. It looks completely different now. For some reason, the scythe itself had seemed to grow with Naruto. Now the previously golden and shining, silver, smaller scythe that would fit into a child's hand has now grown to be longer, similar to that of Aragorn from Fairy Tales. If you know who I'm talking about, scythe, I'll put it on screen. And it seems to be around that size, completely made of a black, cold, dark blue metal, as it slants and curves around his shoulder. Naruto turns and looks at Sakura with his steely blue-eyed gaze. He tells Sakura that she better take this seriously as well, so they can finally pass and show Kakashi they're ready to take back Sasuke. As Naruto begins to walk into the battle, Naruto clenches his fist on his left side, causing storm clouds to raise over the Leaf Village. Kakashi hears this and then is ready for a fight. Kakashi quickly activates his Sharingan as he's not planning on going easy on Naruto. Naruto immediately activates his Eagle Eye, as he's been training with it to try and regain that power. He's been unsuccessful so far, but his Eagle Eye has actually matured into the point where it's become clearer for him to see for many, many long distances. Naruto suddenly teleports as electricity crackles along the forest. Suddenly, Kakashi hears a faint buzzing behind as he turns and sees a blue light emanating over the tree. Naruto's standing there and is pointing at him and then smiles and does a small wave. Kakashi's eyes widen as Naruto suddenly appears and punches Kakashi. Kakashi gags as blood soaks the top of his mask as Kakashi goes flying through a tree, making a loud crash through the forest. Dang, Naruto says as he missed. I'd been aiming for a more deadly spot, as Naruto had been trying to knock Kakashi out in one blow. Kakashi decides he has to take this more seriously and activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto and Sakura then jump into battle as Sakura tries to use her freakish strength to punch the ground, causing a crater to open. At this point, Naruto takes advantage of this and forms 3 lightning clones, sending them all into the forest to hunt Kakashi. Kakashi in this timeline is on the run, as Naruto is far stronger than him, and he hasn't even used his most powerful jutsu yet. He then asks Kakashi through the clones as they yell through the forest if he wants him to go all out. Kakashi shouts yes, and Naruto replies again asking, "Do you want the same rules to apply as before, Kakashi-sensei, as if we're trying to kill you?" Kakashi thinks about this for a second and then cautiously says yes. Suddenly, Naruto smiles as he stands perfectly still. The thunderclouds parted for a small second as a sunbeam begins to pour down on top of Naruto. Naruto feels the power well within him as nature energy flows throughout his entire body. Bam. Suddenly, Sage Jutsu begins to fill his body as the familiar scales of the dragon begin to emanate around random parts of his body. Naruto suddenly feels an increase in his chakra, and then he says, "Sakura, watch this." At that point, Naruto uses one of his most powerful jutsu. He places both of his hands forward and creates a seal where he clasps all of his fingers in with each other, leaving his 2 pointer fingers pointing outward towards the forest. At that point, he then rips his hand up towards the sky, points upwards, and summons it. Using the thunderclouds he summons a pure bolt of lightning, and with the hand seal he has, he redirects the lightning towards the forest. Energy Bolt, lightning style. Wrath of the Thunder God. At that point, he then clasps his hands and squeezes them, pushing chakra through it. The lightning, which is usually cracked and curved and doesn't seem to be straight, forms and bends to his will, creating it into a straight line, as he then slashes through the forest, causing every single tree that he points at to become vaporized as it falls to the ground. A field appears within the forest head, and Kakashi falls to the ground as he sees Naruto standing there in his sage mode. Naruto walks over to Kakashi with all 3 lightning clones behind him, holding their own lightning armors activated on them, as well as they have kunai out. Kakashi holds his hands up and says that he's probably lost this, and at that point he teleports as a substitution jutsu is completely exploded. He then comes out of nowhere using the Mangekyo Sharingan on the 3 lightning clones, making them disappear, using Kamui. Naruto quickly turns and then uses his Sage Art, as he pretends to throw a punch. This punch actually has a ton of wind energy nature release chakra put into it, and at that point a burst of air pushes into Kakashi, shoving him into Sakura. Do it now. Sakura then takes her fist and clotheslines Kakashi, and she hits him from the back, causing him to gag up spit as he is completely knocked out. Naruto calmly walks over and picks up one of the bells. Sakura does the same, and then he grips his bell, looking down at Kakashi-sensei and helping him up. Sorry about that, Kakashi, but I had to see how strong I was compared to you now. Kakashi smiles and wearily says that he's impressed with his power and strength. Naruto nods and thanks him, telling him that he's been training hard and he's going to reclaim Sasuke. Kakashi reports back to Tsunade and tells him that they both passed the bell test, and it was especially impressed with Naruto, and that he's been able to figure out how to change lightning release in order to stream the chakra, even so that he can alter actual lightning. Tsunade is impressed with Naruto's strength and speed, and Sakura is even more impressed with Naruto now too. Now, at this point is when we would be getting Naruto beginning to get a little bit impatient. Naruto would look over to Tsunade and ask when he and Sakura, as well as Team 7, will be able to head out and save Sasuke. He's going to reclaim him and bring him back to the Leaf Village no matter what. Tsunade sighs and then tells Naruto that even if Sasuke wanted to come back, then it's been extremely hard to follow them, as Orochimaru and his men have been moving all over every place in order to find new hiding spots from the Leaf Village, knowing full well that Naruto will be coming after them someday. Naruto squeezes a fist and then decides he'll take a rest for the day. Naruto begins walking back through the rain and decides to stop raining on the village. He raises his hand to the sky and then he forms the hand seal for Toe. At that point, then the clouds begin to ease up as they then head away from the Leaf Village, causing the sun to shine again. Naruto heads back to his house and opens the door. Dust is everywhere, and he quickly uses his wind release to clean it up. As he lays down on his bed, his feet hang over the edge, and Naruto realizes that it's been 3 years. 3 years since he's been back home. He looks towards all his posters, as well as the picture of him, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi that they first took when they were originally named Team 7. Naruto has a faint smile as his eyes twinkle a dark blue and bright blue light, seemingly like electricity in the night sky. Naruto closes his eyes as he has a sweet dream about him as a bird flying freely. Naruto awakens the next day and is urgently awakened by Shikamaru, as he is told that Lady Tsunade has commanded that he come to her at once. Naruto reports to the office immediately, as he and Sakura and Kakashi are there. She then explains that they've gotten a message that something has happened in the Sand Village. We go back a few days from this story at this point, where we see Deidara as well as Sasori as they begin to head towards the Sand Village. Deidara uses his clay and forms his explosions as he flies over the Sand Village and begins to cause havoc. As they captured the Sand Kage, they then leave the Sand Village. Suddenly, after the Akatsuki have left, a notice was sent towards the to the Leaf Village for assistance, as well as notifying of Gaara's being taken. Naruto pounds his fist on the desk, causing a small crack on the wood, as his arm is tensed up and his muscles look completely bulging. He looks back towards Kakashi and Sakura and asks if he can take the mission. They all agree and said they were going to anyway, and Naruto smiles, saying that he's got a perfect way to deal with this. At that point now, Naruto looks back to Tsunade and thanks her and says that they should be heading out now if they want to save him. Tsunade explains that the Sand Village is a 3 days trip from here. Naruto looks at her and tells her that with him there, it'll be cut in half. They can make it there in 1.5 days. Tsunade is interested in this as Naruto then proceeds to walk outside. Kakashi and Sakura are also curious as to what Naruto is about to do, and now Naruto begins to charge all of his wind release. He sits on the ground and begins using that same pattern from the original, where he begins to gather nature energy, a lot of it. Suddenly, Naruto begins to form many hand seals. His hands seem to be blurring throughout the entire middle section of his body, as he then suddenly stops and seems to be doing a summoning as he pushes his hand on the ground. Ninjutsu style, cloud release. Naruto uses Cloud Release, a special jutsu that he himself had created in the last year before when him and Jiraiya had been training, directly after his confrontation with Hera and reclaiming his godly powers. He summons a cloud, a pure white puffy cloud, and he tells Kakashi and Sakura to hop on. Both of them are terrified as well as interested in what this jutsu is, and Naruto tells them to hurry up. As they hop on, he then proceeds to jump on his cloud himself, as they then begin to float upwards, moving at faster speeds than they would if they had to walk or run through the forest. Naruto quickly creates a shadow clone, and then tells it to be gathering nature energy up there so they can continue to maintain the cloud and use it to move. Kakashi asks what this jutsu is, and Naruto explains that him and Jiraiya had to travel around a lot when they were moving during the 3 years, especially near the end when they were moving from village to village to gather supplies. Naruto developed this jutsu using lightning and wind style. He can summon clouds using the water style and pull it down from the atmosphere. However, in order to continue to use that nature energy, which we're sitting on top of, we need to be constantly charging nature energy into it so that way it can continue to move and follow our will. If I didn't have that shadow clone there gathering nature energy in Sage mode, then the cloud would disperse and we wouldn't have anything to sit on, we'd just be on the ground. Naruto then, as they continue to move forward, Kakashi realizes that they're actually moving at quite a fast pace, and is truly impressed with Naruto, asking if he has created any other jutsus while he was gone. Naruto turns around and smiles a devilish and warily smile and says that he'll just have to watch and find out himself. As they begin to head towards the Sand Village, Naruto has no idea what's awaiting him, as he and Sakura and Kakashi prepare for their first battle against the Akatsuki. What is up, everybody? It's me, Weeb here, back with another episode of a What If. So, this is What If Naruto Was a Demigod Part 15. You guys voted that you guys wanted 3 more parts of this for hitting 2,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for that. So, I'll be recording that. There will be 5 videos coming out today, which will be this one, Part 16, which will be coming out in a few hours. And then in between this and Part 16, I'll be doing a new What If. And then after Part 16, I'll be posting another new What If. And then at the end of the day, I'll be posting the final Part 17. So that will be the end for the 2K sub special. If you guys want to support me or continue to support me, I've posted about section and channel links. If you guys want to check out my first montage there, I'll be doing some more stuff like that there. But anyway, let's just get right into the video. And thank you guys again. So let's see what happens. As you guys remember, last time, Naruto and Sakura completed the bell test, and now Naruto has just been informed that the Kage has been kidnapped by Daedalus and Sasuke of the Akatsuki. Naruto's first reaction as a fellow Jinchuriki, as well as a good, decent human in general, decided that he was going to save Gaara himself, and so Naruto and the rest of Team 7, Kakashi and Sakura, began to head over to the Sand Village. Naruto used Cloud Release to get them over there faster, and now Naruto and the rest of his group have finally reached the Sand Village. Let's hop back into the story right now. As Naruto, as well as Kakashi and Sakura, fall down out of their cloud that Naruto, when he disperses his shadow clone, the nature energy stops flowing in within it, and the cloud disperses, causing a puff of air as Naruto, as well as Kakashi and Sakura, plop to the ground. Naruto looks up to the sky and gives a thumbs up to the clouds as if to say thanks. He smiles and then tells everyone that they're ready to go. As the Sand's gates are open for them, they then walk in and they are then sent directly towards the medical office where Kankuro, who had been tracking Sasuke, however, Sasuke had gone back and poisoned him. Now Kankuro was completely knocked out and Sakura was there, luckily. Lady Chiho would be waiting there as well when Sakura walks into the room and decides that she'll take care of it. Using her training from Tsunade, Sakura actually heals Kankuro and pulls the poison out using chakra. So Kankuro is saved when he wakes up and tells everyone what happened. Kankuro explains that Sasuke had gone back to attack him and that they were heading northeast. Now, Naruto, who has all the information he needs now, is pretty much ready to go when Sakura tells him to wait and asks if there's anything else. Lady Chiho then interrupts and says she would like to be coming with when they go to rescue the young master, Gaara. Especially due to the fact now that Kankuro has been saved earlier, because it's only been 1.5 days, not 3 days, that they got to the village. Kankuro is in much better shape, and he isn't like dying because Sakura got there fast, like way faster in half the time due to Naruto's cloud release. However, Lady Chiho would still like to come with the group in order to defend, because she doesn't think it's right that only Leaf Ninja go with to get their Kage for their village. So Lady Chiho would still come with the group. As Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi, as well as Lady Chiho now, head out of the village, Lady Chiho's brother looks down at her and then wonders if she'll make it back alive. As they start heading out towards that direction, they finally, after many miles of walking, Naruto decides that he could try and use Cloud Release again. Kakashi says that they shouldn't do that now because there might be footprints or something, some kind of key that they could use to find them. There were many genjutsu traps that they found along the way that were set probably by either Gaara or Sasori. And now they'd finally broken through them using Kakashi's Sharingan as well as Naruto's Eagle Eye respectively in order to not see through genjutsu. As they all head finally into the same area, they see a large stone placed in front of a doorway, what seems to be like. Sakura says that she can handle this, and Naruto sits down and lets her apply her skills. As Naruto watches as Sakura suddenly destroys the complete boulder, we see all 10 of the Akatsuki doing that ritual with Gaara. Gaara having the Shukaku being sucked out, Naruto immediately leaps into action. As the Akatsuki were not expecting anyone from the Leaf to be able to arrive there in such a short amount of time, Naruto suddenly appears by the door, lightning arcing over his entire body as he looks with complete rage at the Akatsuki. His teeth are grinding as he looks into all of their faces. He then quickly forms his ion sphere and charges at them. At that point, he then creates a shadow clone which passes off the ion sphere in a large chain of shadow clones, and then eventually spinning and throwing it directly at the hand of the Akatsuki. All the Akatsuki disappear except for Daedalus and Sasori, who were real and not images. The rest of the Akatsuki are confused and also worried as what's going to happen to the One Tails, as the Nine Tails has finally appeared to save the One Tails. Gaara spits up, and as he wakes up from his attack, due to him only missing half of Shukaku now, he breathes heavily as he's on the ground, panting, and blood is falling out of every wound that he has acquired. Sakura begins to work on healing him immediately, and Lady Chiho does the same. Kakashi and Naruto are going to take on Daedalus and Sasori. Sasori and Daedalus look down at Kakashi and Naruto asks which one Kakashi wants. Kakashi says that he'll take Daedalus, and he'll take the one with the weird thing on his eye, and you can take the one that looks like a crab. Naruto winces a bit as he'd been wanting the blonde one too, but he decides it's fine. He tells Kakashi to go after him, and he agrees. So Kakashi begins to battle with Daedalus. As Naruto then immediately jumps into a fight with Sasori, he teleports seemingly instantly behind him. At that point, he has his Eagle Eye active and can see that there's something hidden inside of that shell. Even though it has a high-density layer of chakra within the puppet itself, Naruto's purified Eagle Eye from training with it so long is much more advanced than most regular dojutsu, including the Byakugan and 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Naruto flows electricity into his palm as he allows lightning release to enter it. He forms a small sphere of lightning release and then charges it as he spreads it out across his hand evenly. He creates a lightning blade, similar to what Kakashi has used. However, instead of it crackling and being uneven, Naruto has used the same technique he's learned of smearing the chakra and creates a perfectly smooth, almost light-like blade. He quickly slashes at the side of Sasori's puppet, and Sasori barely has time to dodge. A small cut appears on the side, and a liquid begins to ooze out. Now, Sasori knows he has to go all out against this guy, as Naruto quickly deactivates his lightning sword and gets back into the battle. Naruto quickly forms three lightning clones, and they all begin to run towards Sasori. Back to Kakashi. Kakashi is currently fighting with Daedalus. Daedalus hurls explosions directly at Kakashi. Kakashi throws kunai back, as well as using his Kamui can pulse a lot of them out of the air. He's running out of chakra pretty fast though, and Daedalus is noticing. Kakashi decides he has to finish this quickly, and so Kakashi then charges up his Raikiri. He then, as he does so, tries to stab it at Daedalus. Deidara jumps out of the way and gets on top of his C4 explosive bird as he flies out of the cavern and tries to escape. Kakashi, as he runs out, tries to Kamui Deidara. Deidara makes a fake explosion as his arm is left behind, and he disappears off into the forest. Deidara escapes the attack and knows that they can't win against them with just those two. They're too strong, especially with backup like Lady Chiho as well as that other girl from the Leaf Village. At this point, Sakura has basically finished up with working on Gaara, and Gaara has recovered. Gaara stands up and tries to help as he pushes his hand forward to try and summon some sand release. He uses sand and tries to wrap it around towards Sasori and trap his legs. Naruto takes advantage of this as Sasori is surprised by the sand and then tries to rush at him with a punch, just a regular punch. Sasori takes advantage of this and then quickly pulls out his poison as he tries to stab Naruto with the poison. Naruto quickly activates his scythe almost at an instant speed, blocks the attack, and strikes, slicing off that arm of Sasori. Now, Naruto takes advantage of this attack, and Kakashi and Naruto rush him together. Sasori's puppet is forcibly destroyed as he reveals his true self with his heart canister. He summons all 100 of his respective ninja tools, or his puppets each, as they then begin to fight. Naruto uses an AoE attack as he decides that he needs to get a wide area. Naruto uses his lightning sphere and pushes out the size to a large degree, frying almost 25 of the complete puppets of the puppeteer. Lady Chiho decides that she should hop into the action and begins to use her jutsu as well, forming her puppets as they begin to fight with Sasori's. Sakura's busy punching and taking out puppets one by one, as Kakashi is using his own Kamui to completely destroy puppets and just pull them out of the world. Now, Sasori's running into trouble as he knows he's about to be defeated, and so he tries to at least take out one of them. As Sasori tries to take out Granny Chiho, he seemingly rushes towards Lady Chiho as if to try to strike her, as Naruto and Sakura come from each side punching him as his body goes flying. Naruto, who tells Sakura they can finish this, quickly activates his most powerful jutsu. He quickly forms in his hand the Ion Sphere, as he purifies it even more, adding some immortal chakra into the mix more than usual. The Ion Sphere grows larger as he creates a giant Ion Sphere, a black hole to be more precise. At that point, he then rushes towards Sasori, and then he slams it directly into Sasori. Sasori can feel his entire body being crunched up as it begins to squeeze together from the gravity. Naruto screams, "Ah!" as he summons all of his chakra in order to pull the rest of Sasori apart. Sasori's entire body is ripped in half as the canister falls to the ground. Sakura quickly walks over to it, and as she puts her foot on top of it, she then crushes down quickly as blood splutters from the empty canister. Now, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura have finally defeated Sasori. Lady Chiho has survived and is mourning the loss of her grandson, as well as now having Gaara be returned with half of the One Tails still being there. So now they all begin to return to the Sand Village. Deidara walks out weakly as he escapes from the forest, heading back towards the rubble that was the cave. Suddenly, two other Akatsuki appear, Zetsu and Obito, or for we know him as Tobi. Tobi then picks up the ring that, as we know, Sasori was holding, and asks if he can be part of the Akatsuki now. Now, Zetsu takes the ring from him gently and tells him not to play such jokes like that anymore, as they have plenty of work to do. Yo, what is up everybody, it's me, Weeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 16. Hope you guys enjoyed the previous two parts today that I've had posted. Hope you guys are ready for this part. You guys don't really need a recap as we just had the last episode today, so I hope you guys are ready and excited for this, and let's get right into the episode. As Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke and Lady Chiho return with Gaara to the Sand Village, Gaara is overjoyed to see his people as the Kage. Now, Naruto smiles as he sees what it's like to be a Kage, and he wants to become the Hokage more than ever now. Now, Naruto, as well as Kakashi and Sakura, would return to the Leaf Village. Now, Lady Chiho is alive, so that's a big change in the story, as well as Daedara, who has the same missing arm, is pretty much the same in canon. Now, Naruto, as he walks back to the village, activates Cloud Release again and pulls everyone aboard. As soon as Kakashi lays down the white fluffy cloud, he passes out instantly. Kakashi is wiped out after using Kamui so much during the last battle, and so Sakura and Naruto ride home on the cloud together. As Naruto gets off of the cloud, he finally returns to the Leaf Village. He reports to Lady Tsunade as he holds Kakashi and brings him in as well, telling them the mission was a success and the Kage has been safely restored to the Sand Village. Next, Naruto would be on break for a couple of days. As Naruto walks around with Shikamaru as well as Choji, they would be just relaxing when suddenly Naruto is attacked by a certain man. A sudden, odd-looking lion of some sort made of ink comes running out of nowhere and tries to bite Naruto. Naruto, at ease, takes his scythe and slashes with one great cut, almost instantly vaporizing the creature. Sai. There stands Sai. Naruto turns around as he looks up and sees Sai standing there with his painting tools in hand. Shikamaru turns around as well as Naruto, and they begin to get into a fight as Sai makes fun of Naruto. Naruto and Sai as well as Shikamaru get into the battle, as Shikamaru uses the Shadow Possession Jutsu to try and stop Sai from attacking. Naruto, who has no trouble taking care of Sai at this point, easily dispatches Sai's creatures, and when Sai tries to take down Naruto, Naruto holds one hand up and blocks the sword, grabbing the blade as he crushes it underneath his hand. He looks at Sai and asks what he's there for, and how dare he attack them while they were doing nothing inside of the village. Sai quickly tries to use a smoke bomb to retreat. Naruto activates his eagle eye and instantly teleports next to Sai, chopping him down as he goes flying into the street below. Sai runs down an alley, disappearing, as Naruto can't catch up to him without using his eagle eye for much more. Naruto stops as he lets him go and tells Shikamaru that was weird. He and Shikamaru would then continue to walk around town for the rest of the day, and then Naruto goes home. The next day, Tsunade would call in Naruto, Sakura, as well as two other people they haven't met before. Naruto would be introduced to their new captain while Kakashi was out, Yamato. Yamato possesses the wood style and is able to suppress the Nine Tails, so Naruto understands in case he ever goes berserk. Naruto thinks about that one time a few years ago when before he had battled Hera. And then he looks over to the other guy and sees Sai. Well, he doesn't know his name yet, but he remembers that guy who tried to fight him and Shikamaru from before. Lady Tsunade, this person attacked me and Shikamaru while we were walking around in the Leaf Village yesterday. He points at Sai, and Sai, with a blank face expression, says he has no idea what he's talking about. At that point, Naruto then looks towards Tsunade, and Tsunade, who has no control over this as Danzo himself ordered this to happen, tells Naruto he'll just have to deal with it for now. Naruto nods, and inside he sort of complains and sighs as he has to deal with this nuisance. Him, Sakura, Yamato, as well as now we have Sai in the group, begin to walk out as they head over to that same meeting spot as before. Yamato introduces himself and says that their mission is to go and reclaim Sasuke Uchiha, as they've gained some intelligence that apparently Sakura had heard from Sasori before he had died. There's a meeting bridge over in that direction near the Grass Village that Sasori is supposed to be meeting up with someone who is a spy for him from Orochimaru. So now we need to do is, in order to completely defeat Orochimaru and take Sasuke back, we're going to have to head over there and use some transformation jutsu as well as to be quite clever in order to pull this off. Naruto nods and asks why specifically that they were called on the mission. Yamato thinks that this is obvious and tells Naruto that currently he's probably the strongest person there, and that if we have him there, it'll be much easier to reclaim Sasuke, especially due to the fact that Sasuke and Naruto had that final battle before. Naruto nods and says he understands as he and the rest of the team begin to pack up as they head towards the Grass Village. Naruto, as they're heading along, asks Yamato if he would like him to use Cloud Release. Yamato is interested in this, shows him Cloud Release, the same very handy transformation, as well as sort of nature release energy he's been using. Yamato decides that they should walk from there, and says that it might be dangerous to be up high where there's no vantage point. Well, where there's a high vantage point, but we have no cover. Naruto and the rest of the team then continue to walk as they run through the forest. Naruto thinks about Sasuke and what has happened to him and how strong he might be. We zoom out now from our heroes as we head over to Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha possesses the 7 deadly sins of power, as I've mentioned before. The 7 deadly sins have immense abilities, strength, and power add-ons to you would never believe. Naruto has no idea what he's getting himself into, as Sasuke has already mastered 2 of the 7 deadly sins abilities. Naruto, as they head towards the entire village itself, then would find that he and Yamato have to wait for a while. No one shows up for several hours until suddenly they begin to set their plan into motion. So now we can see Sasori in his form walking along the bridge, as there stands Kabuto. Kabuto is about to tell the secrets about what happened, where Orochimaru and him are, for the new base of Sasuke, for his lord Sasori, when suddenly he tries to stab Sasori with his medical ninjutsu. Yamato, acting as Sasori, demands to know what this is, when he then reveals himself as Orochimaru comes jumping down into the actual bridge itself. This is when Yamato calls down Sai as well as Naruto to take care of them. Sai goes for Kabuto and Naruto dives at Orochimaru. Immediately, Orochimaru feels nothing and sees in his head one word: panic. Only all Orochimaru can feel is pain, as his body goes flying across the countryside, crashing into hills and valleys. Naruto is directly running beside him, his legs looking almost vibrating at their speed. He has his scythe out and tries to slash Orochimaru's head off. Orochimaru immediately gets serious and pulls his sword out, as he, using his special sword, combats against Naruto's scythe. Naruto and Orochimaru are almost even on pace as Naruto is blitzing against Orochimaru, his speed advancing him. Orochimaru is on the ropes as he continues to use his own skills of his snakes and trying to dodge out of the way, as well as trying to escape from the attacks. Kabuto is busy himself as he's fighting Sakura, Yamato, and Sai. Kabuto decides that he has to retreat and begins to run away. Now, Orochimaru, seeing this as a chance, continues to fight with Naruto. Naruto holds everyone back as they proceed to watch the fight below. Naruto has both hands gripped on his scythe, as he then slips his fingers around it and charges electricity into it, slashing with his scythe in a large 360-degree angle. An entire circle of electricity comes bursting out of the slash as it heads directly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru falls flat to the ground and dives his head back, as he then slips directly beneath the electric stream. Naruto appears right there and punches Orochimaru in the gut, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Orochimaru then disappears as snakes appear and try to wrap around Naruto. Naruto wraps a lightning body around himself as he pushes the lightning release through his entire body, creating the lightning armor, frying all the snakes and killing them instantly. Naruto turns around. He's not playing any games as he begins to walk towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru begins to wonder if even Sasuke would be able to handle this guy, and this person is completely different than the one he had known 3 years ago. Naruto hasn't even activated his Sage mode yet, and he's still up to pace with one of the Sannin. Naruto realizes that him and Jiraiya's training had been extremely effective, and he decides to finish it now. He quickly, as he's about to finish off Orochimaru, activates his Ion Sphere. He then runs at Orochimaru, slamming into his body. All we can hear is the gargled pain as Orochimaru's organs begin to squeeze and shudder. Orochimaru gags as his body goes flying backwards, and Kabuto rushes over to pick him up and escape. They quickly use the Mud Wall Jutsu to block their view, as Orochimaru has to use his ultimate defense, those 3 doors jutsu, in order to block Naruto's lightning attack. As Orochimaru and Kabuto escape, Naruto is tracking them with the Eagle Eye. He quickly makes a lightning clone which blitzes after them. He then rushes back to his group and tells them that he knows where they're going and he has a clone following them right now. Naruto nods and tells him amazing job, and that they should get over there right now. As Naruto, as well as the rest of his entire team, begin to follow where the lightning clone had left trail marks, they finally make it to the site where they see Orochimaru's hideout, and Naruto can sense it. Naruto begins to shake as his eyes open wide, and he falls to his knees. He looks to the rest of his group and looks down and points towards the actual area where it is. They see nothing, but what Naruto can see is darkness. Dark red energy basically flooding the entire area. Unknown to him, this is Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha has developed powers beyond what he could ever have imagined Sasuke would ever have before. Naruto, getting up shakily, knows that his chakra would definitely be clashing with whatever that thing was. As they all begin to head into the lookout to go search for Sasuke, Sai actually begins to feel it too as a chill creeps up on his neck. The entire team hears whispers and their worst thoughts, their darkest dreams and nightmares. Inside Naruto's head, he hears, "You'll never reclaim Sasuke. He's gone to the darkness now. Sasuke doesn't even want to be your friend anymore. He's broken that bond with you. All he desires is power." Naruto screams for it to shut up as he pounds his fist into a wall, while he realizes he should have been quiet. The rest of the team is walking through Orochimaru's lookout, and they too begin to hear their darkest thoughts. The closer they approach to Sasuke, the darker and more extreme their minds and ideas become of what's going to happen to them and their loved ones. Sasuke is sitting there laughing, his eyes a bright red, without even a Sharingan activated. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and I hope you guys are ready for the next episode of Demi-God, which will be coming out today too. Hope you guys enjoy all the what ifs coming out as well. Make sure to hit the like button to support me, comment down below, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you guys want to join my Discord server, there'll be a link in the description below. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. So, what is up, everybody? It's me, the Unweeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, Part 17. This is as we remember. Sorry, this went into the next day as well. It was late, and I didn't think you guys wanted me to post at like 2 in the morning. So I decided I'd just post it today. So I hope you guys are ready for that. You guys enjoyed the parts yesterday. So this is the finale for the 2,000 subscriber special. Thanks again. I'll see you all in the next video. But anyway, let's get into the episode. As Naruto and Yamato, as well as Sai and Sakura, are sitting there pondering what's going on when they can sense almost a dark energy. No one else seems to notice this except for, well, Naruto at first. Naruto can sense it all the way from several hundred feet away from the base. But as they enter deep into the base itself, as I've said, the rest of the team can actually sense the darkness inside as well. Sakura feels a cold chill creep up on her skin as she walks around. It's almost like something's watching her. Naruto continues to walk as his presence seems to bring some sort of brightness into the darkness. As Naruto continues to walk around, he feels himself being, again, filled with sorrow and hatred. Naruto eventually finds a room where, after he's run for so long, he finally comes across another room. He opens the door and it's empty. Just like in the original, the team completely starts running throughout the entire base itself. Sai finds him then, as Sai, who doesn't feel this darkness at all, walks inside and opens the door to sense and find where Sasuke is. Sees Sasuke sleeping. As he walks over to stab Sasuke and take him out with his ninjutsu, just as the offer that Danzo had told him to kill Sasuke Uchiha had ordered, Sai fails. Immediately as he stabs his blade into Sasuke Uchiha, something happens where his blade gets stuck. Inside of Sasuke's body, he tries to pull it out. Sasuke's body begins to melt as it turns into clay. As he turns around, suddenly, he feels something empty. As he turns around, he sees Sasuke Uchiha with red eyes, standing there with his hand, and his right hand and left hand almost elongating like spears. He quickly stabs Sai, causing him to go flying through the base. Quickly, Naruto hears a loud explosion as Sai's body goes tumbling and flying throughout the base. Sai is badly damaged as he has a hole through his stomach and chest as he is sitting on top of the ground. Sasuke Uchiha suddenly appears out of nowhere as a cloud of darkness appears. Naruto comes rushing out of the base as Sakura as well as Orochimaru know what's going on. As Naruto rushes out, he sees Kabuto, Orochimaru, as well as Sai, who didn't have the chance to actually tell Orochimaru that he was on his team, as well as him betraying him or anything, so they have no idea who he is. Naruto, Kabuto, and Sakura see Sai being cornered by Orochimaru, Kabuto, as well as Sasuke. Sasuke is about to finish Sai when he's about to jab his hand inside of his chest, electricity rushing along Sasuke's entire arm. Sasuke's about to just completely finish off Sai and kill him, when suddenly as he presses his hand down, Naruto appears. Naruto's hand is gripped around Sasuke's, as he then crunches his fists together, squeezing all of the lightning release out of Sasuke's hand and transferring it to himself. At that point, he then, holding Sasuke's lightning release, pushes it to the ground and deactivates it, forcibly closing access to that jutsu for a second or two. Sasuke looks down, and as soon as Naruto looks up into his red eyes, Naruto feels his heart begin to beat faster and faster. Sasuke then speaks, and when Sasuke speaks, Naruto is horrified, as well as Sakura.
Why, hello, Naruto.
Naruto is absolutely horrified when he hears this. Sasuke laughs a dark, heavy laugh as several voices inside of his chest and body expand. The 7 deadly sins over the past 3 years had only taken over Sasuke's hatred and used as a weapon to turn his body into the perfect vessel for them.
Naruto, you see the power I've gained, the strength. Not even you and your freakishly strong body will be able to take me out. No, I'll be able to kill Itachi for everything you did to me!
As Sasuke roars these words, Naruto is then punched in the face by Sasuke. Naruto goes flying as a bolt of electricity goes flying behind him as well, as he goes plundering his entire body through trees and forests. Sasuke, in a red blitz, goes rushing after him with his sin power bubbling to the surface. Sakura as well as Yamato have to take care of Kabuto and Orochimaru, who are trying to rein Sasuke in so they can escape. Orochimaru at this point isn't sure if he can actually take over Sasuke's body anymore after how strong he's gotten. Now we get into the fight with Naruto and Sasuke. As Naruto proceeds to go after Sasuke, Naruto and Sasuke begin to clash, as Sasuke immediately tries to grab Naruto. As soon as Sasuke's hand makes contact with Naruto, he smiles a wickedly devilish smile. Suddenly, a sliver of Naruto's chakra disappears, as Sasuke then has even more power. Naruto realizes immediately what's going on, and then activates his eagle eye, kicking Sasuke off him and sending him flying into the air. While Sasuke is in the air, Naruto tries to formulate a plan. As Naruto charges lightning release into his entire body, he quickly forms up to his strongest power that he can, summoning as much chakra as possible. Lightning armor as well as his eagle eye activates in both of his eyes, as at that point Naruto is now strong enough to where he thinks he might be able to take out Sasuke, or at least wound him. Sasuke comes rushing down with a black energy surrounding his body, as he quickly activates his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto is hit immediately by the power of the Susanoo, as he's slammed by Sasuke's Susanoo. As Sasuke quickly forms the arm of the Susanoo, something looks off about it compared to the original timeline. Sasuke's Susanoo, which usually has a purplish glow, in this now is a dark black. The energy surrounding it is even stronger, and Naruto's feeling like he has to actually use that power again. Naruto is tempted to use it, and at that point he gets slammed by another Susanoo arm. Naruto goes flying to a few trees, when Naruto says he's not going to take this anymore. He quickly activates all of his lightning release into his armor as well as his eagle eye. Sasuke! Naruto goes rushing forward, activating his Rasengan in one hand, and quickly activating his Ion Sphere in the other. As he puts the two together, he creates the Rasengan Ion Sphere. Using this, he slams it into the Susanoo, causing it to malform as an explosion creates it into a spinning motion. Sasuke's entire body goes flying back as a crater is formed. Naruto is actually beginning to use some of his chakra, and is tempted to see if he can actually access using his power at maximum strength against Sasuke. Sasuke now, after activating only one of his sin powers, quickly activates the second sin. He quickly forms several hand seals, and then as he forms the sealing jutsu, Seal Release, Sin of Greed, and Sin of Lust. Immediately, his power of the Sin of Greed, the ability to absorb chakra, is joined by another ability, one of his other sin powers. Naruto has no idea what this is, as Sasuke comes charging forward, his chakra seemingly just revitalized instantly. Naruto is slammed in the face, and as he is hit, suddenly Naruto's vision goes blurry, as one of his senses has been stolen and is replaced with something. Naruto's hearing has just changed as he just realized that he's hearing something not on the battlefield. He's hearing Sakura and Hinata and all of the girls back at the Leaf Village trying to tempt him into ignoring the fight and listening to what they have to say. Sasuke is about to land another hit on Naruto when suddenly Yamato quickly forms a wood barrier in front of him. As he hits the wood, Naruto snaps back to his senses as he realized that Sasuke had just used a very high advanced form of Genjutsu, something powerful enough to even penetrate his almost Rasengan level Eagle Eye. Now, Naruto rushes into the battle. Naruto quickly activates his scythe, not wanting to take this too seriously, as he slices at the Susanoo, literally lopping off one of Sasuke's Susanoo arms. The Susanoo arm completely just twists in rage as it begins to form back into chakra. Sasuke begins to tackle Naruto as they begin tackling each other across the countryside. Naruto uses an Ion Sphere again to push Sasuke away from him, as Sasuke's right shoulder now has a twisted skin mark, red and sore and rashing, beginning to bruise from the attack. Sasuke looks at him and grits his teeth and spits out blood, telling him he'll have to do better than that if he wants to kill him. Now, Naruto and Sasuke go charging at each other, screaming again. As Sasuke and Naruto are completely fighting it out, Naruto is getting weaker and weaker as his immortal chakra is running out. Sasuke continues to absorb his chakra, but he also is noticing something. Every time he uses and tries to absorb Naruto's immortal chakra, unknown to him, the sins are being weakened from it, and so Sasuke is losing power as well from absorbing Naruto's chakra. As Naruto is then slammed by Sasuke, flying back into a mountain, he finally is out of immortal chakra and is about to switch to his own chakra, when Kurama interrupts him. Let me handle this one. Kurama gives Naruto his own chakra, and suddenly, Naruto feels a power greater than he's ever felt before. He quickly activates his Sage Mode unknown to him, and in Dragon Sage Mode mixed with his Kyuubi chakra, he's animalistic and powerful. At a three-tailed Naruto state, Naruto comes running on all fours directly towards Sasuke and slashes at his body, causing it to go flying. Sasuke has 3 scars beginning to form across his body as blood spills out of the wound. Sasuke screams in pain and covers his one eye, as the one that isn't filled with the internal Mangekyo Sharingan is beginning to bleed. He quickly deactivates his opposite eye and focuses all of his Sin power to maintain his Mangekyo Sharingan and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto then quickly realizes that Sasuke has dropped out of Susanoo mode, and now it's time that they get down and serious. Naruto quickly, as he begins to feel more Kurama's chakra beginning to flow into him, feels a power that he can use. He's about to activate it as the 4th tail is released. Naruto is about to use the Bijou Bomb, as he is almost out of Kurama's chakra that he's lending him. As the Bijou Bomb is released, a large explosion is heard over the entire area, as a blast goes hurling at Sasuke. Sasuke quickly forms his Sin Susanoo, and at that point he uses his other 3rd Sin power. Thinking he wouldn't have to use this, he quickly uses his power of Wrath. Reflection. Immediately, the Bijou Bomb is reflected off of the Susanoo, and it's reflected directly back at Naruto. As Naruto's body is completely covered in the explosion, he goes flying back. Naruto is about to recover and is recovering quite fast. Sasuke knows he has to get out of there as he's not strong enough to beat him yet. He quickly bursts and almost teleports instantly back to Orochimaru and Kabuto, grabs them and quickly forms into sand as he flows away. Naruto, who's out of his Kyuubi status in Dragon Sage mode, flies over quickly as he rushes into the air, climbing on Cloud Release over to the area. As he rushes up, just about to slam Sasuke in the face, he disappears as his Mangekyo Sharingan deactivates, and he whispers, "Goodbye, we'll meet again, Naruto." As Sasuke then completely disappears, Naruto roars in anger as he slams his fist into the ground, causing thunder to crack. A large earthquake begins to shake as Naruto slams his fists into the ground over and over again until they bleed. Sakura and as well as Yamato are wiped out as Sai is on the ground bleeding out. As Naruto lays there in pain as well as suffering as he finally begins to regain and heal his immortal chakra, Kurama is now going back to sleep. Naruto thinks about what's going to happen to Sasuke and how he is going to save him no matter what. Next time he should have used Sage Mode from the beginning. If he had only gone all out and not trying to test Sasuke's power. Damn it, what a fool I am. Naruto then, as he falls to the ground, cries and sobs as rain begins to fall. If you guys enjoyed this part for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, make sure to hit the like button, comment down below what you thought, and subscribe to the channel. If you want to see more of this series as well as Sasuke and Naruto's rematch again in the future, then make sure to hit the like button and continue to keep watching my videos. There'll be another video coming out tomorrow, So I hope you guys are excited for that. That'll be pretty fun. That'll be What If Naruto Was a Dragon Slayer. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. What's up, everybody? It's me, That One Weeb here, back with part 18 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. So let's just get right into the story. We'll do a quick recap since it's been a while since the last part. If you haven't already and this is your first time checking my channel out, make sure to go and check out my other videos as well as subscribe to the channel. I have playlists in my playlist section if you want to go and just binge watch all of them at one time. I'll be organizing those soon, so I hope you guys are ready for that. Anyway, let's just get right into the recap. And make sure to hit the like button and comment down below what you think as well. As Naruto had confronted Sasuke and Orochimaru along with Yamato and Sakura and Sai, Naruto had failed to capture Sasuke and was currently enraged at himself as he failed and he was toying with Sasuke from the beginning when he should have been taking it seriously to try and take him back to the village immediately. Naruto is pissed off at himself for his own failures and says that he's gonna fix what he did wrong. Naruto then stands up after a few minutes and tells Sakura and Sai and Yamato that he's ready to go back now, and that they're not going to find any more clues about Orochimaru or anything here. Naruto then begins to walk back as Yamato tells him to hold up. Yamato was looking at Naruto just to check if he had any QB chakra leaking out, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all. Yamato nods his head and says we can go then. Immediately, the team then begins to leap through the forest as they head towards the Leaf Village. When the entire team finally make it back to the Leaf Village, Naruto is pretty much enraged as well as saddened that Sasuke has become this way after seeing what happened to him. So Naruto reports to Lady Tsunade as we get back into the story right now that Sasuke had taken on some sort of transformation over the past 3 years. His voice sounded completely alien to him, and his actual powers were completely different, and he doesn't believe that they're from the Sharingan's abilities. At that point, Tsunade nods her head and says that thanks for the report. Naruto then heads out as Yamato confirms more specifically about what occurred, especially the fights between Orochimaru and Naruto and Sasuke and Naruto. He says that Naruto's strength and power is on par with probably the Kages themselves, as Naruto's speed and strength he actually wasn't able to keep up with at that point. He probably could have taken out Orochimaru if he had been taking it seriously from the beginning. Tsunade then calls in Naruto after a few days and says that Naruto is to be trained on creating his own new jutsu with Kakashi. As Kakashi walks into the room and Naruto shows up turning around. As Naruto already knows how to do nature transformations, and Kakashi has a pretty good idea of what his nature release energy is already, and what his nature energy is, but they decide to test it anyway as they head out to the same training grounds, and Yamato goes over there and creates the waterfall just like in the original. Naruto then begins training when he learns of this technique called the multi-shadow clone technique. First, Kakashi begins to teach Naruto how the Shadow Clone Jutsu works, as Naruto didn't know how to use this jutsu yet. And as he does so, Naruto finds that it's quite versatile, and he can combine it with his lightning-style jutsu clones to create some sort of envoy of lightning clones protected by shadow clones. This also throws off enemies, as he can make some explode and some not, which would give a sort of effect of making the enemy worry about which would be a kamikaze clone. At that point, then, Naruto would be throwing himself into the training, as he now has a Shadow Clone Jutsu under his belt. Kakashi then tests his nature energy using the leaf again, and it slices for wind nature energy as well as for lightning. Naruto would begin to train with these, as Kakashi said that the 4th Hokage had created the two techniques that Naruto is quite fond of using actually himself. One of them Kakashi can use. Kakashi forms the Rasengan and quickly slams it into a tree, showing the destructive power of the Rasengan. However, Kakashi says, his other attack, the Ion Sphere, was never able to be done by anyone else in this village except for you. Jiraiya himself was only able to master it by using a majority of his chakra. We believe that the 4th Hokage was unable to perfect this technique, and so I believe it's your turn to give it a shot. Naruto wonders if it's really alright for him to work on creating a technique like this, and Kakashi says it's fine. As Naruto begins training with the Shadow Clones, he gets through the nature training easily, as Naruto is already used to using complicated changes of nature in order to, for use in his scythe, as well as just using his jutsu in general, since a majority of them, such as Cloud Release, require an intense nature energy change in order to physically summon a cloud and use chakra to hold it together. Naruto would, at this point, then begin to train under the waterfall as he works on splitting it in half. As Naruto trains his wind style as well as his lightning style, he begins to develop a technique. We zoom out from Naruto now as we head over to another team. Team Asuma is heading over to Kakuzu and Hidan, as we then pan over to see what happened with them. Hidan and Kakuzu had recently murdered a monk and had currently turned in his bounty for pay, as of course is Kakuzu's favorite hobby, of course. Hidan didn't care for such activities as it didn't necessarily please his god. At that point, Asuma comes rushing into the scene. As he does, both of them immediately recognize the Leaf Shinobi for having a high bounty, as well as for being a good target, and the battle begins. As they begin to get into a fight, Asuma begins to slice with his chakra blades, and as he does so, Shikamaru then tries to trap into the duo with his own shadow possession jutsu. At that point, Hidan and Kakuzu jump back as they get deeper into the fight. Back to Naruto. Naruto is currently working on his training, and he thinks he's developed something. The real limitations of the Rasengan and Ion Sphere are that they aren't portable. You can't launch them from far away. They're very close combat. So if you can create a jutsu using the same properties of shape transformation as well as power, and somehow add movement into it, he thinks about his Cloud Release and how he uses his energy, nature energy specifically from Sage Mode, in order to store it all and hold it together, sort of like a bubble. Naruto begins practicing this with the Ion Sphere as he tries to find a mix between the Ion Sphere and Rasengan to try and create some sort of momentum jutsu. Naruto finally comes up with something after a few days as he shows Kakashi. Kakashi is quite impressed. And as he does so, then they then begin to head over towards the team, as we then go back a few days to see what occurred. Asuma had died, just like in the original, and now the fight with Kakuzu and Hidan was happening just like in the original again. Naruto comes flying onto the battle scene as he quickly throws his new attack. Using the Electron Shuriken, Naruto quickly forms his new jutsu. He summons Wind and Lightning Release and quickly uses the properties of the Rasengan to start forming it and start spinning the chakra. He then uses Shadow Clones to put Lightning Release slowly into the middle to create a effect of magnetism. This creates electrons to start pulsing throughout the entire attack, and as it does so, it creates a negative energy force that would disable anyone. Also, it penetrates into cells and stuns people for massive amounts of time, even having the possibility of crippling someone. As Naruto quickly throws this technique, a large beam of light goes traveling behind it in a yellow stream. As it crackles along in the wind, it slices directly into Kakuzu, slicing him directly in half, as well as penetrating and completely destroying each and every cell in his entire body. Kakuzu falls to the ground dead, and Shikamaru finishes off Hidan. As Naruto heads back to the Leaf Village, Shikamaru then throws his lighter in regarding for his master Asuma's death. Naruto returns to the Leaf Village and puts a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder, telling him that he's sorry, and that he wishes that there was a way that he could fix this. Shikamaru turns around and says that Asuma wouldn't have wanted him to look like this, and that Shikamaru's just gonna have to stand up and be better, as Asuma made him promise to take care of Kurenai and his son or daughter, or his child in general, and so he promised he'd become his or she's or its master someday. Naruto then looks at Shikamaru and walks away as he says that he'll be fine. Now we pan out slowly as a new mission is being assigned to try and recapture Sasuke again. Itachi is on the move as we then pan out to see that Sasuke and his team are hunting for a certain someone to gain power, as well as for Sasuke to finally achieve his revenge. If you guys want to see a part 19 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, make sure to hit the like button, comment down below what you thought. And if you want to see the next part where we get into the Sasuke the Sins Sasuke versus Itachi, then we'll get into that as well and see Itachi's reaction to that. We'll see what happens with that battle, as well as going on further into the story. Hope you guys are ready for that, and I'm sorry this part is a little bit shorter, but I wanted to make it entirely... I didn't want to squeeze the two arcs together just in order to do so, and I think that it'll flow much better if I do the Itachi and Taka and like that arc on its own, so that Sasuke is separate from Naruto, because their stories are kind of different. And I just want to make sure that everything lines up right. So I hope everyone's okay with that. Anyway, make sure to hit the like button, as I said before. Comment down below what you thought. And subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell notification if you want to get notifications from whenever I post a video. And also, feel free to join the Discord. It's in the About section under the official Discord link on my channel. And anyway, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
It's black and white.
Yo, what's up everybody, it's me, That One Weeb here, back after a day of some very turbulent things happening in real life. I'm back though, so we're just going to continue from the day that I had to take off for the schedule. I'm also going to be putting out a few more videos today and tomorrow, more than usual. No reason, just because I missed a few days of my usual posting. So this is just like a small reward for me having to do problem things. That's my B. But anyway, let's just get right into the what if. As you guys know, this is part 19 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod, and let's just get right into the video. Hope you guys are excited for this. If you are, then make sure to hit the like button, comment down below what you thought, as well as hit the subscribe button, as well as the notification bell if you want to see more videos from me. I also have a second channel I put an announcement on if you want to just like hear more from me. I don't know, I'm just like a weeb, but you know, just some life stories and games and doing whatever I want. On my second channel, Weeb, that's in my channel links, as well as on the community posts. I put my first storytime video there if you want to check that out. Anyway, moving on from that, let's just get right into the video we all came here for. Naruto is back at the Leaf Village as his entire team has made it back after the failure that was the retrieval of Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto had been feeling pretty put out as he now didn't really have a goal set in mind. Just as this happened though, Lady Tsunade had given another go to try and find Sasuke Uchiha, and rather quickly in fact. This is where Naruto as well as the rest of the Konoha 11 are sent off to go and attack and bring back Sasuke Uchiha back to the Leaf Village. As Naruto heads out this time, believing that he won't fail Sasuke, they decide to head in the same direction as before, using Kiba and Hinata, as well as Neji, in order to find, using their Byakugan and respective Inuzuka senses in order to find Sasuke. Naruto sends his shadow clones out through the woods as they begin heading out. We move on to Sasuke Uchiha, who inside of his mind has been warped and pulled in 7 different directions specifically. Sasuke always hears the things. He never has a peace of quiet, never always a restless sleep, never a quiet moment at all. So when Sasuke had finally killed Orochimaru and had decided to go out with his team, this was it. He was going to go and kill Itachi. It was the one thing he could always think about clearly, and he has to do it and get it out of the way. Once he does so, he'll finally be free of that cursed brother of his that killed his family so long ago. As Sasuke heads out, he, as long as the rest of the team heavy, begin to head out towards the old Uchiha area. They soon run into Kisame as well as Itachi, where Itachi tells Sasuke that they'll be fighting at the old Uchiha hideout. As Sasuke looks up as he sees his brother turn to crows and fly back towards that area. Kisame waits at the rest of the team heavy as Sasuke walks into the building. As Sasuke walks inside seeing Itachi, Itachi sees Sasuke for the first time and hears his voice. When Itachi hears Sasuke talk to him, Sasuke says, "Itachi, I've come to finally finish you. It's the one true purpose I have left. And once I do so, I'll finally be free of you. I'll free myself from this world and truly rise to that of a god." Itachi is horrified when he hears Sasuke, as his voice sounds so malformed and different than he ever thought possible. At this point, Itachi is thinking that Orochimaru might have done something to him. And as he sees as Itachi looks at Sasuke's face, his beloved little brother, he sees 7 different miniature people beginning to rise out of Sasuke's skin, as Sasuke splits himself into 7 others. This isn't like Shadow Clone Jutsu, Itachi thinks, as he sees 7 Sasukes plus the original, all standing in a different colored skin tone. One of them, Greed, begins to rush forward immediately, screaming as Itachi immediately gets into the fight. Itachi is battling all 7 of the 7 deadly sins, which Sasuke has sent out of his body in order to battle Itachi while he watches. As he looks down at Itachi, now speaking in his normal voice, "Itachi, my demons are you. As soon as you die, they'll go with you." As all 7 of his sins all rush towards Itachi. Itachi is diving out of the way, almost thinking about using the Susanoo, as Sasuke is way more powerful than he ever could have imagined, and he hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet. What is this? What kind of power did he gain over the last 3 years? He thinks about what he had done to his younger brother from so long ago, and looks back to the real Sasuke, as Sasuke is gritting his teeth and yelling at the 7 of these sins, "Get in there! What are you doing? He's just standing there!" Immediately, Wrath hisses as he rushes forward, pulling out the sword on his side and tries to slash Itachi. Itachi quickly uses a Genjutsu, but for some reason this doesn't work on the clone itself. At least he thinks it's a type of clone. At that point, then, all 7 of the sins return to Sasuke, turning back into chakra. As Sasuke's body gains musculature, as Sasuke gets out of his royal throne. As Sasuke gets out, he then tells Itachi that he had been hoping to not use this. As he powers up his lightning blade across his sword and charges towards Itachi, blitzing towards him. Itachi is fighting just to keep up with Sasuke. Now Itachi is fighting for his life, as he just realized that Sasuke has some dark chakra. Using his Sharingan, Itachi uses his Sharingan to avoid, as well as try and trap Sasuke in a Genjutsu. As soon as Sasuke is trapped inside of Itachi's Genjutsu, however, suddenly Itachi screams in horror as he sees 7 dark figures begin to take over his Genjutsu and repel it against him. At that point, Itachi tries to use a Fireball Jutsu. Then, Sasuke, using the Sin of Wrath, uses his ability and easily repels this attack, causing Itachi to go flying backwards, as Itachi's robes are burning and he's coughing blood, bleeding heavily. He looks at Sasuke's curse mark, thinking that he has to get that off of him now, and that it must be powering up way more than he thought it could. We then go into the mind of Itachi Uchiha, as Itachi thinks about his younger brother Sasuke, and the thing that he treated more higher in his eyes than the village. "Itachi, can we go train the Shuriken Jutsu together after school today?" "Sorry, Sasuke, another time." At this point, another blade goes flying at him from Sasuke in a ball of rage. Itachi dives out of the way as he then thinks of another memory. "Itachi, do you think I'll ever be as strong as you someday?" "Maybe, Sasuke. If you keep training, Father's pretty proud of you. We both know he likes you more." Immediately, Itachi flashes back to reality as he dives underneath the Fireball Jutsu from Sasuke. Sasuke, who's enraged, has his blood vessels popping all over him, as his eyes glow with a yellowish rage-filled Sharingan, as his red Sharingan begin to form into a different pattern. Itachi wonders if he could have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but for some reason the Tomoe in his eyes change as 7 Tomoe appear in his Sharingan as he quickly activates his lightning release. Sasuke forms the hand seals as the thunder and rain begin to pour over the Uchiha's hideout. As Sasuke then at this point then quickly summons Kirin. Sasuke says, "This is it, older brother. Say goodbye," as he uses the release to try and summon and pull the lightning towards him. Immediately, as soon as the lightning touches Sasuke's chakra, the darkness within him begins to bleed into the lightning and the nature energy, causing his dragon to turn into the black dragon, Kirin. At that point, Sasuke looks down and says, "With the thunder clap," as he claps down all 7 sins, giving him power along with it. An enormous dragon blocks out the sky, as we see Naruto's team rushing over towards the area, as Sasuke is finishing off Itachi. Itachi looks up, and the last thing he sees before he gets hit by the dragon is one thing. his little brother's face, smiling towards him. Sasuke! Immediately, he then activates his own Susanoo, blocking the attack that Kirin was going to hit him with. The Susanoo takes the full impact of the dragon, ripping off Itachi's Susanoo arm and causing him immense pain. As Itachi wanders forward towards him, trying to grab him and grabbing Sasuke himself, he then says he can't get rid of this curse mark for him. He's too powerful. He's proud that he's gotten so strong. This is all in his head as he shambles towards Sasuke. Sasuke, who's gritting his teeth, tells him to just die. Die already, you scum! As the Sins power him up and give him more rage and fury towards Itachi. Now, following purely his desires, Sasuke runs at Itachi with his sword as he stabs directly through Itachi's gut. At this point, Itachi uses his last attempt as he takes the Totsuki blade and severs Sasuke from the 7 deadly sins, completely nullifying their power on Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke's power is completely halved by twice, as Sasuke groans in pain, as Itachi looks up and sees 7 bursts of dark chakra floating out of Sasuke and heading off into some direction. He wonders what those things were as they go. As soon as the Sins leave, the curse mark on top of on Sasuke's neck also burns away, losing its power. As Sasuke falls down, Itachi leans down and gently flicks his finger onto Sasuke's forehead, as the blood trailing down his finger trails down Sasuke's face, as Itachi tells him for the last time that he did love him and that he was sorry, Sasuke. As Itachi falls, Sasuke is crying in horror of what he'd done and what had happened to him and what he'd become, as he rushes in pain and almost an animalistic roar of anger. Now Naruto, as well as other teams, the entire team of Konoha Ninja begin to catch up, as Kisame, as well as the rest of the Team Heavy, decide that they need to get out of there before anything becomes serious. Naruto, as well as the rest of the team, as they head over, find nothing, just blood on the ground in the shape of a person. At this point, Naruto punches the Uchiha symbol, as he's enraged that he lost Sasuke yet again. We now see Sasuke Uchiha laying on a bed, as he wakes up to see Obito Uchiha standing there over him with his mask on. And he says to Sasuke that his name is Madara, and that he has some things that he'd like to tell him about his older brother Itachi. Sasuke doesn't believe him when he tells him about Itachi's story and what happened to him, how Itachi had placed Sasuke's own life above the village's. All Sasuke can do is cry as he thinks about his older brother and what had happened, and then as he gets up and stares over that cliff, feeling completely rejuvenated in power, now having his Mangekyo Sharingan fully active, he looks back towards his team and says that we are no longer the Heavy, we are the Taka. And now our mission is to destroy the Hidden Leaf. Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's me, Weeb here, with part 20 for What If Naruto Was a Demigod? If you guys have been paying attention to the last couple of parts, you all know that there's some questions that we have not had answered yet, as well as a few characters that you guys might be wondering about. This is part 20, and it's going to be pretty exciting. I've been excited to make this part for a long time now. It's been a week since part 19, as you already know what happened with Sasuke being removed from his powers of the 7 deadly sins from Itachi using the Totsuka blade. Now that Itachi's dead, as we already know, and Sasuke has been claimed by the Akatsuki, just like in the original, now that his powers have gone, we don't know where the 7 deadly sins are. All we know is that they flew off into a direction that seemed a bit different, heading towards the land of wind, actually, now that we think about it. But anyway, Naruto and his group have to head back now, as Naruto is getting back to the village. As some of you may know, if you've watched the original Naruto Shippuden, then during the time that, Naruto was chasing after Sasuke, and Sasuke was fighting Itachi, Jiraiya was in the Rain village, as he was interrogating, getting information to try and figure out who this mysterious Lord Pain was. As we already know, this was what occurred in the main original timeline. However, as we get into the story now, let's get right into it. We open up the opening scene of the beginning of the episode as we see a drop of water fall from a plant leaf. From there, we then see 2 toads, as Jiraiya climbs out of it, the toad sage of Mount Miyaboku. As Jiraiya climbs out, he then says, "Alright, climb on out, we got work to do." As this happens, we then see Blaze Realis climbing out of the second toad, kind of trying to rub the slime off as he pulls out his own immortal weapon. He then tucks into his pocket and tells Jiraiya that was disgusting. Jiraiya tells him that it's hard to get used to, but they've got some work to do from interrogation. We have a slight flashback to a few weeks before Lord Gaara, the Kage, was taken. After Jiraiya and Naruto had just made it back to the Leaf Village, Jiraiya had actually been sent to go and meet up with Blaze Realis, as the Sand Village had some information about the Akatsuki that would be occurring soon in the Rain Village after they had some of their spies figure out that the salamander had gone missing. They were sending their strongest, arguably their strongest ninja to go with Jiraiya, as they might believe that it could be harder for him to handle on his own. So Jiraiya and Blaze were sent together, just as Jiraiya and Blaze had left actually. The Akatsuki, Daedalus, as well as Sasuke had waited for him to leave and to take out, the Kage. Now that Gaara had been taken, everything that occurred from the last few parts would occur. Moving back to the current day, however, Jiraiya and Blaze are heading off into the Rain Village when they decide that the first thing you need to do is get some information. Blaze, after the 3-year gap, is much taller now, and he has scars across his chest as well as his back, as well as one long one across his eye down his face. His red hair has become slightly darker, and he seems to have a much more musculature build after swinging around his hammer for so long. Blaze and Jiraiya would then continue sneaking off into the actual Rain Village itself. As Blaze looks around the corner, he then tells Jiraiya it's okay to move forward, and they both quickly use chakra to boost their speed, jumping from building to building. Suddenly they hear something, and Jiraiya stops Blaze from moving forward. Look down there. They see 3 Chunin seemingly carrying something as they bring into a building. They then all jump down as they jump the Rain Chunin. As they take out the Rain Chunin with a fair amount of ease, using only taijutsu, Blaze then takes over the transformation of one of them, as well as Jiraiya. They then use the interrogation methods that Jiraiya had originally used inside of Jiraiya's Toad Stomach Jutsu. After they have completed getting all that they could out of this guy, Jiraiya then quickly sends him back as he puts the body into the toad, so that way, in case anything may happen to him, he can send it back to the Leaf Village for further investigation. Blaze and Jiraiya continue moving out throughout the entire Rain Village as they begin to move closer towards the central tower, using what they know that Lord Pain could be living in the highest tower in the actual village itself, and something about a lady angel. As Jiraiya and Blaze are moving throughout the entire actual city itself, suddenly rain is beginning to pour heavier, and this rain is filled with chakra, as Pain is detected that someone has entered his city. Pain and Conan immediately can detect this, as Pain heavies his chakra rain in order to sense exactly where they are. He quickly then sends out the 6 paths of Pain as they begin to go and find the 2 that have invaded the actual Rain Village. As this has occurred, Blaze senses something. Jiraiya, something's heading this way. 7 chakra signatures, something extremely powerful. As this is going on, Blaze can sense the immortal chakra reminiscing off of the 7 deadly sins powers that have just been released from Sasuke Uchiha. Jiraiya, we need to get out of here right now. If what I'm sensing is accurate, then there's no way we can take whatever those things are on. And it might not even have to do with this Pain or whatever we know about him, but we have to hide now. Him and Jiraiya dive into one of the sewer grates as they wait. As nothing happens, seemingly, for the chakra to be too far away, Blaze and Jiraiya cautiously get out, but just as they do, one of the 6 paths of Pain appear. Jiraiya and Blaze take him on, and the same battle occurs as in the original. Jiraiya punching this seemingly undead creature, as this person with orange hair looks similar to one of his own students, Naruto, just slightly different. However, Jiraiya sees his Rasengan, and it shakes him to the core, thinking about his previous students. Blaze tells Jiraiya to snap out of it, as he quickly uses his flamethrower style, Divine Blade. He quickly forms a humongous sword of flame and slices through the doll, cutting it in half. As this occurs, the dead body falls sideways, as it then sends using its chakra ability of the animal path back to the other 5. They quickly get over there as they grab the parts and remend it back together using the King of Hell. Jiraiya and Blaze have now seen too much and they must die. Jiraiya and now Blaze are rushing off through the sewers as they try to avoid the paths of Pain. As they continue rushing, Blaze then hears something as he sees Mom and Pa Toad be summoned from Jiraiya. Blaze, hold them off for at least 4 or 5 minutes. If I can activate Sage Mode, then it should be a lot easier to take them on. Blaze nods and then pulls out his divine weapon, his holy hammer. As he begins to spin it, the 3 paths of pain come rushing around the corner. Blaze's silver hammer grows into a large in size, and he easily starts taking them on in taijutsu, outspeeding and smashing them to bits. However, they keep recovering and coming back, as one of them seems to be able to deflect jutsu, and another one seems to be able to heal them. This is tougher than I thought, Blaze is thinking inside as Jiraiya is holding out. Jiraiya finally gets his Sage Mode activated, and him and Blaze fight them off back. As they rush outside onto the lake, they then see that the 6 paths of pain have all gathered on the ledge. Blaze is then looked back at by Jiraiya, as Jiraiya sees that what's going to happen. Suddenly he tells Blaze that they have to hold out as long as possible. They need to get a message back to their villages. He then nods as Blaze tells Jiraiya that he knows what he has to do. He then quickly activates his own power, as he then taps into his divine power that he had been training for the past 3 years. Blaze suddenly holds his hammer as he grabs 2 ends of it, as he flows chakra throughout himself and the weapon, summoning the immortal weapon's true power, just as what Hera did during the time when she was fighting against Naruto, from what we recall, during the 3-year gap. Blaze suddenly breathes out as smoke comes out of his lungs. He then opens his eyes, and in them we see that his eye pupils have changed into a bright changing aura, as now inside of them has actual flames burning through the irises. His entire body is now covered as he then says, "Divine Flame of Rebuke." He then has a golden light covering his entire body. He quickly turns his gaze towards one of the 6 paths of pain, and it instantly bursts into flames, killing the one that Jiraiya would originally have killed in the original. Jiraiya, now seeing what's going on, tells him that they can actually win, as him and Blaze stand back to back trying to defend against them. This is when the actual Tendo path comes out. The Tendo path of pain, or what we know as Yahiko. Jiraiya is frozen, and just as this occurs, they all summon their chakra rods and are about to stab him. Jiraiya turns to Blaze and tells him one last thing before he dies. "Blaze, get out of here now." He then tells Blaze that and gives him the message, carving it onto him just as he had done, using his own fire style onto Blaze's wrist. He then tells him to run, and that he has to get this message back to the Elite Village. Just as the 6 paths of pain are ready to stab their chakra rods into Jiraiya and Blaze, finishing them off, Jiraiya quickly summons the Toad, as well as Pa and Ma Toad, who he then has get inside of the Toad, along with Blaze. He forces Blaze down as Blaze loses his Flame of Rebuke for a second. "Jiraiya, no! You have to live! Don't die!" At this point, the Toad disappears into the water, just as Jiraiya looks back into Blaze's eyes. He then whispers one word, which Blaze hears. "Tell Naruto, I'm sorry." Suddenly, we hear blood splatter, as all 6 chakra rods pierce into Jiraiya, killing him instantly almost. The 6 paths of pain look out as the frog disappears into the water, and they say that it's about time that they make their move. We now see Jiraiya slowly falling throughout the water. "Naruto, I failed. I failed at everything I did. I failed my students. I was meant to be a great master, to bring a great change in the ninja world, to end this hatred, all of this endless bloodshed that occurs. I failed you. This is the tale of Jiraiya, the Gallant. It's time for a new chapter, though, and I had to save you and Blaze. You two are the only hopes for your respective villages. You, Blaze, as well as Gaara and the rest of your age. Our generation is over. It's time that you guys take up the fight. Do your best." Just as this occurs, Jiraiya's body sinks to the bottom of the ocean, as he falls into a dark pit of which we'll never see him return. Naruto in the forest, returning after the Sasuke incident, feels a hand on his shoulder, and he turns around suddenly, wondering what's going on. As this happens, suddenly something occurs that no one could have actually thought was possible. The 7 deadly sins finally arrive in the Rain Village, just as they begin to head towards the master that was easily a replacement from Sasuke. We see Nagato sitting there with Konan, when suddenly all 7 of the 7 deadly sins enter Nagato. Immediately, his Rinnegan begin to change, as the pattern of the 7 deadly sins begin to engrave itself upon them. He begins to scream in pain as he feels something beginning to burn into his very soul. "Konan, what's going on?" "Nagato, are you alright?" Nagato feels pain as all the 6 paths of pain suddenly receive 1 sin each, leaving him with only 1. The only sin left, the sin of pride. as Naruto now has himself as well as all of his paths now filled out with the 7 deadly sins. Their powers skyrocketed. Both Blaze as well as Naruto sense something explode across the map, as a power that he had never even sensed was possible before just erupts out of nowhere. Sasuke awakens just as the 7 deadly sins have taken their new master, and he feels something inside of him lose much of his spirit, as if though a shard of his soul had been taken by them and now given to the new master that they had claimed for their own. Sasuke? Obito comes out of nowhere and asks Sasuke if he's alright. I'm fine. Now Madara, or Obito, tells Sasuke about the story of his brother. We then go back as we see Naruto heading back to the Leaf Village. Blaze has just made it back to the Leaf Village as well, completely passed out as he's laying there on the sand, nearest to the lake of which he had been re-summoned by the toads. As Blaze is laying down, completely knocked out and wiped from his chakra, he then slowly crawls his way up as he looks at the message written on his arm in code. He then takes the other toads and tells them they have to make it to Lady Kage. As he passes out on his way there, Naruto and the rest of the team who had been looking for Sasuke finally make it back to the Leaf Village, and as they do so, Naruto's walking when he sees a hand sticking out, and he hears the words, "Help me, save Jiraiya." He falls to the ground as Blaze completely passes out, Naruto being the last thing he sees. Naruto sees Blaze and instantly recognizes him. "Blaze? What are you doing here?" He rushes over to pick him up as he sees that he has marks all over him, cuts and bruises, and he looks like he had just been in a fight. His chakra is completely out. Naruto quickly uses Cloud Release to make it easier for him to travel, and he puts Blaze gently down on top of it. He then pulls Blaze along with him, as well as the other frogs who had made it back, or the toads you could say, who had come with Blaze back to the actual Leaf Village. As they make it back, they head up to Lady Hokage's office, and Blaze is laying there passed out. Tsunade takes him into recovery and begins to work on medically healing him. Blaze recovers and has bandages wrapped all around him, as he tells Lady Tsunade and the rest of the group what happened. Lady Tsunade, Blaze begins to cry tears as he covers his face. "I failed. We failed. Jiraiya, he's... His voice begins to shake and quiver as Naruto says, "What is it? What happened to Jiraiya?" Blaze looks up and then looks Naruto in the eye, full of sorrow. Jiraiya is... Tsunade's eyes open as she feels her forehead creasing as she doesn't want to hear the next word. He's dead. Tsunade then pounds her fist on the desk in anger, remembering what Jiraiya told her, that she should always bet for him to not come back as her bet's always lost. Him laughing as he walks off with Blaze as they head out on their journey. Blaze puts his head on his hands as he thinks that he failed, and then he tells Naruto he's so sorry. Naruto stands there looking shell-shocked, his mouth hanging open and gaping, as his eyes look hollow. He then asks Tsunade if this is true, and then Lady Tsunade nods and tells him that Blaze as well as Jiraiya had been sent on a mission together. Naruto rushes off as he runs out of the office and heads out to the same swing. As Naruto sits on that swing in the forest, he then thinks about all the times that he and Jiraiya had spent together, how long he had got to know him, and how he'd become like a father figure to him. He flashes back to seeing Jiraiya first teaching him the Ion Sphere, as well as the Rasengan, as well as him and Jiraiya traveling across the land when they were traveling together during the last 3 years. Naruto is extremely depressed and sad. He doesn't come out of his room for several days, and as he's sitting in there, rain begins to actually cover the entire Leaf Village. The weather itself begins to storm for the next several weeks. As this takes place, they suddenly begin to decode the message. Blaze, now having recovered from the shell shock of Jiraiya's death, gives them the message that he had told them about, that Jiraiya had left on his forearm, using burn marks in order to actually get the message across before he died. Jiraiya's words would then be written down again, as Blaze was then healed by Tsunade afterwards. Blaze says thank you and that he should probably rest here for a little while, and that he had some things he needed to talk to Naruto about actually. Blaze and Naruto would meet up after several days, as Naruto would still be laying in bed when he hears a knock at the door. "It's me," Blaze says as he opens the door, creaking it open, seeing the room is dark and Naruto laying on his bed, face down. "Naruto, Jiraiya had some words he wanted me to tell you. He wanted me to let you know that he was sorry that he couldn't make it back. It was the last thing he wanted me to tell you before he made it, and that I know that he's proud of you. Naruto looks up as his eyes look hollow and not the usual bright blue that they always had. He then tells Blaze to go away, as Blaze stands there telling him that he can't do that. Shikamaru would come by as well after Blaze is staying there for almost 4 hours, Naruto ignoring him. Finally, after they've been staying there, Naruto begins to feel an anger inside of him as sparks fly over his body. He then turns around, almost completely filled by rage, as he feels the Kyuubi inside almost trying to take over. Why did you come back? Why did he not make it? Why are you here and he's not? Blaze looks back almost horrified as he thinks about this, and he hadn't even thought about how it must have looked at Naruto. That he'd been a coward, that he'd ran away. Naruto, I'm sorry. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about me. You just came back and you let my master, Jiraiya, Naruto stops and he says, no, never mind. It's fine. It's not your fault. Naruto then gets up as he walks out, as he pushes past Shikamaru and Blaze. Naruto goes to the same grocery store and buys a popsicle. As he splits it, he then thinks about the time that Jiraiya had given it to him. He then eats one half of the popsicle. As he's doing so, then suddenly, Iruka Sensei comes walking by. And as he does so, he sits down next to Naruto, taking the other half. Naruto looks up and wonders what's going on, and he sees Iruka. Iruka's smiling down at him. Naruto remembers that he's not alone, and Iruka tells him that Jiraiya was a great man, and that he had put his trust in Naruto to take on his journey, to become greater than himself could ever be, to fulfill his mission, and that Naruto can't be like this forever, because that's not what Jiraiya would have wanted. Jiraiya would want Naruto to fulfill his mission and complete his life's work. He then puts his hand on Naruto's back, and Naruto cries a single tear, telling him that I just wanted Jiraiya I wanted him to see me become Hokage someday. And now, he'll never get that chance. Iruka pats Naruto on the back and tells him that he may be gone, but he's not gone forever as long as we remember him in our hearts. Naruto looks up to Iruka and nods, telling him that he's gonna do better, as he says thanks to Iruka-sensei as he walks away. The next day, Naruto gets up with no hesitance and tells Tsunade that he's ready for whatever threat's coming this way, as Tsunade then shows him the code that Jiraiya left behind. As she does this, Naruto recalls the page number of a certain book that his master had written. He tells her about it, and they use it as reference. This is when they figure out the code itself, and everyone's amazed at what it says. The code says, "The real one is not among them." This is when Toad pipes up and says that he's right, and that him, Jiraiya, and Blaze, when they were there, had realized that for some reason they all looked the same with Rinnegan, and that it was impossible for so many Rinnegan rulers to exist, as well as that they all had these weird chakra and mark rod engravings inside of them, or pierced into them. It was quite odd. In fact, as we look later on, we still have the body of the last pain, although it's a bit charred after Blaze's reaction to it. They then begin to work on the autopsy on the pain that they had taken. When Naruto walks in after the code had been decrypted to hear what it was all about, Blaze Realis is standing there and he's looking down. He tells Naruto that he's sorry, and Naruto puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him he's sorry he snapped at him like that. Blaze looks up with his red crimson eyes and tells him it's alright. He then tells Tsunade that he has a request that he'd like to take. He requests of the Leaf Village to allow him to take Naruto for as much time as they can give him, because he believes that if Naruto can unlock the power that he had unlocked during the last 3 years, him and Naruto together might be able to actually defeat this new threat. Naruto's wondering what he's talking about when Blaze explains to him as he pulls out his own small silver bar. You have an immortal weapon as well, correct? Naruto remembers a flashback to when he had battled Lady Hera, and how she had taken for him, saying about how he didn't deserve those powers. He then tells Blaze that he knows what he's talking about, yeah, but what is it called again? Your immortal weapon. You have a scythe, right? Naruto nods. He pulls out his own bronze and silver mixed scythe. Blaze then asks Naruto if he's able to actually awaken his weapon's true power. Naruto has no idea what he's talking about when Blaze holds out his hands and uses the Flame of Rebuke to activate. He then asks Naruto if he knows how to use his own weapon's ability. Naruto has no idea what he's talking about, and then Blaze nods, telling him that he turns to Lady Tsunade. I believe that if Naruto were to be able to unlock his own weapon's ability, it might be easy for him and I to be able to defeat Pain together. He crunches his fist as he thinks, to avenge Jiraiya, as well as to finally finish him for good. Naruto asks what he's talking about, as he thinks that he might be able to defeat him already. Blaze then tells him to power up as much as he can to show him his max ability. They then decide that they'll have a little spar to see who's stronger. Then Tsunade approves of this as they begin to have their spar in a small arena. A lot of the other ninja actually begin to gather around to see the two upstarts who are quite powerful in each of their own right. Blaze then tells him not to hold back, as Naruto says he wasn't planning on it. Blaze activates his Flame of Rebuke weapon as he pulls out his silver hammer, his holy hammer. Naruto pulls out his scythe as he begins to grow it in length, then holding it back as he tells Blaze he's ready. Just as he does so, Naruto then activates his Eagle Eye, and as he does this, he then quickly puts Lightning Body over his entire body, using Lightning Release to create the lightning armor that he's used, as well as he activates Dragon Sage One on top of this, causing his power to skyrocket. Blaze is surprised by this, but Blaze is amazed by Naruto's power that he's gained over the last 3 years, and tells him that this might actually be a challenge after all, as Blaze and Naruto dive into each other for the fight. Blaze comes swinging down with his hammer as he smashes the left side of Naruto, causing his arm to creak in on itself as Naruto winces. Naruto then slices with his scythe against Blaze, who dodges out of the way as it cuts his shirt, revealing it to reveal his bare chest. Blaze then makes a sound and calls him a pervert, when he then rushes back towards Naruto, quickly swinging his hammer in a spinning motion, about to hit Naruto. Naruto quickly uses his lightning body, and he uses his immense speed to teleport away from Blaze. He then quickly uses his own technique and creates the Ion Sphere, about to use it to attack Blaze. As he's about to thrust the Ion Sphere at Blaze, Blaze turns around seemingly instantly as well, using his own massive speed boost, and puts his hands together. He forms the flamethrower sword that he had mastered over the last 3 years, as he creates the holy golden blade of flame. He then slices the Ion Sphere in half as the Divine Chakra versus the Divine Chakra negates itself. Naruto's quite impressed with this technique, as Blaze then gets into a fighting position. Blaze drops his hammer as he tells Naruto it's time for some hand-to-hand combat. Naruto throws his scythe to the side as he tells him he's ready, as they both dive into each other. Blaze comes swinging with his fist as he punches Naruto in the jaw. Naruto then comes down using a sledgehammer attack on top of Blaze's head, causing his brains to get shaken up as he gets flung into the floor. Blaze stands up as he does a sweeping kick just as he's about to stand, causing Naruto to fall to his knees. He then punches Naruto in the chest, causing him to lose his wind for a second. Naruto then jumps into the air as he uses his own style of jutsu to fly into the air using wind style. As he's flying into the air, he then quickly uses one of his better techniques. Using Cloud Release, he fills out a cloud throughout the entire battlefield to confuse Blaze's actual vision. Blaze tells him that he can get rid of this cloud easily, since clouds are actually partially made of water. He then begins to heat up his entire body as flames cover him. Blaze summons a ton of heat coming from his body, as the forges that he's used to from almost volcanic levels pushes all the clouds away from the immense heat pressure. Naruto stands there almost unfazed, as his eagle eyes begin to stress his face out and the rest of his muscles too. Blaze and him continue to fight until Naruto comes with a plan. Naruto quickly uses a lightning clone, as Blaze doesn't know about this technique for what he's believed, and he has the clone rush in. At this point, Blaze tells him that he can easily take this clone out, as it's probably just a mere shadow clone. He then punches through the clone, and as he does so, it self-destructs on top of Blaze, causing him to get shorted out for a second. Naruto then says, "It's time to finish you. Rasengan!" Naruto uses the Rasengan, and Blaze's body goes spinning as he gets flung out of the arena, losing to Naruto. Naruto holds his fist up and then rushes over to Blaze and helps him stand up. Blaze laughs and tells Naruto that was amazing, but unfortunately he doesn't think he's still strong enough to defeat that guy. And from what he sensed, that person must have gotten even stronger. Naruto then thinks back to when he was coming back from the Leaf Village. "You sensed that too?" "Yeah, I did. There's only one way that we can actually get you strong enough as well as myself in order to beat these guys." Naruto's curious about this, and Blaze then tells him that, "You see your weapon there? What's its name?" Naruto has no idea what he is actually talking about. He then explains to Naruto that his actual weapon's name is the Holy Hammer, of Hephaestus to be more precise. Naruto's confused and asks what he means. Blaze then explains to Naruto that him as well as himself both have divine chakra, right? Naruto then thinks back to that Hera lady who he had defeated a while ago. Just like her, except she had much stronger chakra. He then tells Blaze all about his battle of Hera for his divine powers when he had to fight to get them back. Blaze then explains to Naruto about his journey over the last 3 years, and how, while he had been traveling across the land, he had found a old shaman's cave, which inside of he had gotten a vision from his own father. You see, Naruto, our parents are actually what we would like to call gods. Naruto is confused about this when he doesn't really understand what he means. Of course you won't. Our parents, one of them at least, is actually a god. It means that they're more spiritual beings and less physical. You don't know who your parents were, right? Naruto shakes his head, saying he never found out who they were now. Blaze then tells him that he had lived with his father for a while, but he has no memories of him either, as his father had died, quote-unquote, before he had been adopted by Gaara's father. It seems our situations are quite similar, actually. And remember when you fought that other guy, Hades, down below several years ago? Naruto thinks about the incredible power that he had attained when he had used both the Kyuubi's chakra and his own divine power against Hades. Yeah, I do. That guy was a god as well. See, I believe that our parents have given us some of their power. However, we can't actually awaken most of it due to our immortal chakra getting in the way. So I figured out a way to mitigate this by using this. He pulls out his immortal weapon and tells Naruto that it had been a gift from his father when he was a young child. I think that our weapons are actually conduits for us to store our immortal chakra into while we use our divine chakra at its maximum power. Like how when I use the Flame of Rebuke, I can push my body to higher limits, similar to how you use your Eagle Eye. However, it's not its final evolution, I believe. Am I correct? Naruto remembers, and he then puts his hand on top of his fist, remembering something so important. Naruto recalls the power he had used against Daedalus when he had awakened the Rasengan. However, he'd been completely unable to attain this power ever since. He tells Blaze, yeah, and that he understands what he means. Blaze then explains that your weapon and you have a connection. If you can master using your actual divine weapon and exchanging chakra with it, you might be able to unlock that power again, which might actually be enough to defeat this guy. Pain. Do you think you can do it? Naruto nods and tells Blaze that he's ready for anything, as Naruto and Blaze head off into the mountains to train. Unknown to them, however, Nagato had slowly been going insane from the power that the 7 deadly sins had been giving him. Now that the sin of pride had taken him over, his pride to be the strongest, to have the renowned Rinnegan, had overflooded his normal emotions. Nagato, now who desires to rule the world and have true peace more than ever, to make everyone know and understand true pain, tells Konan that they're heading out now, as Konan and the rest of the 6 paths of pain are all heading out towards the Leaf Village. Yo, what is good, everybody? It's me, that one Weave here, with a heavy note on our hearts, as it's time to finish up the myth, the legend itself. What if Naruto was a demigod? But yeah, anyway, let's just get right into the recap and get into the episode. If you guys remember last time, Naruto and Blaze would go off to train so that Naruto could unlock his immortal unlock for his divine weapon, the Scythe of Kronos, of course, and then we could see the battle, as we now know that all of the pains, the 6 paths of pain, as well as Nagato himself, have taken the 7 deadly sins after Sasuke had been severed from them by Itachi Uchiha before he died. Now everybody, let's get into the finale. For the next several parts, I'll be posting all in one day for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Enjoy. We see immediately, suddenly, Blaze Realis, covered in a cloak of flame, comes flying out of nowhere and slams his hammer towards Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto jumps out of the way as he activates his Dragon Sage mode and punches Blaze's hammer out of the air, causing him to go flying back. Blaze quickly creates a flamethrower and bursts it at Naruto, trying to singe him. Naruto dives out of the way of Blaze's flamethrower, and as he does so, bringing his right arm across with him in a sweeping motion, he pulls the northern winds down and blows the flames out. Blaze begins to warm his body up even more, as the sand around them is beginning to turn to glass shards. Naruto's scales that he's using now are actually used to the heat due to his training back at the mountain where all the dragons had lived. Naruto then tells Blaze he's ready for anything as he holds his arms up, covered with scales now. Blaze breathes his own flame breath towards Naruto as fire engulfs him. Naruto deals with the heat and can't breathe at all. All he can feel is the heat entering his lungs as he feels pain as well as suffering from the amount of heat that Blaze is giving off. He deals with it though as Naruto pushes through and grits his teeth. After the Blaze runs out of air and stops, Naruto pulls himself back as to reveal that he's fine. Naruto takes in a deep breath and then says that it's his turn. He then rushes forward as he pulls out his scythe and slashes at Blaze, now knowing that he can unlock his weapon. Naruto uses his weapon's special ability, the ability to slow down time for at least 3 seconds. That's how far Naruto's been able to push it so far. Naruto slows down time in the space around himself and Blaze, where Blaze's perspectives as well as his instincts and all of his reaction times have now been slowed down. Naruto is about to bring down the scythe on Blaze, and just as the tip of the actual blade is about to pierce into Blaze's skin on his face, Naruto stops himself and holds it there, saying that he won today. Blaze then waits until the 3 seconds had passed and the time warp zone deactivates. Naruto breathes a sigh of relief as he tells Blaze that was intense today, and that his flames have gotten way hotter. He says it's way easier to train with someone else than it is to train all by yourself for that long to get stronger. Now that Naruto can actually use his unlock of his weapon, Naruto and Blaze decide they should head back to the Leaf Village. This is around the time that the pain would begin to attack the village. Suddenly, 6 figures would enter into the village, as Lady Tsunade, as well as the rest of the ninja, would feel as the border patrol had sensed them they're entering. Their chakra levels were skyrocketing, way higher than they were in the original, as the 7 Deadly Sins power was powering up each of their Rinnegan to even greater heights, now powered by divine chakra. Naruto and Blaze would be making it running back as they suddenly see a signal bird from Tsunade. The village is under attack. Naruto thinks as he and Blaze need to hurry. Naruto uses Cloud Release and they both hop on as they begin to fly towards the village. Naruto would see the pains attacking the village, and suddenly, just as he's about to get there, he then sees the final pain. The pain uses Shinra Tensei and destroys the entire village right before Naruto's eyes. Naruto is horrified as Blaze standing next to him also is in shock as they see what just happened to the Leaf Village. Naruto tightens his grip around his scythe, now glowing at much brighter bronze as well as having silver bits incremented in it, almost like stars. Naruto jumps off the cloud release and deactivates it as him and Blaze go flying down towards the bottom. This is when he hears Sakura cry out, "Naruto!" Naruto would then know that it's his time to shine, and that has to be done, and he's going to defeat the Akatsuki. Naruto comes rushing in as he instantly decapitates one of the pains. As soon as he does this, however, he feels an immense pain across his body, as some of the physical damage was averted to him. Naruto begins to feel cuts across his body, around his neck especially. Naruto would fall over as he then pushes himself up and jumps out of the way, as another pain uses the Tensho pain, decides to use Almighty Push on him. As Naruto activates his Sage Mode energy, he can sense that the power that they're resonating is similar to Sasuke. He then yells at them and asks where they had seen Sasuke, and what did they do to him. The pains would then have no idea what he's talking about, and tell Naruto the only truth there is pain, suffering, and he'll become a god to save this world. Naruto would tell him he's wrong. Someone like him could never be a god. Naruto would then pull the scythe back as he tells Pain that it doesn't matter how many of them there are, because they're going to go down. Naruto would begin rushing towards one of the Pains, when suddenly he slices at him using an airstrike, as he tries to slice the Pain in half directly using some Sage energy as well. The attack rebounds, as if though suddenly the Sin power that Sasuke had used the last time they fought was now coming from within this body. Naruto realizes this immediately as the blade of wind he had shot now comes flying back towards him. Naruto pulls his scythe out and slices through the wind blade, cutting it in half. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Naruto then suddenly sees the one Pain who could absorb chakra and jutsu. He was the one to be able to absorb chakra now, who gained that Sin ability. He rushes towards Naruto and tries to grab onto him, trying to drain his divine chakra. As he does this, Naruto is forced to activate his divine weapons ability as he slows down time and dives out of the way. This is when the Rinnegan actually tracks him through this ability. Naruto is shocked that it has such a powerful ability in the Rinnegan, as well as that there's no way that those eyes could use such power. Naruto would have to go all out. He would then say into the distance, "Blaze, I'm going all out. Stay back." This is when Blaze Realis, now sitting on the distance, hears him and begins to help grab the wounded, as he begins to pull them out and cover them with his flames to protect them from Naruto's attacks. Naruto will begin to charge up chakra as he breaks through his limiters. Mortal chakra, divine chakra, burst and mix. Naruto would begin shaking as he feels an intense pain across his body. Suddenly, lightning energy begins to charge across him as he creates the lightning armor across his entire body, and his eyes begin to glow. Naruto summons it. Finally, after all this time of training and power, he's finally regained it, the power of the Rasengan. Naruto's Rasengan is now at full strength, and now he has achieved the lightning tomoe inside of his eyes. With this now upgraded power, suddenly one of the 6 paths of pain is suddenly disintegrated almost instantly. Immediately, Naruto looks to the next one, as the pain that he had currently just blasted into bits begins to slowly reform as one of them summons the Demon King of Hell. Naruto says, "I don't think that's going to happen this time," as he slashes forward with a scythe, cutting 2 of them in half. Naruto feels pain across his body, however, he easily breaks through this pain and moves past it, as he now then deactivates a few of the others. Naruto creates 3 lightning cloaks which all take on the paths of pain, as Naruto walks towards the Tensho pain, the main one, and says that he's going to take him out and save Konoha for real. This is when the voice begins to change inside of pain, as he now hears Nagato's tortured soul. Nagato would break through the power of the 7 deadly sins and tell Naruto to kill him. Kill him! Do it, please! There was no way that he could actually survive this, as Konan, who had no idea what was going on, sees Nagato's freaking out as his body's beginning to shatter and break from the chakra drain on it. Naruto would say that he'd be a pleasure to, and that it doesn't matter who he is or what he's done, but he's going to die here. Naruto would then pull out his right hand as he begins to charge divine energy into it. He creates the Ion Sphere and slams it into Pain. Pain, now taken over by the sin of wrath, is now completely overpowering the Ion Sphere. Using the Almighty Push, Naruto somehow is able to deflect this, using the Ion Sphere's gravitational properties. With the Ion Sphere's heavy gravitational pull smashing against the Rinnegan's Almighty Push, suddenly a small speck begins to form, and it grows bigger, as a black hole begins to get formed from the compression of all this chakra into a small, tiny space. The black hole begins to become more pressure and powerful, as Naruto tells him that he has to give up now or they're both going to die. Naruto would then take his left hand and begin to activate lightning into it, as he creates a lightning blade out of it. He then slashes through the black hole, cutting across it as the arc of electricity slices into the next Pain. The Pain's shoulder would then fall, as he then leaps forward, trying to grab Naruto. The black hole now dissipating as it fades out of existence from no food to feed on anymore. Naruto would be fighting in a struggle against Pain, as he and him were now in a lock. His 2 shadow clones had taken down the others, and now it was a one-on-one, as Naruto had now fallen out of his lightning armored mode, and was merely using the Rasengan as well as his scythe to defend himself. Naruto would then feel a piercing sensation, as now that the other sins had been all condensed into one body, that single Pain had become far more powerful. Naruto would lurch in pain as he screams, feeling the chakra drain begin to rip against his chakra control, and begin to reseal his divine and mortal chakra. Naruto would fall to the ground as the Pain implants more chakra rods into him, and begins talking about how he's going to take over the world, and take all of the bijou, the tailed beasts, so that way he can seal them away, the tools of the Otsutsuki, the minions of the gods. This is, however, unknown to Naruto, part of Zetsu's plan, as Zetsu had actually created the 7 deadly sins long ago, using a certain 2 characters known as Ashura and Indra. Naruto would not be thinking of any of this, though, as he can just feel red pain inside of himself, as the Kyuubi is also in rage as it's being stabbed through by chakra rods. This is when suddenly we see Hinata. Hinata would rush out as she can't bear to watch this anymore, as Naruto tries to take on the whole village's burden for himself and to save all of them. Hinata would tell Naruto that she loves him, and that this time she would be the one protecting him. Hinata would step forward as she activates her Byakugan and goes head-to-head against this Pain. Pain is demolishing Hinata, even more than in the original, as now he has the power of divine chakra at his disposal, as well as several other abilities that he can use. Hinata would be thrown into the air, and she goes flying upwards and smashes into the ground, battered and broken. As Naruto sees this, he then sees as Pain begins to walk over with a chakra rod, prepared to stab her through the heart and die. Naruto blanks out, as a power that he hadn't had or ever been tapped into except for when he had been battling against the god Hades awakens. Naruto would roar, as suddenly the Kyuubi form begins to be unleashed, as the red cloak of blood mixed along with the Kyuubi's chakra overpowers Naruto's body, as his consciousness is completely overfilled by rage. Suddenly thunderstorms begin to flow throughout the sky, as the clouds begin to turn even darker. Lightning begins to strike all around Naruto, as his body begins to glow blue and red, the Kyuubi's rage taking over Naruto without his consent or will. Naruto roars, as the Pain then asks, does he hate him? And that the Pain in this world will always feel more hatred. And forever and ever, forever. Naruto would then charge forward as he jumps on top of Pain, pushing him through mountains and rolling down valleys. Realis would currently then run down to try and grab Hinata and pull her back up to safety as he saves the rest of the people and pulls them out of the village. Blaze would escort everyone in the Leaf Village who had survived and pull them out as he pulls them away from the village to try and save them from the attacks, knowing that Naruto, his power now, is able to destroy mountains. Naruto, who's in complete rage, has no control over his power, as his rage is actually awakening some of the gods. This power is unleashed as suddenly we see Minato, or I should say Zeus. Zeus would see what's going on and immediately remember what had happened those years ago when he had fought that masked man, the person with those cursed eyes. He would unlock the seal inside of Naruto, which he had stored some of his chakra in, to try and stop Naruto from going full 9 tails. If Naruto had done that, then his power would be even too much for him and as well as the other 12 to handle. Naruto would be completely enraged, as he was now trapped in the Shinra Tensei and in the planetary devastation attack. Now that he's being sealed, this is when suddenly he sees the 4th Hokage. Naruto would see Minato, and he would know who he is and ask what the 4th Hokage was doing there. Minato would explain to him that he's his father, and Naruto would begin to cry as he gives him a hug. Minato would then tell him that it's time that he steps up to use his power, and that Naruto has to protect the Leaf Village because he's gone. Naruto would ask about his strange abilities and why his chakra is different than everyone else, and Minato would explain to him that he wasn't exactly human. Naruto wouldn't have time to ponder on this though, as he would then quickly be summoned back to the real world, his body now falling out of the state. He only has one Rasengan active, as he then quickly uses it and at full power completely destroys the last Pain, as the Pain is completely incinerated through his lightning attack. Lightning Shadow Clone Barrage! Naruto creates 5,000 lightning clones as these lightning clones rush towards the Pain, surrounding him and exploding in a humongous storm of lightning. Naruto would use the chakra rods inside of its body and use Sage Mode to try and track it back to Nagato. As Naruto would then rush back to Nagato, he would hurry as his Rasengan was about to go out. As Naruto hurries and runs even faster, he suddenly sees the same place in the tree that he had sensed before. As Naruto enters, he would see Konan and Nagato. Nagato is in even worse shape as his hair is beginning to wither and turn gray. Naruto would then snap him out of it as he pushes some of his divine chakra into Nagato and asks him why he was doing this and what he was doing to the Leaf Village and why does he want the tailed beasts. Nagato would explain everything about his relationship with Jiraiya, as well as what had happened to him over the past few years. He said that if there was no way for them to attack each other, then the villages would have peace, and that would mean that the world would finally not feel pain, at least while he was alive. Naruto would say that kind of peace would be fake, and it wouldn't last forever, only as long as you were alive. Naruto would nod, before he feels his body beginning to get taken over by the rest of the Sins, now transferring to him. He would tell Naruto that he has to slay him, take him with them. These curses, these curses were brought upon me for my failure for Yahiko. This is when Nagato would use the Rinna Rebirth technique, And as he's using it, Naruto would then fulfill his final wish, as the Sins, before they could escape, would be slain by Naruto. Naruto pulls his scythe out and runs his fingers across it, pushing divine chakra into it, just like Blaze had instructed him to. Chakra of the divine tree, hear me as I push you into my scythe. Use it to defeat my enemy and slay them for all eternity. Summoning jutsu, reverse style, Tartarus seal. Naruto would use the Tartarus seal as he slices through Naruto's body, instantly cutting him in half as his body begins to seemingly disappear into the darkness. Before Naruto turns away, however, he would notice a strange aura, similar to a Kamui, you could say, around the Tartarus seal before it fully disappears. Naruto would be somber as he walks back to the Leaf Village. As he gets back, with everyone beginning to awaken as their souls have been sent back to them, Naruto would be praised as a hero and cheered for. Naruto had never felt like this in his entire life. Finally, all the power that he had been given, or that he had worked on trying to perfect ever since he was younger, has finally been used for something useful, and now the people weren't afraid of him anymore. His dream had really become a reality. Naruto was so happy, he cried. Naruto was now treated as the Leaf Hero, but this won't last, as Naruto would have many other fates to work on, now knowing that something had happened to Sasuke, and that the power that Sasuke had used had somehow either killed him or done something worse. Naruto would go on to help with the village relief efforts using his strength, as well as Captain Yamato's efforts to try and rebuild. This is when suddenly some seemingly odd ninja from the Hidden Cloud, I believe, would begin to come as they decide they need to get information on what could have happened to their master and why he would have been taken by the Akatsuki member Sasuke Uchiha. Yo, what's up everybody, it's me, Don Weeb here, back after my 2-day break of writing a script for this hour-long video, but I'm back, and it's all ready, so I'm pretty excited for it. If you guys have the time, grab some popcorn, grab something to drink, and lay back, relax, and get ready for some heat, because this is the last final episode, which will be covering parts 22 through 30, for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. We'll be covering the 5 Kage Summit, as well as the training arc with Naruto trying to control the tailed beasts, and finally the 4th Great Ninja War. Anyway, let's just get right into it. Naruto, the hero of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto gets up as he looks out to see the village being repaired, as a lot of shinobi as well as villagers are helping Yamato work on it. Naruto gets up as he walks outside. The sun from the morning immediately hits him and he covers his eyes. As he walks out, the sunshine flowing over the now crater that used to be the Leaf Village is growing steadily. Yamato is currently running the construction on rebuilding the Leaf Village using his wood style. Naruto would go and see if anyone needs any help, and Naruto would help carry some timber around so that people could fix up the village faster. A lot of people would wave to Naruto and greet him, saying that he knew that he would turn out like that someday. Naruto would feel a mix of confused emotions, as he had never been treated like this by anyone else before in his entire life. He'd always been alone. Everyone had always misguided him or not even tried to guide him in the right direction. They'd have just been afraid of him. Naruto shakes his head as he continues working. After a while, Naruto decides to go with Sakura to go and visit what happened to Tsunade, the Hokage, as she had passed out during the battle when Naruto had gone to a crazy rage and had begun to fight against pain, before he'd met his father, Minato, or Zeus, who explained everything to him. Naruto would go and visit Tsunade to see that she's still knocked out cold, and Sakura would be very worried about her. Naruto would decide that he would have to keep working harder in order to make the village perfect for when Granny Tsunade came back. Naruto would keep working until eventually news would spread that how unfortunately the new Hokage would be named as Danzo Shimura. Naruto would not have any idea who this is, besides from what Sai's talked about him. And Sai would tell Naruto and Sakura what Danzo's goals were, probably. Danzo would probably be coming to the light now and take his position as Hokage. And his first step would probably be to keep Naruto there, as he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto would be feeling conflicted about this, and he doesn't necessarily want to go, but he has no purpose as of yet. But he still feels annoyed that he's supposed to be trapped there. He thinks back to a few days ago when Blaze had decided he needed to head back to the Sand Village, as he hadn't been back there in around 4 or 5 months now. He decided that he needed to go and pay his cousin a visit, as Gaara and Blaze would have their reunion. Blaze would be rather impressed with Gaara's being the Kazekage and how smoothly it's running. After a while, there would be news of some scouts saying that the Cloud Ninja would be arriving, as Anko and her tracking team were still going after Kabuto. Naruto would see them coming in as he sees 3 Cloud Ninja. As the 3 Cloud Ninja approach, we see one with red hair, as well as one with bright white hair, as well as an adult woman with long blonde hair. Naruto would be curious what they're doing as he sees the lady walk into a tent to go and meet up with the interrogation team, I believe. As he then goes to confront the other 2, checking up what they want, Naruto would see the 2 of them and sense that they can use lightning style, which is the same style he can use. Naruto's picked up some more sensory abilities that he can now use, incorporated with his divine chakra, which he uses and pushes out like a field. Naruto would introduce himself and ask what they're doing. The 2 would then say that they're there to look for their master, and they're wondering if there was any information that he had on Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto would look sad for a second as he thinks about his fight with Sasuke, back when he had helped and tried to defeat Orochimaru and Sasuke. He then tells them that Sasuke left the village a long time ago. They said that Sasuke Uchiha is part of the Akatsuki now, and that he kidnapped their master. Naruto would tell them that he can't tell them any information. And there's just the 2 of them are getting pissed off at this punk. Sai would come out and stop them, saying that they already have the information delivered from the Leaf Village that they already had on Sasuke. They said they're right about that, and Naruto would look at them. Naruto would say they can take out their rage on him, and that he doesn't care if they hit him instead. Just don't hurt Sasuke. Naruto would tell Sai to back off and that he has to do this. Karui would then begin punching Naruto in the face. As she throws the first punch and it slams into Naruto's face, suddenly her hand feels immense pain as Naruto stands there like a steel wall, not taking any damage from it. As Naruto stands there, his actual physical strength in general is so strong that Karui's punches are basically injuring herself. As she punches harder and harder and faster, Naruto doesn't even have a scratch on him as he just stares at her blankly. As she steps back and her hands are red and covered with sores and blisters. She sighs and breathes out that she's still angry and that didn't really do anything besides hurt a lot. Naruto decides he has to follow them and find Sasuke before they can kill him. Naruto would tell Kakashi and Yamato Sensei, asking if they could perhaps come with him in case the Nine-Tails freaks out while he's out there, not wanting to cause any destruction. They would eventually agree to this, as Naruto would then head out, wearing the same white cloak that he had in the original. As they all headed out, none of the rest of the people in the village would know where Naruto had went, and Naruto would be on his way. Danzo and his 2 guards would also have left by now, as they were heading towards the 5 Kage summit. As Naruto continues following the team, Danzo would eventually make it towards the summit, where we would then see our favorite band of heroes, or anti-heroes, Sasuke Uchiha and Team Tak, or Team Heavy, whichever you prefer. Sasuke has now unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his pure Mangekyo Sharingan without the Sins attached is much easier for him to control. His voice has gone back to normal as well, so the rest of Team Heavy isn't freaked out by him anymore. Sasuke would tell them to get over it, and that they're ready to get into this, right? They all nod as they all begin to hop inside the building and sneak past the guards in the Land of Iron, preparing to get ready to assassinate the Hokage. Naruto and the rest of the team had now caught up with the Raikage, as Naruto stands there before him and is begging him, literally on the ground on his knees, begging him to stop the hit on Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto would do this as the Raikage continues to walk forward. As he walks past Naruto telling him that begging isn't the way to get what you want in this shinobi world, Naruto would turn back as he then sees that he's not going to listen to him. Naruto would stay there lying in the snow for a while as the team from the Cloud Village had now left. Kakashi and Yamato would take Naruto back to the inn as he sits there feeling defeated. As they lay there for a while, they decide they need to head back to the village soon. Back at the Leaf Village, we see Sakura sitting there as Sai tells her what Naruto's been through and what he's done for her sake due to that promise that she forced him under, that request that he still hasn't let go of. Naruto feels guilty for not having saved Sasuke for you, and I think it's all of our jobs to try and take Sasuke out so that both of you are free from this pain, Sai would say. Sakura would meet up with the rest of the Konoha 11 as they decide what they're going to do. Everyone agrees they need to take out Sasuke Uchiha without Naruto's assistance, as he can't handle everything on his own. They would decide to head out that day, as Lee, Kiba, and Sakura would be heading out with Sai. As the team heads out, they decide that they'll head to the Land of Iron first, as Sakura needs to tell Naruto what they're going to do. After many, many hours of walking and running at a fast pace, they would eventually meet up as they see a village, and they can, with Kiba's sense of smell Naruto's scent. As they get down to the village, they would see that Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato would all be standing there, preparing to go inside a restaurant. Sakura will be running up as Naruto turns and says, "Oh, hey Sakura," as well as Kakashi and Yamato who are standing there. Sakura would be just about to tell him what they had decided on doing. "Naruto, I just wanted to tell you that..." She stops as she thinks about what she was going to say. She tells Naruto that, "Naruto, I love you." Naruto would be visibly confused as he has no idea where this is coming from or what is she talking about. She would then have that same awkward moment with Naruto that happened in the original, where Naruto then says that she's lying and that he wonders what this is really about. Sakura would get all pissed off and then rush off as she decides that she can't tell him about it until she kills Sasuke herself. Naruto would then be still confused and have no idea what was happening, as Sakura would then use the sleep-inducing powder as Sakura decides to apply it to her team as she throws it down, covering herself with the antidote. Sai, who left his clone, would immediately tell Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato what she was planning on killing Sasuke. This is when Kakashi says he has to head out to go and save his student, as well as to finish off what he should have finished long ago. Naruto would want to come with, but Yamato would insist that he does not, as he doesn't want him to cause any more trouble or have the Nine Tails get released. They would agree as Naruto lays there, not believing what had really happened, that Sasuke could have actually done something like that. That Sasuke would have actually kidnapped that person. He had thought it had all been a mistake, as Naruto feels an immense heartache. After a while, Naruto decides he has to go and find Sasuke, as he begins to use the shadow clone as he digs through the floor and escapes out of the inn, with Yamato being distracted. This is where we see now Sasuke Uchiha fighting Danzo Shimura. "Die! Die! You stupid old man! For Itachi! You sent him to kill my entire clan, and you can't bear more pain? Pathetic!" Sasuke would slice with his Susanoo as he continues to pierce Danzo's body over and over again. Kage would be waiting aside. She can see Danzo's chakra disappearing and reappearing. What is this? The Izanagi jutsu would be still in effect as Sasuke continues to fight Danzo at full strength, him losing some of his vision as his vision's actually going blurry. Finally, after a decisive blow of slicing Danzo in half, again, Danzo's running out of eyes to use with Izanagi, as Madara, or Obito Uchiha, is standing there watching in glee as he sees Danzo's struggle against Sasuke. Sasuke would finish off Danzo, as Danzo's ready to self-implode, and just as he's about to, Madara would use his teleportation jutsu, Kamui, in order to evade the blast, while Sasuke would get out of the blast radius just in time. Kage would have been stabbed through the heart with a Chidori blade at this point, and she was laying there in pain on the side, as Sasuke was about to finish her off. Sakura suddenly comes out of the woodwork as she walks across the bridge, asking if that's really Sasuke. Sasuke would turn and ask what Sakura's doing there, as Karin would wonder if this person was on Sasuke's team before. Sakura would ask what's he doing to that girl, as he sees that Karin is bleeding. Sasuke would then smile as he says that Sakura can use medical ninjutsu, right? And she would nod. She then tells Sasuke that she'd come to try and join him, and he said that's fine, but if she wants to, she'll have to kill this woman. Sakura prepares to do so as she begins to walk over to kill Karin. Just as she's about to do it, as she holds the kunai, suddenly Sasuke appears behind her with a Chidori in hand, ready to kill Sakura permanently. Suddenly Kakashi comes out of nowhere, kicking Sasuke out of the way, as he throws Sakura aside, telling her to get out of here with that girl. As Sakura pick up Karin and they'd run. This is when Kakashi and Sasuke would begin their battle. Kakashi, with that borrowed Sharingan from my clan, you dare attack me? Sasuke would say. Kakashi would say that he seems weaker than what Naruto had told him, as if Naruto couldn't handle him back then, what could Sasuke be a threat to him now? Sasuke would grit his teeth and tell him he's wrong, and that he doesn't need that anymore, as he makes his Susanoo and begins to form a jutsu. As he tries to slice with his blade towards Kakashi, Kakashi would dive out of the way easily. Sasuke would then use a fireball jutsu as he blasted towards Kakashi, not giving him time to use a substitution. Kakashi would be forced to use his Mangekyo Sharingan power Kamui as he teleports the fireball away into the Kamui dimension. Sasuke would then rush towards Kakashi as they begin battling over each other, fighting in taijutsu as Kakashi dives under Sasuke's legs and kicks upwards, sending him to the air, when Sasuke uses a spin and pulls his blade out, slicing at Kakashi's mask. Kakashi would jump back as he realized that Sasuke has real battle experience now. This is at the point when Sasuke then sees Sakura is about to try and jump into the fight. Kakashi was too far away. There's no way he can save Sakura, as he sees the Chidori right about to pierce into Sakura. Suddenly, everyone in the valley sees a flash of electricity and light, as suddenly Naruto appears, covered in a full lightning armor and Rasengan activated in both eyes, as he grabs Sakura and pulls her out of the way, turning back to lock eyes with Sasuke. Sasuke meeting with the Rasengan that Naruto possesses. Naruto would put Sakura on the water and tell her to get out of here as he can handle Sasuke. Sasuke would grit his teeth as he looks at Naruto, telling him that this isn't going to work out this way and that he's going to defeat him and kill him for sure. Kakashi would now be on the same side as Naruto and Sakura, confronting against Sasuke. As Sasuke and Naruto begin to attack each other, Naruto activates his Ion Sphere as he begins rushing towards Sasuke. Sasuke! I won't let you go down this dark path anymore. I'm bringing you back, no matter what. Sasuke then screams as he creates his Onyx Chidori that he doesn't want to go back. Doesn't he understand? As he then rushes towards Naruto. The Onyx Chidori and the Ion Sphere clash as they smash together, creating a large explosion, sending Sasuke flying back along with Naruto. Sasuke, I'm not going to let you do what you want anymore. You can't just go around and kidnap people, kill people, and do anything. That's not how the world works, and you know it. Sasuke would laugh, telling him the world works the way he wants it to, and that he's going to do whatever he wants for however long he wants. And in fact, his next goal is he's going to kill the entire Leaf Village, including you. He points at Naruto. Naruto would look at him with his eyes as the blue meets red. Naruto's Rasengan grow darker as he tells him that he's a fool. Suddenly, thunder would clap over the valley as it begins to rain. Madara would appear, knowing that Naruto could easily defeat Sasuke right now, and that with Naruto's abilities, which he's aware of due to the original Madara having similar ones, he decides that Sasuke should get out of there. Sasuke and Naruto, before they leave, Naruto then tells Sasuke something. Sasuke, you told me once a long time ago that when you become an elite shinobi of a higher tier, you can almost read your opponent's mind. Well, Sasuke, can you do it? Can you read my mind? Naruto would look into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke would look back in a cold defiance. As they lock eyes for a while, Naruto would then say that, then you know that if we fight, I'll do everything in my power to kill you, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Naruto's electrical armor that he has formed around him using his chakra control begins to fade as he deactivates the jutsu. Naruto's Rasengan fades as they go back to his normal blue eyes. He then tells Sasuke before he leaves that he'll see him again, and when they do, he will defeat him. Sasuke disappears with the Kamui as Madara takes him back to the lair of the Akatsuki. Sasuke would curse himself as he thinks that Naruto's still stronger than him and that he needs the Sin power back. This is when we would then have Obito intervene. Not necessarily. Madara, can you give me Itachi's eyes? I want the surgery so I can become stronger. Now let my brother's eyes become my own. As the surgery with which Obito is monitoring over Sasuke begins. Naruto would feel exhausted after saying that everything about Sasuke was true as he heads back, with Yamato now finding him and catching him in a wooden cage. Naruto would break out of the cage as he slams his fist into it, breaking up just brute strength and walking out, telling Yamato to chill out. Yamato would be pissed off and telling him that he really used a shadow clone on him for 3 hours. He then would apologize, telling Yamato that it was all part of the plan. Kakashi would say that if it wasn't for Naruto, Sakura would be dead right now. Sakura would be horrified, thinking that she failed again. How did she fail? She said she was going to kill Sasuke, and he's still alive. Naruto and Sasuke now have an even deeper bond, and Naruto would tell Sakura that even if she revokes that promise that she had given him long ago, it's not about that anymore. Naruto still wants to save Sasuke, because Sasuke is his friend. This is when the team would head back, as they now discovered that Danzo, the Hokage, had been killed. Now that the Kage had been killed, the current Hokage, as they get back, they would find that Lady Tsunade had woken up. With a no Kage in sight, they are preparing to turn Kakashi into the sixth Hokage. They return to find that Tsunade is completely awake. They are relieved, as Kakashi really didn't want to deal with that right now. As the team has now returned to the Leaf Village for the time being, it's been heard from the 5 Kage summit that war will be upon every village, with Tsunade now having to meet up and send a message to the Raikage, now them having a plan of having the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchurikis hidden together as they train. Naruto would be interested in this mission that he's being sent on, as Tsunade would tell him that he's being sent to an island. Naruto would be happy thinking he's finally getting to go on a vacation, thanking Granny Tsunade for the resort vacation. She would tell Naruto that this is an S-rank mission, and that he'd better do his best out there, and it's not some paradise island. Naruto would sigh visibly out loud, as he complains that he just wanted a little break, saying that he's already had 2 big fights in a row. He then decides that whatever, and he'll go on it anyway, as he begins to head out. Killer Bee, the 8 Tails, would already be on the island, as he had been sent there by his brother, the Raikage, who had found and helped him kill Kisame after a while. Now Sameharu is on his back with Kisame hidden inside. As everyone begins to head towards the island, with Yamato, Might Guy, and Naruto being the main from the Leaf Village, they meet up as they get to the island where Naruto would meet the great octopus, the 8 Tails. Naruto would be amazed of his power, as he decides that he can help take out the squid too. Naruto would create the Ion Shuriken as he throws it towards the octopus-looking creature, the squid. Naruto would see as the squid is completely hit by the Ion Shuriken that's beginning to dissolve, with Yuki, being the 8 Tails, having actually taken it out along with him. Now, the 8 Tails, as well as the Jinchuriki of B, is rather interested in Naruto seeing his electrical power, similar to that of his brother, as well as himself. Naruto would get into the island, as he lays down and thinks about what happened after he got back to the Leaf Village from the Land of Iron. Naruto would remember the time that he had been sent back to the Draconic Mountain, which had been a volcano. Naruto would have been reverse summoned there by the Elder Dragon, as he had been sent something from the Toads. The Dragon would say to Naruto,
Young Naruto, this message had been sent to me from one of the people of Mount Myoboku. I believe it might be sent for you for some sort of purpose. Take it and do with it as you will.
Naruto would take his hand and print it on the paper, as the frog would then leap into Naruto's mouth and put the seal inside of him. Naruto would then be reverse summoned back to the Leaf Village before he would then be sent to go on the Paradise Island. Naruto would beg Killer Bee to train him, and after he says no after a while, Naruto would sigh and then go off to see if there's anyone else who would help train him in how to master his tailed beasts like that. This is when he would be taken to the Waterfall of Truth, and Naruto would sit there as he sits on the rock, waiting as he waits for the waterfall. Naruto closes his eyes, feeling the nature energy around him, when suddenly a disturbance opens in front of him, and he can see the waterfall opening as some person is coming out from behind it. Naruto sees a fractured glass mirror behind the waterfall, as he looks into it and sees a person step out of it, that being himself with cracks all over him, some of the cracks shards being black and the others being golden. This version of Naruto would be frowning as it looks at itself. Hello, me. I didn't think I could actually manifest here. How interesting. Naruto would ask what he's talking about, as then this demon seemingly version of himself would then walk forwards to Naruto, telling him that he is him, and that he's a part of himself that he tries to hide away, the feelings that you can't store inside. When you snap, that rage that, the Nine Tails and I have been culminating for a long time together. Naruto would look at this version of himself in horror, as he then says, oh yeah? Well then if you want to fight about it, just come at me. I know every move you know, I know every move you'll take, I know everything about you, Naruto, because I am you. This version of Naruto would then power up into its Rasengan form along with its lightning armor, and Naruto would do the same. However, the opposite version of Naruto would have red Rasengan as it rushes towards Naruto. Red lightning versus blue lightning would clash, as Naruto rushes forward and creates an ion sphere, slamming it into his other self, along with his other self slamming an ion sphere into Naruto. They would go on like this for seemingly hours. They continue battling, not one of them giving up to the other or running out of stamina. Naruto would be breathing extremely heavily as he goes into Dragon Sage mode, telling him that that's not going to work, as he then rushes towards this other self, who's now into his Red Dragon Sage mode. As they rush towards each other, the fight becomes more vigorous until eventually Naruto can't hold it anymore and he wakes up, opening his eyes and gasping for air. Naruto would eventually go and hear about the story of what happened between B and his friend, and he would try it again, as he gives this version of himself the Takano Jutsu. He would tell Naruto, this version of himself, that back then that he had been all he needed, but now he had friends and people who believed in him, and that together they'd made that dream come true. And so he can rest now, as Naruto gives his other self a hug, who cries as he disappears and fades away. Naruto would wake up and he'd feel at peace, as he turns around and smiles, and they nod, telling them that Naruto had passed. Naruto would walk into the waterfall as he walks behind it, along with Killer B now seeing that there was a room that had seemingly the head of the Eight Tails above it. Naruto would walk into it and see a mask, which he had to stick his head into, and if he didn't get his head bit off, then that means that he has his pure heart, which means that he had defeated the Waterfall of Truth. Naruto would do this as he sticks his head in and sees a switch back there. Naruto would play a prank on Yamato as he pulls his head back to see that Naruto is decapitated. Yamato would be in horror for a second before Naruto pulls his shirt up and laughs as his head pops out of his jacket. Yamato would then not be scared as he then tells Naruto that wasn't funny at all. Naruto then says there was a switch back there he had to press when suddenly a door opens. This is when B and Naruto would get back into the area. Ya fool, you got to go and defeat your beast before you gotta make it, 'cause it's a breeze. Naruto would be confused about the rapping, but as he walks into the room, he then sees it's a white void. He would then sit down as B instructs him to and tells him to dive into the seal of his tailed beast, as he would be in there to help him out as well. However, he won't be as strong as the Kyuubi in there. Naruto would fold his hands together as he sits there and breathes in deep breaths. Naruto would awaken as he sees himself inside the seal of the Kyuubi, now with having a different lock on it now that he had the seal access to it. As Naruto walks up to the seal, he grips himself on his stomach area where the seal is and twists, opening the gate. The Kyuubi would roar and menace.
Naruto! Naruto!
Alright, you dumb old fox, it's time that you give the chakra that your rents due. Naruto would power up into his god forms, along with the Demi-God chakra he has, and rush towards the Kyuubi, activating the Ion Shuriken, throwing it at the Kyuubi, sending it flying back, as Naruto is actually winning against the Kyuubi. Naruto would then attach his chakra to the Kyuubi's and begin to pull, trying to pull the chakra of the Kyuubi out. Yuki's arm would come around and begin to grab the Nine Tails and hold it still so that the chakra can be pulled out perfectly. The Kyuubi's rage would be too much for Naruto to handle on his own, as he begins pulling back on Naruto and pull his chakra towards him. Naruto would roar in anguish as he suddenly feels chains begin to pop out of his skin as they go flying towards the Kyuubi and surround it, locking it in place. Suddenly Naruto wakes up to see a beautiful woman with red hair. Naruto would ask and wonder what this is, as he then guesses that that's the true form of the Kyuubi. This is when Kushina would be enraged and slam Naruto on the head with her fist, telling him that she's not the Kyuubi, and that she, well, of course the mother would know her own son's name. Naruto would cry for a second as he realizes who this is. Kushina, which is actually the reincarnation of Lady Amaterasu, if you guys don't know that. Naruto would immediately lean in for a hug as he hugs his mother, telling her that he's always wanted to meet her, and then tells her that his dad told him a lot about what happened, and Kushina would begin to go into about how her and Minato had met. Minato was always different, even as a child. He was stronger than anyone I ever knew, and he always seemed to find a way to pull the save off or save the day. He was incredible. He even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which was said to use such a high amount of chakra it was impossible. She then says this, she blushes thinking of Minato's skills. She then tells Naruto that he's got his dad's hair but her face, and she's sorry about that. Naruto says he wishes that he had her hair too, as he thinks it's awesome. Kushina would then say that he's only the second person to compliment her hair, as Naruto would wonder why. Kushina and Naruto would talk for a long time, as Naruto asked a lot of questions about his dad, as well as her and how they'd met. Naruto would learn more about what had happened before he had been becoming a Jinchuriki. When Naruto had been born, suddenly this man had come and tried to take him away, as well as take the Nine Tails. She would explain how Madara Uchiha, seemingly, from what Naruto could pick up, is the one who had killed his father and his mother, and used the Nine Tails against them in the Leaf Village. Naruto would learn all of this as she then tells Naruto to first they have to pull the Nine Tails chakra out, and then they can talk after that. Naruto would feel an intense determination as he begins pulling with all his might and creates several hundred lightning shadow clones, which all go rushing towards Kurama. As he goes running towards the Nine Tails, they all begin to form ion spheres, as they begin to grow them larger into super ion spheres, as they smash them into the Kyuubi, disorientating it and throwing it back. Naruto absorbs the Nine Tails' power and quickly goes into KCM State 1, which he finds amazing. Naruto has a flashback to when he had been in complete perfect control over his power against Hades down in the underworld. Naruto's eyes would light up as he realized that this was the power that he had used. The Kyuubi had given him at least half of his chakra. That was incredible. He then locks the seal up and tells the Kyuubi thanks for helping him back then, as Kurama falls back to sleep. Naruto would then go back into the room where he sees his mother, and they continue to talk. Kushina said that she's so happy she got to see him all grown up, and that her and Minato are both so proud of him. Naruto would smile and nod, laughing, telling his mom that, well, he thinks that he'll be fine, and that he's made lots of friends, as well as that he'll try to eat more of foods besides ramen, and he gets plenty of sleep too, maybe a little too much. Naruto would say this as his mother says thank you for being their child, as she disappears into the wind as light. Naruto would wake up as he then stands up and realizes that he's actually done it. This is when he powers into his Kyuubi KCM state and senses that the chakra on the back of Killer B is actually another living form. He can sense the hatred coming off of it. He then tells Killer B that Kisame is still inside Samahara, or some other living thing, as he then throws Samahara off to show that Kisame had been forcing it to let it stay inside of him. As Kisame pulls himself out and tries to escape the room, Naruto would instantly teleport forward, smashing into Kisame, making him cough blood. Naruto's speed enhancement is so great that Naruto can't even control the power at that point. Naruto feels faster than he's ever been, seemingly teleporting. As Naruto then would stop as he has to get his foot pulled out of the ground by Yamato, Kisame would then be chased after as now Killer B goes after him. Naruto would then, along with Yamato, eventually escape to find that Kisame was fighting against now the rest of the team of Guy who had been outside the waterfall, along with Killer B and Naruto. Naruto would then in this time take his opportunity to finish off Kisame, as he tells them that they can't let him escape. Kisame tries to escape using that water technique, as he pulls himself out and gets into the sea using his shark summoning jutsu. As this happens, Guy would, using his Gates form, eventually go after Kisame as they get into it. The battle will continue as Kisame eventually runs out of power and can't seem to handle against the two Jinchurikis, as Kisame then falls out and dies. Naruto and Killer Bee would be relaxing when suddenly they would eventually figure out what's going on. Naruto and Killer Bee would figure out that they've been sent to this island as a ploy to keep them away from the real fight. The allied shinobi forces were now fighting on the front lines, as the battle had begun with the Edo Tensei army that Kabuto and Obito or Madoru Uchiha had summoned together to now defeat them. Now, Naruto and Kisame began their escape, as they fought off the ninja who were supposed to keep them there and began to head towards the battle. When the Edo Tensei had been formed, the souls that had been pulled out of Hades' realm, the underworld, had caused him an uproar. Now, the gods were in disarray, as they begin to go down to Earth for a large fight. Battle of the Gods, Naruto edition, here we come. After Naruto and Killer Bee escape, eventually they would run into Nagato and Itachi, who were trying to break out of the control that Kabuto had them under. They begin to fight as now Naruto counters their attacks using his own abilities of the Rasengan. Naruto would use the Rasengan to pull everything back, as he then shoots lightning at them and forces them away. After a while, Itachi and Nagato say their goodbyes, as Naruto and Killer Bee finish them off, saying goodbye for the final time. Naruto would then head to the battlefield, as him and Killer Bee would eventually confront and see Tsunade, as well as the Kage, as they tell them that they have to head back and leave before they get caught by the Akatsuki, saying that they're too important to die. Naruto would tell them that that doesn't matter, and that he has to be there to save them, and that that's his job, and that if he isn't part of the battle, then there's no point of him even being called a weapon anyway. Naruto and Killer Bee both agree on this, as they tell them that they're going to pass through here. Naruto would power up into his Jinchuriki lightning mode state for the first time, as KCM flows over the lightning mode and creates his lightning, causing it to glow yellow, as Naruto's entire body is covered with the lightning armor, mixed with the blue Rasengan striking out of his KCM mode. Naruto would instantly outblitz the Raikage without any trouble at all, teleporting past him and telling him to get out of his way. Naruto would walk forward, just like the Raikage had done to him back in the Land of Iron, telling him that there's no way he can stop him. This is when Killer Bee would join Naruto as they walk away, with the Raikage being shocked at how fast Naruto is now, basically teleporting past him before he could even blink. That's impossible. His lightning cloak should be faster than any jutsu. Besides, he thinks back to seeing the fourth Hokage and his lightning style and the Flying Thunder God. He turns around to see that this is really the son of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade would then tell them to good luck as they go on their way. Naruto would quickly create some lightning shadow clones as they head out over the battlefields. Naruto himself would head towards Gaara because he can sense the power and villainous aura of another demigod. He doesn't know who it is exactly, but he can also sense Blaze's chakra there as well. Naruto sends his lightning shadow clone to go help Hinata, as well as Kiba and the rest of the teams fighting off the Zetsu, as Naruto rushes towards the battle of Madara. As Naruto makes it to the Battle of Madara, he sees stuff that no one else is seeing besides him, Madara, and Blaze. The gods are fighting. Gods from every pantheon across the world are battling against each other on different sides. Some on the sides of Kabuto and Madara, which would be part of the Dark Denizens, such as Hades trying to help his son, thinking that it's rude that they're trying to disrupt them, as well as take his souls back and get this over with. He then sees that Zeus, as well as the other pantheon gods, are fighting against them as well. Naruto would see the gods clashing, and their power and chakra was so great it caused the very earth to shake. Madara would see Naruto and Blaze and instantly pick them out of the crowd. He would then tell them that they should have a battle as demigods so their fathers can watch them fight. Naruto would ask what he means, when Madara would tell him that he's the son of Hades, which means that technically Naruto is his cousin. Naruto tells him to get out of here, as he's going to defeat him powering up into his Jinchuriki mode, along with the lightning style, armor style, and Rasengan. Blaze now powers up to his maximum form, as he uses the Phoenix Cloak, causing an actual aura of red flame to sprout across him. He flies forward as a burst of flame comes behind him, hearing a squawking sound of a beautiful, majestic creature. He then creates a flame talon that he slices at Madara. Blaze is then kicked back by Madara, who goes flying back into the dirt. This is when Madara tells them that if they can catch this, then they truly are half gods. He begins to form it as he creates the 2 meteors and drops them out of the sky. The first meteor begins to come down as Naruto senses it and tells Blaze that they can handle this. As Naruto rushes forward, the 5 Kage join them as Naruto powers up to his maximum strength. Naruto charges up his lightning until he can create it, and he forms his armor into the highest possible strength he can. He jumps forward as a burst of a crater of dirt comes from the ground, and he goes smashing into the crater, lifting it off as it doesn't hit the ground. Naruto holds it the first one all by himself, as Onoki joins him along with the rest of the Kage and Blaze. They then tell him they need to send it back, as Blaze and Naruto begin charging their divine chakra. Naruto would create the ion sphere as he begins to devour, using the black hole-like properties of it, and turn the rock into dust. Madara says that's not going to be so easy. What about the second one? Naruto looks up in horror as suddenly the second rock from the sky begins to fall. Naruto would tell him that he needs to get down, as asks if they can hold it for just a little bit longer. Naruto jumps down and begins to form it, the Ion Shuriken, as he charges the most chakra he's ever charged into it before, causing the largest Ion Shuriken he's ever made. He quickly goes into Dragon Sage mode to give him even more power from nature energy, as he then spins and chucks this absolutely monstrously sized Ion Shuriken. As he throws it, it begins to slice into the boulder, as it slices both of the large meteors directly in half, and then creating an explosion across the sky. The gods see this explosion as it rams into their battle, them fighting in the heavens, and see Naruto's attack. Zeus would see them about to strike his son down, as Zeus would run and jump in the way, using his own lightning style to block and attack them further. Naruto and Blaze would go on the offensive as they go against Madara, fighting even harder. Madara would be forced to go into Taijutsu as his Sharingan are active in 3 Tomoe form. He then uses his power of Dark Hades and summons Limbo clones, which he has the ability to now, as him being the son of one of the 3. Naruto would sense this using his ability to sense hate of being the Jinchuriki, and would try and attack them using his normal chakra. This fails, and Naruto has to use Divine Chakra, which he covers and coats his lightning style in, making it more pure. Blaze uses a flamethrower, and as Madara tries to use the Majestic Dragon Flame on the allied shinobi forces, Blaze comes back and uses his own Majestic Flame. Majestic Flame of the Phoenix. Phoenix Breath. He would breathe out a blast of Phoenix Flame as the flame goes charging into Madara's, clashing against it in a storm of fire and wind. Naruto would go clashing against Madara in a Taijutsu bout as the two are teleporting over the battlefield with a trail of dark and blue energy along with yellow mixed in, clashing against each other. Naruto would punch Madara Uchiha, who would easily regenerate being an Edo Tensei, and who would headbutt Naruto back, causing him to go flying into the dirt. Gaara would create a sand pillow that catches Naruto and sends him back like a slingshot. Naruto would go rushing in as he creates a Rasengan, smashes into Madara, causing him to go flying apart, as he quickly then reanimates and goes back together again. Madara would then be summoned back by Obito Uchiha, who would tell him that they need to get out of there. As Obito uses his own style of Kamui to pull Madara away, him now having the Rinnegan of Nagato. Now that this is the case, Madara and Obito regain their power as they head back to begin the sealing, as well as try and get the power of the Ten Tails. Just as they're about to leave, suddenly Obito uses Kamui as he looks up to see Zeus. No way. Naruto realizes, as Blaze also can see, that he can see the battle as well. Using the Rinnegan, he's able to see the battle occurring in the heavens as he grabs inside of Zeus's power and rips the other half of the Jinchuriki out. Zeus falls down in battle for a second when the other gods go to protect him, as Zeus turns away to see the power of half of his Jinchuriki form being ripped out of him. Immediately, the gods, who now have no pillar of their own, begin to fall as they head back down to Earth. So the gods suddenly form as Miyato, the 4th Hokage, forms in full power. The gods begin clashing on the battlefield as the rest of the allied shinobi forces have to escape the actual disaster occurring before them. As Naruto runs away, he would then meet up with the rest of his clones as he deactivates them, having defeated the opponents in the other areas. A shadow clone of Naruto as well as Killer Bee would be heading towards to find where Tobi was, seeing he now had one of the Rinnegan of Nagato, giving him the 6 past powers. He had regenerated the rest of the Jinchuriki. Now Naruto was helping to free them. Son Goku, the Four Tails, would tell Naruto that he needs to free them now, and that they would like to get out of these bodies. Naruto would pull out the black chakra receivers and free the tailed beasts from their control. This is when now Obito, Tobi, and Madara would escape as they meet up together to decide what next they should do in battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke would meet up with Itachi, who had now broken out of the control of Kabuto. A reincarnated version of Itachi would meet up with Sasuke as they decided to go and take Kabuto out and stop his army. As they eventually meet up to go and find where Kabuto was, they used their mental genjutsu together to find and destroy him. As now, Kabuto was being attacked by every single side, with Sasuke using his Mangekyo Sharingan as well as Itachi using his own powers of genjutsu. Now that Kabuto has been forced to deactivate his army, Kabuto would then be defeated swiftly by the 2 Uchiha brothers. Speaking of brothers, the Gold and Silver brothers, which he had also reincarnated with using the Edo Tensei, would then have their Kyuubi chakra, which they had stored hundreds of years ago, taken from them by Tobi. Using that as well as a tentacle from the 8 Tails, they would begin re-emerging as the statue of the 10 Tails would begin to move, now having power from all tailed beasts. The statue of the 10 Tails begins to form as now Obito, being revealed by Kakashi using his Kamui, realizing that this is his old friend, now jumps on the head of the 10 Tails along with Madara to control it. Now this is taking place, Naruto would then eventually be heading to the battlefield to try and barrage them and take them out. This is when Naruto would learn the name of Kurama and access into KCM Mode 2. With a golden cloak around him, Naruto's powers reach into the realm of the gods, as the gods are still clashing. With now Orochimaru being revived by Sasuke, he then uses Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique to revive the 4 Hokage and seek their counsel on which side of the battle he should join. Sasuke would be convinced by the 3 of the 4 Kage, the 4th Hokage not being able to be summoned for some reason. All convince him that he should join the side to protect Konoha. Sasuke would agree with them and head to the battlefield, along with them to go and defeat the 10 Tails. Sasuke would go in there and he would see Naruto in his glory, with full Kyuubi mode activated, along with his lightning armor and Rasengan, countering against the 10 Tails. Sasuke would eventually go into his full Susanoo state, as he would then begin to battle against Obito and Madara Uchiha. Naruto had shared the power of the 9 Tails with everyone in the allied shinobi forces, who were now covered in a red cloak of chakra from the 1-tailed Kyuubi state. Naruto then would yell, "Let's do this," as they all run to battle screaming. As they all run towards the battle, Naruto running with their arms behind them, Naruto would go rushing alongside as Sasuke, him, and Sakura meet up for the first time on the same side in years, as they all summon their summoning jutsu, with Naruto summoning the Elder Dragon, as well as now Sasuke summoning the bird, the hawk, as well as with Sakura summoning the slug. Forward head towards the 10 Tails, so they decide that they need to defeat this and get this over with now. Obito would take in the 10 Tails and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, as Madara tries to kill him and take the 10 Tails power for himself. Obito would be taken over by Black Zetsu as he's forced to use the Heavenly Technique, which causes the 10 Tails to begin to form into the tree. This is when Madara would eventually become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and would begin to battle against Naruto in the Kurama avatar state, covered with the lightning armor over it. Sasuke would then use his own Susanoo state and become merge of Naruto's Kurama form, as they grow into the large armored Kurama with lightning style surrounding it as well. Naruto would be kicked away by Madara, as him and Sasuke are badly injured from his attacks, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki being too strong for even Naruto to handle, as now Madara, being a demigod and a Jinchuriki, was far stronger than he could have possibly imagined. Sasuke and Naruto go down in the battle as they pass out, with Sakura trying to save them. Kabuto would do his best to help Sasuke recover as well, when suddenly, both of them being on the brink of death, Naruto would see something. This is when we finally see him, Hagoromo, the Sage of the Six Paths. Hagoromo would begin to explain some very important information to the two, as they're both in the same room and can see each other. "You two are the reincarnations of my sons, Ashura and Indra. You see, long ago, my son, Indra, had gone off on a mountainside after my mother had been sealed away by me and my brother. You see, as he had left, he had met some sort of creature, a dark creature, which had given him something called the Sins. These sins would begin to grow from the hatred of the people in the village, and would become stronger and stronger, until eventually the power he had gained would unlock his Sharingan. My son Indra, he looks to Sasuke, is the reason that he had to leave the village, because the sins had overtaken him in his power. Naruto would stand there wondering, and my second son Asura, as you are now the reincarnation of Asura, it seems that you've actually gained some other unique traits as well, being the son of someone of a higher status than even I. Naruto would then learn all about the Akatsuki and the gods. You see, Asura, or Naruto, I suppose now, the Akatsuki were created by the gods, like your father and Madara's father. You can see that the abilities that they have are supernatural even. They control the universe as well as every chakra flow within it, and us Akatsuki were sent out and created by them to gather chakra for them to use in their daily lives. But we had been long forgotten long ago, and had sought our own purpose then, as we began to grow chakra trees and use the chakra to grow our own power. Naruto and Sasuke, both of you have shown me that you deserve this power, and that now that you can use this, I'll split it between the both of you equally. He would take his hands and hold them on his two sons' reincarnation's hands, when suddenly the power would flow through them. Naruto would unlock his sage powers of the Six Paths style, along with his Kyuubi mode, while, on the other hand, Sasuke had unlocked the Rinnegan, the Six Tomoe Rinnegan. Now, the two of them being too strong for Madara to handle, he would have to escape. As Naruto and Sasuke come onto the battlefield, with him using the Kamui to escape and take the second Rinnegan, he heals Kakashi's eye using his power, and now Naruto and Sasuke together can go and take out Madara and finish this war for good. When Madara returns, Naruto and Sasuke are going on the offensive, attacking non-stop, punch after punch, attack after attack, Bijou bomb after Bijou bomb, each jutsu getting stronger than the last as they form together into their largest Kurama avatar, along with the Susanoo protecting them. As Naruto as well as Sasuke would fight Madara at their hardest, Naruto would create the Rasengan Ion Shuriken, along connected with it using all the power from the tailed beasts that he had collected. Into this large Rasen Shuriken, along mixed with the Ion Sphere, Sasuke would add his own Indra's Arrow, Black Flame Amaterasu style, which actually was imperilous to the attack. Naruto would then throw this attack as he blasted towards Madara, who gets completely hit on by it. Madara being completely wiped out now, as Guy would eventually come onto the scene. Guy would see that Madara is basically wiped out, and would not be forced to use the 8th Gates, as he would then fight in the 7th Gate style, surviving the battle without having to die. Madara would take the opportunity with the power he has, and uses the Rinnegan to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke would use his Rinnegan powers in the Susanoo to protect Naruto, as well as the rest of Team 7. Naruto would look through the actual Infinite Tsukuyomi and see the red light flowing around him, seeing his friends be taken in by it. Now, everyone falls into their dreams, as the rest of the Team 7 would wake up as they open up their eyes and see the Susanoo gone. They turn around to see Madara Uchiha, as Black Zetsu stands behind him, piercing him through the chest and killing him. Zetsu takes over Madara's body and summons Kaguya, and Kaguya sees her two sons inside of Naruto and Sasuke. When she sees how Hagoromo and Hamura look like kind of similar to Naruto and Sasuke, she cries a tear as the battle begins. Naruto and Sasuke are too much to handle on their own. Kaguya can't deal with this as Naruto's speed is absolutely insane. Naruto basically is blitzing around using lightning style and slashing at her sides, while Kaguya tries to defend using her own wood ash style, with now Sasuke going in on the attack using Amaterasu. She's forced to summon them into different dimensions to fight them off, while Naruto is still able to handle Kaguya. After Obito and Kakashi then are summoned into this separate realm where Naruto and Sasuke are there, she's about to finish them off as she sends 2 shots towards them. Sasuke as well would then see as Obito and Kakashi jump in front of Naruto and Sasuke, protecting them. As the two jump in front of them to take their lives, Obito would use his Kamui to delete and take away the one that was about to hit Kakashi, as he takes in the other one and dies, saving Naruto. Naruto would pull himself up to the gravity field, telling him that and asking if he's all right, looking to see how Kaguya is, how she did that. Naruto feels enraged as his Rasengan begin to flow and activate even more. Naruto would then tap into the power of the Rasengan, which he had never done so before, as he uses its true ability, true transformation style. Naruto would transfer his entire body into electricity as he goes blitzing towards Kaguya, slamming into her like a spear and shooting directly through her body, piercing through her. Sasuke and as well as Sakura begin to battle against Kaguya, as the iconic scene of all three of them punching her in separate spots occurs, with Sakura slamming down her head, while Sasuke goes on the left side and Naruto on the right. Kaguya would eventually perish as Naruto and Sasuke deal the final blow. Sasuke, are you ready? I'm always ready. Naruto would power it up as he begins to form the Ion Sphere. As the Ion Sphere begins to grow larger and larger, he then quickly changes its style and begins to use Bijou Bomb around it, then begins to use the Bijou Bomb as he casts it forward. He uses the Bijou Bomb Ion Shuriken and blasts it forward along with Sasuke's Indra's Era mixed with Amaterasu. As the flames begin to spin around Kaguya, Kage is completely enveloped by them as she dies and passes on to the next life. As they had now finally defeated Kaguya, they were then summoned back by Hagoromo, as now Madara was sent back to the other world, thanking his father for allowing him to come and battle Hashirama one more time. All the shinobi that were summoned by the Edo Tensei are resent back to the underworld, as the gods return to the heavens and the underworld respectively. Naruto would say goodbye to his father and tell Minato to say hi to his mom for him. Minato would nod and tell Naruto he would, as he touches Naruto's face and tells him he did a great job. Naruto would smile and says he's going to become a great Hokage someday, just like he was dad. Naruto would turn back to see Sasuke looking away, as Hagoromo would then ask if he still is agreed on using that choice. Naruto wouldn't know what he's talking about, as Sasuke would tell Naruto that to meet him at the place. Naruto know where. Sasuke uses planetary devastation on the tailed beasts that had been released, and now as he uses them and they're sealed, he then tells Naruto to meet him over at the final valley. Naruto would look in terror, as well as wondering why Sasuke wants to do this now. They can stop. Sasuke tells him that it's not over, and that he needs to figure this out, as Sasuke disappears as he heads away, Sakura being put under a genjutsu just like the original. Naruto solemnly walks towards the final valley, as he thinks about everything that they've been through together, till the very end. Naruto would walk onto Hashirama Senju's head, as across he sees Madara Uchiha, and above standing upon him is Sasuke, with the nine-tailed beast sealed in the planetary devastation above them. Sasuke would power up to his maximum form and tell Naruto that he is going to win this. Naruto summons his truth-seeking orbs and covers his scythe, which he had now activated at its full power around him. Naruto would use the truth-seeking orb's Chronos Scythe and activate the power inside of it. With Naruto using the time slowdown method, he and Sasuke would rush towards each other. As Sasuke is about to pierce his Chidori towards Naruto, Naruto would slice with his scythe as he tries to cut Sasuke down. Sasuke would dive out of this as he pulls his sword out and slashes at Naruto, both blades intertwining as they go flying off, with Naruto's scythe disappearing off the side of the cliff along with Sasuke's sword. Naruto would rush towards Sasuke as they continue to fight each other at full strength, going at each other. Sasuke summoning the Susanoo and going into his maximum form, while Naruto goes into his Kurama state along with the Rasengan. Using lightning style, the two battle across the land as craters begin to form across the valley, and Naruto and Sasuke go all out. Sasuke comes flying in with a kick as the force of the kick smashes the rock behind Naruto. Naruto turns around and quickly throws 4 punches, and then an uppercut as Sasuke goes flying into the air. Naruto would form the Ion Sphere and smash it into Sasuke, causing his body to twist unexpectedly as he goes flying away. Sasuke would quickly form a Chidori as he goes flying back and slices Naruto, who goes flying into the ground. Now, Naruto would activate his Dragon Sage mode, causing scales to form across his body, glowing even more bright with his Kyuubi Chakra mode cloak. He would then rush forward as he, using his power, smashes into Sasuke head-on, with both of them in the air now flying across. Naruto then tells Sasuke, "The air's my territory, Sasuke. Big mistake." Naruto would clap his hands together as clouds begin to form in, and Sasuke tries to use the Kirin Jutsu. As soon as he tries to use Jutsu, Naruto laughs, telling him that's not going to work. As Sasuke throws the Kirin Dragon down on Naruto, Naruto holds his hand up and the dragon stops and begins to swirl around him. Now Naruto controlling the dragon. Naruto then tells him, I win, and you're going to listen to me, Sasuke. I will bring you back this time for sure. He then blasts the Kirin back towards Sasuke, who is completely enveloped by the dragon. As the two fall into the fat valley below, both almost out of chakra. As the two will now have their final attack left. Are you ready, Sasuke? Sasuke nods and says that this is the final one. Naruto would then power up the Rasengan, as he would then create his Chidori. The two run towards each other, thinking of everything that they've been through together, from the beginning to this. Naruto, the hero of the Hidden Leaf. From childhood, he had always been different. He felt the sky was his home. He had met up with Realis at the Chunin exams and found he wasn't alone. He defeated a god, Hades, in the underworld. He couldn't save his best friend, but he's going to do it now. He helped save the Kage. He'd saved his village from a tyrant, as well as from the Renegade's power. He'd helped defeat and kill, as well as finally banish the 7 deadly sins from the world. And he defeated Kaguya with his friend. Sasuke, I won't let you go down like this. You won't die, and I won't become the hero for killing you. You are gonna live, and so am I. And I can't really be a hero if I'm the loser who killed his best friend. Naruto would rush towards Sasuke, as the blue shine of the Rasengan glows across his face. At this point, Sasuke's red Sharingan had been deactivated back to his black eyes, as they rushed towards each other with the Chidori in hand. His Chidori is about to pierce into Naruto, with Naruto's Rasengan in hand. They smashed both attacks together as a large explosion of light covers the entire final valley. Naruto and Sasuke would wake up hours later, with both of their arms being ripped off and missing, with blood spurting everywhere. Naruto feeling an immense pain. He then turns over to see Sasuke, who then says that Naruto is right, and that they both did survive. They both lay there silently for hours until Sakura eventually comes and heals them, saving them. She gives them both a hug as a new day dawns over the shinobi world. Sasuke would hold his hand up and tell Naruto he's ready, as they make the sign for Rat, who finally, together, obliterate the infinite Tsukiyomi and free everyone in the world. Naruto and Sasuke would then go and meet up with the others as they head back to the Leaf Village. Sasuke would be put into prison and kept in a cell for several weeks, while Naruto was healed up by Tsunade and had a new arm created for him. Sasuke would die one and say that he was fine on his own. With Naruto's good deeds during the war, as well as his pull with the other nations, Naruto would tell everyone that Sasuke deserves to be free and that they've made up now and Sasuke won't do anything like that ever again. Sasuke would be walking on the village now when he says goodbye to Sakura. He flicks Sakura in the forehead and tells her that he'll see her again, loser. As Sakura cries as she sees Sasuke walk away. When Sasuke is walking away, he would turn to the left and see Naruto standing and leaning against the tree. Naruto would smile as he gives his friend a fist bump, telling him that he'll see him again. Sasuke would smile and say, "You're right. I will see you again, when you're the Hokage." Naruto would smile and say, "Yeah, that's right. You will." As the two friends share their final fist bump, and Sasuke walks off into the distance, while Naruto walks back to the Leaf Village. If you guys want to see the movie Naruto The Last for What If Naruto's a Demigod, make sure to hit the like button, comment down below what you thought of this hour part, which is like 6 parts of this What If. Yeah, this is all basically done in 2 days, so I hope you guys liked it. I'm probably going to be taking a small break, but the next video that will be coming out is I'll be doing What If Naruto Had One For All, and then What If Naruto's a Dragon Slayer, and then What If Naruto's Kryptonian, and we got ways to go. But anyway, summer's almost here. I'll be posting more frequently. This was the finale of What If Naruto's a Demigod. It's been an amazing journey. I'm so happy all of you could share it with me. And if you watched through this entire part, then amazing, good job on you. Everyone in the premiere, thank you so much for watching. It's been an amazing journey for those of you who've come to the channel since part 1. I'll be making up adding this to the playlist, and this will be the end. So if you guys really want a part like a Boruto or something, this is going to be the like goal. I'm kind of like taking like this is the finale. So if you guys want like Boruto and Naruto the Last and stuff, you're going to have to get this video to 5,000 likes. Yes, I know I'm only at 3K right now, but If you can get this video to 5,000 likes or at some point in the future, I will make sure to make that part. If not, this is the end for now because I don't really like Boruto. But if we get to 5,000 likes, then I'll continue it. Anyway, this is the end for What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Any of you out there who want to make what ifs on this or like credit me or whatever, just do whatever. You guys can make your own versions or do whatever you want. Completely honor this what if series and the story that it told about Naruto having to harness the power that he was given of being a different race and being a different person in general. Him now being a demigod, that is. Anyway, I'm rambling. Don't want to keep you guys too long. If you like me and watch to the end, make sure to go and check out my second channel, Weeb. That's pretty cool. I do gaming stuff there and whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.